Out across the island, there's another band still impacting portions of Suffolk County. There you see it. Again, these are all spinning back, and at the same time, the whole system is lifting out. So it's got to do sort of one of these motions to get out of here finally. And that's why the snow is going to linger a little while longer. Current visibility, 1/4 mile in the city. That means it's snowing at a good clip, 1/2 mile in White Plains. Notice visibility's much better to the northwest. Not snowing very much of it all there. And 1/2 mile in Toms River, indicative of snow. West Hampton, same thing. Things will gradually get better, as I said, as we go through the day. But right around 30 degrees, temperatures just about anywhere you go. A few upper 20s up to the north. Winds still gusting, 43 miles an hour Brookhaven, 40 out in West Hampton. We had a gust in Montauk, the peak of the storm, of 84 miles per hour. That's well into hurricane force winds. 31 mile an hour gust down in Farmingdale. The winds are going to slowly come down, but if you're planning on going out and starting to remove some of the snow, keep in mind your wind chills generally in the teens and low 20s. So final snow accumulations 12 to 20, isolated 24 plus. We've already seen that. Maybe add on another inch or two. That's going to be about it. But moving forward through time, notice through the afternoon hours, finally by 3 o'clock, we should be out of this, guys. So it's a long haul, that's for sure.
To Long Island, where a travel ban remains in effect because of whiteout conditions.
Yeah, snowfall totals have peaked near 2 inches per hour. Our Nicole Johnson joins us live from Huntington in Suffolk County with the outlook there. Hey, Nicole.
Hi there, Ernie. Conditions out here are still pretty bad, but changing by the minute. We are talking snow still coming down, the wind still picking up, and it's just freezing out here. I am along Route 110 in Huntington Station, and the roads are clear as far as plow trucks coming through here. And take a look behind me there. You can see some workers are trying to snow blow. They're shoveling just to get ahead of the storm to clear businesses so that once that travel ban is lifted, the businesses can reopen. That's the situation in Huntington Station. Take a look at some video from Rockville Center our Keith Lopez shot earlier today. That's the blizzard conditions we're talking about. You see folks trying to navigate. You see the winds whipping and the snow coming down pretty hard. And it was a dangerous situation, very risky being out. So that's why they put that travel ban in place. Folks still took a chance, still came out, still hit the road, just trying to get some essentials. And that's the issue, why plow truck drivers are really asking people to stay off the roads. Take a listen to one woman we spoke with.
The roads are bad. Stay home. Stay home.
Describe it for us, because we're New Yorkers. We've seen storms before, but what makes this one more challenging?
I think what's happening is the side roads, the plows are coming on the main roads, and what's happening is they're creating rifts that are over 4 feet, 5 feet, and regular cars can't get through. That's the biggest challenge. Everything will get cleaned up, but everyone needs to give us time to clean it up. That's the problem.
Take care, because no matter what we got ice block. No matter what, we are with the ice block. Okay. It's dangerous to drive. It's really dangerous.
Well, you heard that gentleman there talking about it being dangerous. You're taking a live look now at a huge snow mound. It's huge. It's more than 10 feet out here. This is another challenge that people are going to have to deal with as the plow trucks push the snow. They're making these large mounds in parking lots and along the street here. This is going to be another issue and concern of how we're going to get rid of all of this snow. As we speak, PSEG is reporting that 15,000 customers are still without power. Crews are out trying to get them restored. And again, the travel warning is still in effect. Stay off the streets if you can until at least 3:30 today. That's the latest live out here in Huntington Station. Nicole Johnson, back to you guys in the studio, in that warm studio, may I add.
Hey, we had to weather the storm to get to this warm studio.
Yes, exactly.
So.
Is there any part of being out there that's fun?
I didn't hear you, Candace. What did you say?
Is there any part about being out there that's fun?
Oh, anything that's fun, you're saying?
Yeah,
you're talking about fun?
Being out there. Talking about fun.
Yes, we're talking about fun.
You're talking about fun, Candace? Well, let me see. Let's see. So I'm out here in this parking lot.
Yes.
There's no one out here but me, right? And some workers over there trying to get ahead of this. You got the snow mounds over here, right? High. Over there it's 12 feet. Over here 10 feet. Keith, just show them. Let's see the fun. Let's see the fun. I'll tell you what's fun. I'll tell you what's fun and serious. It is quiet. It's really quiet. It is picturesque. It is pretty to watch and to just see, you know, but again, with all this beauty and this quietness, is being a ghost town out here, because normally this is a parking lot with a lot of people, folks are hustling and bustling. That's not the case. So I guess the beauty in all of this and the fun, if you will, it's that it's really quiet out here. I like that. I like that. Back to you guys.
We hope that most of the fun is being had indoors as people take heed to the warning to stay indoors. Thank you. Our lead fun correspondent, Nicole Johnson.
And Keith, thank you very much. She's like, I'm sure there's going to be a text soon saying, you want fun, brother? Here's what. Yeah. Anyway, let's check on conditions in Brooklyn in the meantime.
Yeah, our Julie Millay has been weathering this storm, I believe, since 4 o'clock this morning. She's in Prospect Park. It looks like a wintry wonderland, but I know you're over it probably at this point.
You said it. Not me. I'm happy to be here. And I was thinking when you were asking Nicole about fun, I was like, oh, if they'd asked me 8 hours ago, maybe I would have been having fun. But here's something fun. Those big piles of snow we've been dealing with across the city for the last few weeks, well, we thought we were rid of them. And we are not. We are standing next to this one here. We're right outside the Barclays Center. We're on Atlantic Avenue near Flatbush Ave, where we have been watching people slowly make their way out this morning. Earlier, when we were here on the air around 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., there was just a few people here and there making their way out. But now we're getting plenty of people coming. Those people that are going to work are essential workers hopping on the subway here behind us. We have a Stop and Shop open to the left of us, so people are coming out to get some of the groceries they might need. And we've been watching people try and fight the snow that keeps hitting the ground. We had the Bobcat out here creating these giant snow piles with the plow, and then we had a gentleman out here earlier who was trying to shovel on the sidewalk, and we kept watching him shoveling, and then every time he thought he was done, he had to keep going because the snow just will not stop falling. And we asked him after his 4th or 5th hour of shoveling, you know, if he had any advice for the rest of us out here trying to fight the snow.
Stay warm, long johns, hand warmers, toe warmers, scarf on your head, hat on your head, 2 jackets. I don't know. Pray for God, you know?
Yeah. Pray is probably a pretty good answer. Pray and stay inside, I suppose, because we do want to be safe. Though I will agree with Nicole, it is picturesque. It is lovely to look at. It really does make you feel like you're inside a winter wonderland. But we do want to heed that warning, of course, to stay inside if we can, because the roads are very slippery. We have watched about 4 or 5 people today just completely eat it on the sidewalks here. So you really have to be careful. We are live in Brooklyn. I almost said this morning, but now it's I'm Julie Millay, PIX11 News.
Live in Brooklyn, it probably feels as if it's midday on a Wednesday by this point for Julie. Thank you, Julie, so much. Really appreciate it. We do have to get to some breaking news right now. Path service from Newark to Grove Street, we're told, now suspended. Crews investigating a smoke condition in the track area between the Exchange Place and World Trade Center. Now, Journal Square to Grove Street, Newark to Journal Square, and Hoboken to World Trade Center lines are still suspended. For Journal Square to 33rd Street via Hoboken trains are running, but with some delays, as you can understand. And Hoboken to 33rd Street trains are operating on or close to a 20-minute delay.
All right, well, the heavy snow and winds also gripping New Jersey, where visibility at points was nearly zero.
Yeah, let's go right now to Jim Vassell, who's joining us right now from Long Branch. Jim, how's it looking out there?
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. You mentioned this is a bona fide blizzard, and I have to agree, it is a blizzard in every sense of the word. I mean, the wind, the snow, just really, I haven't experienced anything like this, at least in a live reporting setting, probably since my days reporting in the New York Capital region, which was well more than a decade ago. We're here in Long Branch, and I want to direct your attention up here. This is the strip here of Ocean Boulevard. If you guys notice, it might be tough to see on camera, no traffic signals here. here. These traffic signals are out, which is indicative of power outages in this area. JCPennell, I reached out to them a few moments ago just to get some exact numbers, but taking a look at the outage map, it's safe to say hundreds of customers at least in this area are dealing with power outages. Officials are reminding people that if you are without power, to please report it so that they can get people out here and hopefully get the ball rolling to get power restored. Also, a few moments ago, plows here from the Highway Division of the city of Long Branch taking care of Ocean Boulevard here. Again, you really want to be careful in uncontrolled intersections like this with no traffic signals. Here on some of the side streets here, you can see beginning to see a little bit of blacktop, and that's from various plows coming in. We've been here just maybe about an hour or so, and this road here specifically has improved a little bit, which is a good sign, but you guys do not want to be out on the roads right now. I can tell you that our journey down here from Piscataway on the Garden State Parkway was anything but enjoyable. So that travel ban may have been lifted in New Jersey, unless something happened that I'm not aware of. It may have been lifted, but that is by no indication like an endorsement of whether you should be out on the roads, guys.
No, not at all. Thank you, Jim. Really appreciate it. Let's take a look at this video in the meantime. It is a transformer that is sparking. This is in Diker Heights in Brooklyn. Officials say they got a call at a little before 1:30 this morning about the sparking, and on 13th Avenue between 70th Street and Bay Ridge Avenue. Wow.
Yeah, Con Ed was contacted and crews were able to quickly get the situation under control. Now, fortunately, no reports of any injuries or major damage. And so that is the good thing there.
Yeah, but quite a scene to wake up to this morning. All right, New York City lifting a citywide travel ban at the top of the hour, but visibility remaining near zero in some parts.
Yeah, conditions are also making it tougher for people to walk around out there. Our transit reporter, Greg Mocker, joins us live from Central Park. Hey, Greg, how are things looking out there?
Hi, Erin and Candace. It's all right, and I think fun is a relative term because, you know, you want to bring some kind of enthusiasm to every day. I guess that's at least kind of the hope. But we also do have to be so careful out here, and it's certainly not fun when you're waiting for the train or the bus and you're in this, when you're trying to navigate around the sidewalks or the crosswalks or the bus stops. So the travel ban on the roads has expired technically at noon here in the city. We have noticed more taxis out, more cars moving around. That ban was never really about punishment, the mayor said yesterday. It was more about just kind of stressing the severity of it. The subways do continue to run. There were delays this morning. Buses also backed up because of all that. NJ Transit still has suspensions, the LIRR. So this is going to be something that develops today. But it kind of, you know, it's noontime. So maybe people are having some lunch or some soup, or maybe even some fun walking around. We are here at the edge of Central Park, which gives us a vantage point of some roads, Fifth Avenue, and also some visitors. It's pretty out here, isn't it? It's a sight to see.
Yeah, it's so nice. It's gorgeous. I've never seen snow like it.
And you guys told me you're from Scotland.
Yeah.
So you have winters there.
Yeah, we do, but I mean, I've not seen it like this deep in a long, long time.
Yeah, I love how and then maybe that's the fun part. We were talking earlier about, is there something fun about being out here? It's probably the sights, and it also is fun when you don't have to work. I'm guessing you guys might be visiting, or what are you here doing in the city?
We're just on holiday from Scotland, so we were actually going to run this morning, but that got canned pretty early on, so we're just out walking about.
Well, that's exercise too. I know, kind of just walking in all of this is a little bit of an effort. Well, and I hope you've been enjoying the city. Have some lunch later.
We will do. Thank you so much.
Good. Thanks for sharing part of your Jordan holiday with us. Hello to everyone. As we hear FDNY go by, that reminds me of the first responders and transit workers, all the crews that are out, that are taking this seriously, and they are showing up for 12-hour shifts. The mayor says that there's 1,000 emergency snow workers that are already out and coming up here and driving around. We did notice that there were people out shoveling. That's also the responsibility of the building owners to clear the crosswalks and the sidewalks. But the mayor emphasized that the emergency snow folks would already be out. That's a difference from what we saw at that last snow. There are also 2,600 sanitation workers. That's an increase of about 100 sanitation workers that are working that 12-hour shifts. It's still coming down, so plowing is still an issue. We saw those crews out with the plows on the sanitation trucks. It's still happening. We're still in the middle of it and still waiting to see what the transit agencies have to say about our ride for later on tonight, or what Tuesday, right? It's going to be Tuesday tomorrow. What Tuesday is going to look like. I'm looking forward to those warmer temperatures. So hopefully we can move some of this out of here and get on to the fun of the regular stuff. For now, live, Central Park, Greg Mocker, PIX11 News.
All right, Greg. I will say that the crews are doing a great job of clearing the sidewalks, but it is. Once you clear them, then that snow is mounding up on the side of the roads, and there are those people that have to go to work. I saw a woman trying to make it to her bus. Like oh my gosh, she got to her bus stop. The bus was right there, but there was a huge mound. So I know she was contemplating, how am I going to get over this mound? But I hope she made it, because there are people who have to get out.
Yeah, I mean, the struggle is real. Let's check in right now with meteorologist Chris Cimino, because as we're still in the thick of this right now, Greg gave us a little bit of silver lining, knowing that the temperatures will tick back up.
Little by little, yeah, it's going to be a while. Unlike the last system, though, do keep in mind, we're not going into a deep freeze, but we're not getting super balmy either. But we will see more melting a little faster of this as we get deeper into the weekend. So the storm is winding down, but, you know, it took a while to get started. It's taken a while to stop. Another additional 1 to 2 inches possible in some spots, maybe the city, another inch or so. Clearing out later today on into tonight. We get a cold break for tomorrow. Some sunshine. There'll be a little melting, but it's going to be a cold day tomorrow and a refreeze tomorrow night again. Then Wednesday, a little clipper system could bring a touch of light snow or a mix of snow and rain, especially north and west of the city in the morning hours. Not going to be a big deal, but just not what we really need at this point in time. So some snowfall amounts, been searching them and trying to come up with some of the biggies. Moonachie, New Jersey, 24.3. Orange, 2 feet as well. You see Belmore, 21. North Patchogue, 27.2 and over 20. Even all the way up in Ossining, you can still see the moisture rotating around the center of that storm. And again, it's taking a while for this back edge to move out. It's not moving west to east. It's kind of pivoting and lifting. So that's why it's going to take a little bit longer. We're stuck in the snow band for a bit longer. Live radar does show that. It's a little further into portions of New Jersey, especially Bergen County, just to the west of the city, draped along the Jersey shoreline as well. A few more bands sit off to the south and east of Suffolk County, but we're seeing at least light to moderate snow across a portion of the island as well. But the big picture does reveal these last bands, I think, are going to lift on out as we work our way into the late afternoon hours. So 30 in Inwood, same thing Sheepshead Bay, 29 Poughkeepsie, 30 Toms River. Not a big spread in temperature, but again, the snow's not going anywhere during the course of the day today. These are sustained winds in the big numbers, 25 to 30, but the gusts still 43 miles an hour. Brookhaven, it's 38 miles an hour. West Hampton, even in LaGuardia, a 37 mile per hour wind gust persisting. So futurecast wind gusts, here's the good news. By 6:30, notice the gusts are closer to 30, still strong out east. And then as we go to tomorrow morning, 25 to 30. A little more bearable, but it's going to be stinging cold, that's for sure. And then we finally calm down tomorrow night on into Wednesday. So wind chills right now, they're in the teens to low 20s. If you're planning on heading out and trying to shovel this heavy wet snow, do take frequent breaks and dress appropriately. Certainly, Futurecast shows, look at the back edge of the snow. Finally, by 3 o'clock, maybe a few flurries left over down the Jersey Shore, east end of Long Island. That should be about it. And then the next system comes in after a break tonight, clear skies. Tuesday's quiet. When I say next system, it's a weak one. Here it comes, and watch how quickly it moved away. Yeah, we're not talking about any really steady snow. Yes, this is our hope, guys. Temperatures in the 40s, perhaps, by the weekend. Melt, melt.
Yes, eventually. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Well, so Newark Airport has nearly a foot of snow, and all flights have been canceled.
Yeah, we're now going to check in with Mayor Ross Baracco on the current conditions in Newark. Mayor, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We know a lot of the southern counties, Ocean County, have been hit really hard. What are conditions looking like near Newark?
Well, about 2 hours ago, we were up to about 20 inches here in this area. We are steady plowing the major roads and some of the secondary roads now. It's getting a little better. It's still snowing. When the snow stops, it'll be easier for us to, get out and start clearing up seeing more blacktop than we're seeing now. But our crews are out here. We have almost 100 pieces of equipment out, and we haven't stopped.
Have you been alerted, Mayor, of any major emergencies in the city so far as a result of this?
No, I mean, we meet with all of our partners every 3 hours, from every hospital to PSE&G to the school system. So, we have a couple of outages, not a lot. These are people's personal homes, not grids. The EMS has been responding to emergencies, a lot of weather-related emergencies that have been happening. Fire department has been responding to those as well. And so, just hasn't been anything that we could not handle, but it is definitely difficult in this weather.
You mentioned you're dealing with a few outages. Do you have any account of like a number at this point?
Well, we were less than a dozen of homes, personal homes that had issue with down wires. There was no grids where you had thousands of people's or hundreds of people's, power being out. So those are being responded to by PSE&G, and our fire department and engineering have been responding. So some of those might even be back up.
Yeah, there was some reporting from weather officials saying that Newark is up to 26 inches, which would be one for the record books, I imagine, in the city. Certainly for your tenure there, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So what happens next? We said the flights are suspended at Newark Airport for the day. How long do you think, I know you're not there at the airport authority, but how long do you think before things are back up and running there at the airport?
Well, they have pretty efficient crews out there. They can get the runways cleared. They've been calling us about the surrounding area. We're going to work on that as soon as we finish with these major roads here in the city proper, and then we'll go and help them as we can. So I would imagine they can get out of this by the end of the day tomorrow.
Well, Mayor, we know that we love to see that no one is out there on the roads, that people are taking heed to the warning to stay indoors. Any last words that you would have for people out there?
Well, that's exactly right. If you have no reason to be outside, there's not an emergency, you shouldn't be. You should be inside. The roads are dangerous. It's difficult to see. Staying inside is what you should do. Allow DPW and the city to manage through this snowstorm and get us out of this. We're going to be in this for some time. Be patient and let us do the work.
Yeah, with 26 inches, though, Mr. Mayor, I know you have to go. Why not extend the travel ban for several more hours?
We are following the lead of the state. I mean, it was good to the travel ban. They expanded it. So I believe that they're going to do that some more because this doesn't look like it's getting better anytime soon. So I think it does need to be extended. And if it's not statewide in Newark, we will figure something out locally so we can keep our crews on the road unimpeded.
All right. Well, we will keep our ear to you as we get more updates on whether or not that travel ban will be extended. Mayor Baraka, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we will have more blizzard coverage just ahead as the mayor signs out.
Let's get out of the mayor's shot while we have it. More blizzard coverage. Oh.
And more coverage of us.
I like that. Let's keep it like that. Coming up, the latest forecast and another check on conditions right now, but you're looking at the radar and you can see it ain't over yet.
All right, in the meantime, let's check out some photos you have sent in. This is a scene in Astoria from Brandy Phillips.
And Nadeem sent us this photo of a dollar slice and an Arizona iced tea outside in Midtown. I'm sure they're both frozen over.
That's so New York. All right, well, we want to see your pictures of Blizzard 2026. You can use this QR code on your screen to share them directly to us, or you can go to our website, PIX11.com/photos.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, thank you for staying with us. I'm Erin LeBeau.
I'm Candace Gibson. Now to the very latest on the road travel. In your blizzard of 2026 coverage, in just the last hour, Westchester County extending its travel ban until 6 p.m. Long Island and some areas of New Jersey, like Hoboken, have extended its travel ban until 4 p.m.
And also, DoorDash remains suspended in Long Island, New York, and New Jersey until at least 2 p.m.
I'll check out this video right now from Port Richmond section of Staten Island. A number of MTA buses just kind of stuck in the snow.
Yeah, this video coming from Citizen app, where it shows sanitation crews and others trying to help them get rolling again. I no doubt this is a scene that is repeating across the city today, because as they clear the snow, more keeps coming.
Yeah,
so
yes, indeed.
It's a continuous effort.
And there are some parts that got so much, 2 feet of snow, so, you know, it's tough to get around. So the conditions were windy.
Yeah, this was overnight in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm. Henry Rossoff has more in downtown Brooklyn for us. Henry.
Hey, Candace and Aaron. Yeah, we got a little bit of cover under the J Street Metrotech awning stop, the AC, F, and R. But I can step out into downtown and show you around a little bit, because it really is a sloshy mess, especially many of the crosswalks. Let me cross this way here, and we'll pan down and kind of show you my feet as we trudge through here. And this is all the crosswalks here. You can see this gentleman in front of me. In fact, it is not very easy to navigate these streets and roads. The buses, they're running okay on J here. You see they're chained up. They're moving all right. Some of the major thoroughfares are cleared out, but forget about the side streets, forget about the crosswalks at this point. I can kind of come around and show you how much snow actually has built up. This is just a little one-way street. No one's getting down it. You can see there's one truck down there. It's really not clear enough to get through. This is a parked MTA van, I think. I brought a little tape measure from home. About 4 inches built up on this car, which means it was definitely wiped off at some point. Why don't we try the newsstand over here, Darren? In fact, actually, here, this is even better. This is the ground. It's clearly has not been shoveled or plowed at any point. I think maybe it's ice is built up. So we got about 12, 13 inches locally here in downtown Brooklyn. People are just doing the best they can. I spoke with a city worker for the probation department. She basically was like, I'm the only one in the office. The power is out at home. I'm just hoping that by the time I get there, it's back on. I don't even know what I'm doing out and about. So it's quite a mess out here in downtown Brooklyn. I do see the downtown workers. There's an association around here doing the best they can to shovel and plow. But it's just so much. It is just so much snow that people are doing the best they can just to get by until this finally stops, if it stops, and then they can really begin the cleanup in earnest, Candace and Aaron.
Sort of like the New York equivalent to whether the Waffle House is open during a disaster. Are the bagel shops open?
I haven't seen any of the bagel shops open. There's, Dunkin' Donuts over there. They're open. There was actually a little line there. You still see some people over there. One of the few outposts that's open. Not much is. I have to say that despite a lot of the businesses here in downtown being closed, that the landlords are doing the best they can to shovel and move the snow. Walking dogs out here, not easy. We actually met a gentleman walking his little dog, seeking some comfort under some scaffolding. Take a listen to our conversation we just had with him a short time ago.
It's been fine. The city's done a good job of paving these streets over here, and the scaffolding's really saved our life. And it's been okay. It's beautiful and not too icy on the ground. She does her business in like a minute or two and then runs back in. So she's quick and smart. And
she doesn't enjoy it.
She doesn't enjoy it that much, no.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I have a little dog, too, who looked at me like I was crazy when I told him to go outside this morning. So no fun for people and animals alike. Kids, on the other hand, I can tell you my two boys woke up with their hair on fire, literally excited to go jump and dive out in the snow. So I suppose it depends on your worldview, but as it stands now in downtown where people tend to work and not so much play, not very easy to navigate right now in downtown Brooklyn.
I understand very well. My dog looked at me like, you must be crazy, and went back in. All right, Henry, thank you. Great seeing you.
All right, let's go ahead and send things over to Chris. Chris, I guess it's like a never-ending job for the people who are, they're doing a great job shoveling the sidewalks, but as quickly as they're removing it, even more is coming down.
Yeah.
By the way, I have a dachshund. If I let her out, it'll be, where'd she go? That's kind of what happened.
Disappears?
Yeah, the short legs. All right, meantime, this was our forecast, and it pretty much panned out for the most part. I mean, a broad swath of 12 to 20-inch snowfalls plus 24 or more. We have seen that occur in those heavier snow bands, and then it did drop off somewhat north and west. Some of this pushed a little further north and west, the 12 to 20, but then it dropped off further. You went, let's say, up towards, mid-Orange County, mid-Sullivan County on north. It was not quite as heavy. I'll show you some of those numbers. Meantime, the spread was pretty significant. When you think about central Islip in Long Island, 27 inches, and you go to Warwick, that's northwest upstate New York, 9.6 inches. Big difference there. 18.9 Washington Heights, Jackson Heights, and Queens, 17. Bethpage out in the island, 21, and Sheepshead Bay in Brooklyn, over 20 inches of snow. And it is still snowing. Those numbers may go up a little bit. This number is going to go up. This was the last measurement they took in Central Park a little earlier this morning at 15.1. Still waiting on the new reading. That put it at number 19. If it goes to 18.1 or higher, we get into the top 10. And I think after everything we've been put through with this storm, we should at least be able to say we got into the top 10. We've still got leftover snow across the area. And again, generally light, occasionally get a little burst of moderate here or there. The center of the storm sits out to the east, but you can see starting to poke some holes in that. Some drying is starting to take place now on the northwestern fringe of the storm. But the low, it really did bomb out, and it continues to move slowly to the north and east, and pivoting around it, we still have a few more snow bands to get through. That's the way it's going to play out as we go on through the early afternoon hours. And again, when you don't see that darker blue, it indicates the snow's falling a little bit steadier. But the lighter areas indicating lighter snows, and notice the back edge is starting to make a little move further and further east. But still in the city, Brooklyn, Queens, up into the lower Hudson Valley, portions of northeast New Jersey, it's still snowing pretty steadily. Looks like you got a break here in Suffolk County. Nassau County, South Shore, perhaps a little steadier band of snow. But the temps, they're not going anywhere today. They're going to hover right around 30 degrees or so. And with the wind out there still quite strong, still gusting to 35 to 40 plus miles per hour, it's going to be a rough go. The wind chills are going to stay in the teens as well. What lies ahead after this? Do we get rid of it? Does it melt? We'll try to answer that question when I come back in a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Well, the New York State Department of Transportation making sure you know just how bad the visibility is out there. This is I-84 westbound in Putnam County. Definitely not ideal conditions to drive in. Wow.
All right, and look at this video from Ocean City, New Jersey. The beach town blanketed in snow.
Oh, that's pretty, though.
Snow-capped buildings. Also impacting the area now is the wind. This is right on the coast, south of Atlantic City. The boardwalk was quickly covered with snow as soon as the blizzard hit. All right, in the meantime, let's go ahead to our Jay Dow.
Yeah, he's live for us in Mawa. Jay, wow, the camera lens looks like how you feel probably out there.
I know, because we're hot, Candice, we're hot. I'm trying, hold on, let me see. Maybe I can help you out here. How's that? Is that helping at all? There's condensation inside. That's what happens when we start moving around and the camera goes from inside the truck to outside. Are you with us? Can you hear us? Well, I'm going to assume that you can. So we're in Upper Saddle River now. Okay, we're in Upper Saddle River. We were in Mawa the last time we spoke with you, but we caught up with these entrepreneurial teens that we told you about. You can see they're hard at work. The name of the company, yes, it's a company. It's not like a bunch of kids just going door to door. They are super organized, and you're going to hear about that in a moment. But it's MMA, Max and Associates. These kids are on Facebook. They have a sales team. They are going out and they have contracts with homeowners. They're going to do big business. I want to call the two company owners up so you can hear more about it. Hey, Max and Max, come on up. So, thanks for taking the time. We won't take you away too long, but it's Max Velez.
Yes.
And Max Smirnoff.
Yes.
2 teens, they go to high school here in Bergen County. They decided to join forces with their independent businesses, and now they have formed MMA. Max, tell us how many homes you have already done and how many homes you expect to be doing for the rest of the day.
So we've gotten to 5 homes already up here in the area of Mawa, Ramsey, and Upper Saddle River, but we're expecting to get to about 7 or 8 more.
And Max, how did this all start? Like, I mean, how did you get so organized?
This really started in the beginning of the soccer season. He came to me with an idea to join forces, and we really just came together and bonded and created this family here.
You know, I asked the question when I first met you guys and saw how many team members you have. You've got 5 guys back here plus you 2. I mean, how do you make it worth it? Is it worth it with all of these guys out here? Like, how much are you going to make in a day?
I mean, I definitely think it's worth it. We definitely range from 2,000 to 4,000 on a day like this. But I think it's worth it because the brotherhood that we have. You know, Bosco Soccer and Bosco in general has really brought us all together. And I think that's what makes it worth it. You know, we enjoy being out here together. We don't hate it.
So just a quick note, Bosco, they go to Don Bosco High School, which is a private high school, nationally ranked in several sports. All these guys are on the soccer team. And yes, he said $2,000 to $4,000 on a good day for MMA, Max and Associates. I really appreciate you guys taking the time out to talk to us. Thankful that you gave us the opportunity to get a glimpse of what you guys do, you know, door to door. And you said you have a sales team. Tell us a little about that.
So our sales team normally goes out twice a week, and they're also kids that go to Don Bosco Prep, mostly freshmen and sophomores. But they get us our jobs, and they do really well.
And you pay them a commission?
Yes, we pay them a little bit of commission, you know, enough to get them out of the house, let's just say.
So you guys going to be literature majors when you go to school, I'm guessing? Or no?
Nah, I'm definitely going to stay in the business.
Max Velez, Max Smirnoff, appreciate your time.
And I have one more thing to say.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Wojcik, President Azulino, and Father Abe, if you're watching right now, I know snow's going to stop, but you see the hard work out here. You see what Bosco does for us. At least a 2-hour delay, but if not, at least school off. Thank you.
That sounds like a pitch for another snow day tomorrow.
That's right.
More business.
Yeah, right.
More money to be made.
Max and Max, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So, you know, we're going to follow these guys around and see if we can join the sales team and see if we can get these guys, you know, all the business that they need. And, you know, maybe you'll see us tomorrow. Colin has already said that he's thinking about joining the team permanently. And Candace and Ernie, there are spots out here for you as well.
Well, Jay, I said this is a great business idea because not only are they young, they're learning life lessons, they're strong, and their backs and knees are still in good condition.
Yeah, Kathy Lee over here has been pushing for child labor since last week.
Well, my knees are okay. Candace, I know your knees are all right. Ernie, I mean, you have a show called On the Move. I mean, there's no excuses back there in the studio.
Look, but we were struggling just walking into work. I can't imagine being out there constantly shoveling the snow.
Jay, did you seek out Max and Max, or did they seek us out? Because the last snowstorm, they were there with Angelo. They found the camera crews, and they were so good at marketing. They're like, this is our business. If you own us, here.
Candace, they reached out to us last night. And so Justin Love in our newsroom, one of our managers, he reached out to me and said, hey, these kids are going to be out. And they just wanted to let us know that they were going to be out there. I mean, listen, they are aggressive. They're out. They're organized. And they're doing it, you know? So, yeah, they let it be known that they were out here making some money.
Yeah.
And this is free advertising for them, right?
For them and for the school, because clearly they're learning something in the classroom.
Listen, I grew up in Hackensack, also in Bergen County, a public school, one of the largest public school districts, and we would always compete against Don Bosco, Bergen Catholic, and St. Joseph, all of the private schools that recruited from all over the state. And, you know, they are always tough competitors. And Don Bosco, nationally ranked in several sports. These guys are all in the soccer team and obviously super organized. I'm so impressed with what they're doing out here.
Yeah, impressive indeed, and especially their marketing skills as well. All right, Jay, we'll check back with you very shortly. Thank you. Well, more team coverage of the Blizzard of 2026 straight ahead right here.
Yeah, coming up, we'll have a fresh look at the weather conditions in Queens, plus the latest forecast. Wow, okay, so take a close look at this. This is crews removing a tree. We're like, that came down right outside of our studios. It happened late last night on 42nd Street near 2nd Avenue here in Manhattan.
Oh, I see. So that's 42nd that we're looking at.
Yeah, because the flag's out front.
Yes, exactly. So a trunk has been picked up and placed in the back of the Department of Sanitation truck. The tree did not hit any vehicles, and no one was injured as a result of that. But really, you kind of have to keep an eye to the skies.
Yeah, because of the winds.
Yeah.
At this point.
And this is some video of a tree that was knocked over in Staten Island as well.
Oh, wow.
It appears to have hit the power lines on the street, potentially impacting electricity in that area. There were a lot of parts that reported some power outages in the overnight hour. The Rockaways, I'm told by my mother, was out of power for several hours this morning. Not sure the reason why, but with the winds, these tropical storm and hurricane force in some cases, gust winds, you can understand.
Why at this point. All right, well, crews were also out early this morning trying to stay ahead of things. Teams of workers were shoveling out bus stops in the area around Hudson Bergen County Rail in Jersey City. NJ Transit President Chris Kaluri told PIX11 that making sure bus stops were clear would be a key to getting transit systems up and running sooner rather than later.
Yeah, the NJ Transit president called into PIX11 Morning Show to give us an update on the progress cleaning up the snow at the stations and infrastructure. Here's a listen.
We are working very hard to clean our train stations. We got our snowplow on trains, the cleaning tracks. We're working on switches. We're trying to get the system back up as quickly as possible.
Well, unlike our last snowstorm, this one comes with a real risk of power outages, we mentioned, because of the wind, something we already are seeing in much of our area.
Yeah, Chris Honig with Jersey Central Power and Light is joining us right now as well. Chris, thank you for being here. Is he here? No. We're going to head over to another Chris.
Chris with a C. Chris with a C, yeah.
Take the wheels.
But you're right, because the wind did not exist with that last storm. It was pretty calm, actually. The snow was also powdery and light. This one we had both heavy, wet snow and very strong winds. In fact, a wind gust at Montauk Point at the peak of the storm of 84 miles per hour. So let's step through the better news as we start to pull out of this storm. It will wind down over the next several hours, but there still could be an additional inch in some spots where there are still some snow bands, maybe even another 2 inches in spots. Then it's going to clear out later today, and I mean late afternoon toward evening. Everything will shut down in terms of the snow. The skies will clear overnight. It's going to be a cold day tomorrow. Hard pressed, though, with all that snow in the ground and a pretty chilly air mass moving on in. Not an Arctic one, but hard pressed to get above freezing tomorrow. Wednesday, there's a warm front approaching in the morning with a little bit of light snow or a mix of snow, a little rain, a little sleet could be mixed in. Not a big storm, not a lot of precipitation, but nonetheless, something could start the day off Wednesday, but it should be out of here pretty quickly by midday Wednesday. Not going to be a storm of consequence. So we've been talking about the snow amounts. Well, let's look at some of those wind gusts. Kew Gardens, 64 miles per hour. JFK, a 62-mile-an-hour gust, 50 at Breezy Point. And then we saw gusts of 59 miles per hour in Bayville and Long Island. Wantagh, about 49 miles per hour in the city. Central Park made it to about 43. Some gusts in and around town close to 50 miles per hour. Also, why you saw that tree right here in front of our building come on down, at least a big tree branch. 17 inches in Jackson Heights and counting. Washington Heights, 18.9. Bethpage, 21. Central Islip, 27. These numbers will probably get refreshed in the next 2 to 3 hours. They're about 2-3 hours old, some even older than that. Sheepshead Bay, 20.5. Notice Warwick, not even double digits, way up towards the north and west of the city. So there was a bit of a cutoff where suddenly, not that 9-10 inches of snow was a light hit, but it's not the 15 to 25. New Fairfield, Connecticut, you were in it, 18. Moonachie, New Jersey, 24. 2 feet in Orange, just shy of 2 feet in Belmore. Look at North Patchogue, showing off at 27.2. And Ossining, New York, that's pretty far up there, made it to 20.5. So basically everything you see in red, 12 to 20 easily, some 24 or more. We've already seen that, obviously. And then as you drifted further north and west, it went more to like a 10 to 15, then an 8 to 12, and then just a 4 to 8 way up to the north and west. This was a classic coastal type of storm. And there you could see the circulation setting out to the east again. Still some bands of snow lingering. Notice, though, breaking up a little bit, so that's the good news. Something to look forward to as we get deeper into the day, guys. We may even see a little sun before it sets, and then it's starting to shovel out. That's going to take a while for sure.
All right, Chris. We want to continue our coverage talking about those power outages.
Yeah, let's head over to Chris Honig, who's with Jersey Central Power and Light. He's joining us right now. Chris, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you for being here. I know it's a busy day. You guys cover an area that is taking the brunt of the storm right now. What's the latest that you're learning from outages?
So currently we have about 68,000 customers that are without power. We have restored power to more than half of the customers who were affected by this storm. We had about 160,000 customers now who have been affected by the storm. The bulk of the outages, the brunt of it, really along our coastal districts. So coastal Monmouth and Ocean counties, even up on the Bayshore in northern Monmouth there, that is where we've seen the most outages.
In 68,000 customers, that could be, what, an apartment building? That could be multiple people inside of a structure that are impacted, right?
Correct. So if you're talking about an apartment building, each individual apartment would be considered one customer.
Okay, so it could be well over 100,000 people impacted by this right now.
Now, you did mention some specific trouble spots, Monmouth County. Can you talk a little bit about, shed more light on those areas that are really getting hit hard?
So what we're seeing, especially in those coastal areas, is a lot of tree-related and wind-related damage. Not surprising, considering those coastal areas were the last to change from the wet, heavy snow to the dry, fluffy snow, and they also saw the strongest wind gusts. We have more than 2,300 workers engaged in our storm response efforts right now. That includes about 1,700 line workers who are out there working to make repairs as fast as safely possible.
Is it as you guys expected it would be, or worse?
This is what we were prepared for. It's what we staffed up for. We had the crews on site, on property yesterday before snowflakes even started dropping. And our crews are working. They worked through the night. We did face some challenges with the conditions overnight, but our crews have been working straight through, and they'll continue working straight through 24 hours a day until the last customer is restored.
And Chris, what help, if any, are you getting from the state at this point?
So we work very closely with our municipal, county, and state partners. They've been great whenever we've needed to reach out. If we need plows to come in and help us get some better access into damaged locations, we've been able to work very closely with our partners in getting through to be able to make these repairs.
Chris, you mentioned you all faced some challenges with the conditions overnight. What were those challenges?
So with OSHA regulations, we have to ground buckets when sustained winds are above 35 to 40 miles an hour, depending if there's material handling. And safety is our top priority. So if our crews are out there and if they ever felt unsafe, we told them, find a safe location to be able to hunker down until those conditions pass and then get back out there. A successful restoration is not successful unless everybody, workers, public, customers, go home safe at the end of it.
Chris, you mentioned about tree-related incidences being pretty hard hit in your area. For people who may be still experiencing power outages, what do you suggest they do at this point?
So at this point, make sure you've reported your outage to us, jcp-l.com. Click the outages link. It's mobile optimized, so you're able to do it even if your computer is out. And then just try and stay warm as best as you can, put extra layers on, and stay comfortable. Our crews are out there. We're going to work 24 hours a day till we get everybody back on, but safety is the most paramount. So if you see downed power lines, keep at least 30 feet away. You cannot tell just by looking whether they're energized, and just make safety your top priority.
Yeah, that indeed. And Chris, are you guys getting help from other jurisdictions, other states as well?
Yeah, so among our 1,700 line workers, we have contract line workers from throughout the Northeast. We also have line workers and support personnel from our sister First Energy electric companies in Ohio who deal with lake effect snow all the time and are out here helping us right now.
All right, Chris Honig, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Stay safe.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so we're working to learn what caused a plow truck filled with salt to crash during the blizzard. It happened on busy Sunrise Highway in Bayshore, Long Island late last night. Now, police say they rescued the driver from his truck. He was not injured. Parts of the Sunrise Highway were closed as a hazmat team cleaned up the diesel fuel from that roadway. And the snow just keeps on coming. Sanitation Commissioner Javier Lohan is sure to tell PIX News that they are doing everything they can to keep up with it.
Yeah, with winds blowing snow onto the roads and the snow just still coming down, challenges in each borough persist. A New York City sanitation team certainly has their hands full. So volunteer shovelers, the sanitation crews, plows, and salt all being used to get the job done.
The conditions were really tough last night. We were out all night, all across the boroughs. The winds were, insane. I think I heard some thunder out there in Brooklyn. I was in Brooklyn, and it was some tough sledding. So we're going to continue on until the snow stops. And it's tough sledding, but they're doing a great job, I think.
All right, well, the commissioner went on to say it's hard to know just how long it will take to clear everything out of the city. So we mentioned the snow just keeps falling. He's hoping to have a better idea once the snow stops. Expect your trash, though, and recycling pickups to be delayed.
More blizzard coverage straight ahead at the top of the hour.
Yeah, coming up, we'll have an update from Mayor Mamdani, plus the latest check on conditions across the area.
is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, the blizzard of 2026, more than a feet of snow, high winds, dangerous conditions. And we are minutes away from an update from New York City Mayor Mamdani how the travel ban in New York City lifted within the last hour. But many other parts of the tri-state still asking people not to go out on the roads, non-essential travel forbidden. Westchester County extended to 6 p.m. Suffolk County keeping its ban until 3 o'clock.
And right now the snow is still coming down. So far, more than a foot of snow dumped across the region, leaving mass transit disrupted. The MTA facing major delays. All NJ Transit buses, rail, light rails, access, link service is temporarily suspended with no timeline of when it will be restored. Our airports also facing thousands of flight cancellations across all major tri-state airports. We say thank you for joining us at this hour for our extended weather coverage. I'm Candace Gibson.
And I'm Erin LeBeau. Let's begin with Chris Cimino. I guess everyone wants to hear some good news right now, Chris.
Eventually, in the next few hours, this snow is finally going to quit, but this is kind of becoming now the storm that wouldn't leave. So we still may see a little bit of light additional accumulation, but boy, the damage was done. This is a clean out thumping indeed. 18 inches, New Fairfield, Connecticut, probably higher than that now. Moonachie, New Jersey, over 2 feet. Orange, New Jersey, 24 inches. Belmore on the island, 21. 27.2 in North Patchogue on Long Island. And way to the north, actually, Ossining, New York, came in at 20.5 inches. And again, a broad swath of 20 inches, maybe 15, covered a good portion of the city, out across Long Island, nearby suburbs, 12 to 18 elsewhere. And then as you went a little bit further north, it dropped off a little bit, but it really didn't drop off dramatically until you went way to the north and west, where we're looking at a lot of numbers under 10 inches. But for the most part, everybody got smacked with a good 12 to 20 inches of snow. In some cases, yeah, we put that forecast out at 24 more, and it did end up verifying. Storm itself ended up verifying deepened rapidly. What we call bombogenesis, rapid development, deepening of low pressure, took place last night, created increasing winds, a wind gust at Montauk Point of 84 miles an hour. Now we're on that northwestern side. And notice the last few frames, you're seeing the holes here in the radar. That's a good sign. Finally, some drier air is wrapping around the storm, so the snow should start to get lighter and lighter in a west to east fashion, and then eventually shut on down. But still you see this narrow band of blue all the way from the Hudson Valley, just around the city, and draped all the way down the Jersey shoreline. And it's in this area we're still getting accumulating snow. That's why I'm saying we still could see another inch or so. Not that you're really going to notice it at this point on top of 1.5 feet or more. But down the Jersey Shore in particular, it looks a little bit darker here along Ocean County shorelines, Long Beach Island, that area. Still probably going to see some pretty decent snows for a little while longer. Is it cold out there? Well, not brutally, but certainly cold enough. It's at 31 just about anywhere you go, some upper 20s to low 30s elsewhere. The wind's a little busy too, still gusting to almost 40 miles an hour LaGuardia, basically 35 to 45. But look at White Plains with a gust of 45 miles per hour last hour. So bottom line here is storm winds down, maybe an additional 1 to 2, clearing later on today into tonight. Cold break for Tuesday, and then a little mix maybe arrives on Wednesday. But we'll talk more about all that when I come back in just a few minutes.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Looking forward to that. Hi, you can just hear it. That parts of Long Island getting slammed. You can see the roads blanketed with snow.
All right, our Nicole Johnson is in Huntington, Long Island, where people are trying to just clear the way and dig their ways out. But thankfully, people are not in the shopping center that you were in, Nicole.
Well, Ernie, you know I had to beat you and move from Huntington Station. You know how we do. We always keep it moving. So we're right now in Comac. We had to just get a feel of the roads and check on things. Here in Comac, take a look. The road out there, we're on Comac. Is it Avenue, Keith, or Comac Road? That's Comac Road, and that's Keith Lopez behind the camera there. The street is pretty clear as the plow trucks came through here, but we're in this parking lot, this 7-Eleven parking lot, and drivers are having a hard time getting in and out of this area. It's not blacktop just, yet, but plow trucks did come through here. And take a look at some video that we shot making our way here to Comac. We saw a plow truck stuck actually on Round Swamp Road, and on the LIE it was clear, blacktop there. The plow trucks did an amazing job clearing. We were eastbound on the LIE, and we pulled off into Comac, as I said, and we saw a driver just stuck. if you are looking at what I'm talking about, you should see a driver just stuck trying to get his car in a parking lot. That is what the plow truck drivers are talking about, why they're asking people to stay off the roads, because it's drivers like that man. You know, he's stuck. Now they can't get the snow moved. They can't get by. And take a listen to what one of the plow truck drivers had to say.
The roads are bad. Stay home. Stay
Describe it for us, because we're New Yorkers. We've seen storms before, but what makes this one more challenging?
I think what's happening is the side roads, the plows are coming on the main roads, and what's happening is they're creating rifts that are over 4 feet, 5 feet, and regular cars can't get through. That's the biggest challenge. Everything will get cleaned up, but everyone needs to give us time to clean it up. That's the problem.
Take care, because no matter what we got ice block. No matter what, we are with the ice block. It's dangerous to drive. It's really dangerous.
Yeah, and that man didn't have to tell us. We know it's dangerous to drive out here. We saw, again, that plow truck just stuck in the snow. And you heard the driver there saying, give them time to get everything clear, to move all of this snow. And it's a lot of snow, and it's still coming down, and the wind still gusting out here. Not as bad, but there's a reason why there's a travel ban, at least till 3 o'clock out here in Suffolk County. That's the latest in Comac. I'm Nicole Johnson. It is a crime being out in this snow. Back to you guys.
All right, Nicole, thank you.
All right, now to the Garden State, where parts of Jersey Shore are seeing the most snow.
Yeah, let's head over to our Jim Vassell, who is in Long Branch right now, where it is pretty much all white behind him. Hey, Jim.
Yeah, guys, conditions have not changed over the past hour or so, and right now we are so fortunate to be joined live by Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden. Sheriff, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. Some important public safety questions I want to ask you. First, power outages. I spoke with several people on this street here on Long Branch Avenue, still without power. What's the latest with that?
So we're looking at 25,000 total in Monmouth County without power. JCP&O is aware of all the outages, and they do have their crews staged. As soon as it's safe for them to put up the bucket trucks, they'll do so. You know, still we're seeing these wind gusts out here and the snow. So they are currently working it. I did see their supervisors out and about. I just finished about a 2-hour tour of Monmouth County, starting in western Monmouth and working my way over here to the coast. And I tell you, the roads are still treacherous, so it's going to be very dangerous still for people to drive around. You have to stay off the roads, let the snow plows do their work. You know, with the roads the way they are, I don't know that we'll see some school closures tomorrow, or at least delayed openings, because the snow plows worked all night trying to keep up, and it is still not down to blacktop, and I don't think it will be for the rest of the day. So they're going to continue to do their work. Our emergency management team is working closely with JCP&O to make sure that at least the critical infrastructure outages are being addressed, you know, care centers and, you know, those kind of things. Those are the ones we really want to take care of first. And, you know, we'll continue to monitor the situation with JCP&L. As we talk, one of the trucks is right here, one of the supervisors, so I'm sure he's checking out what they need to do. And they bring those lines crews in. They were pre-staged, so they have dozens of trucks from all over pretty much their coverage area, which goes out to Ohio. I know that they're you know, getting ready and geared up to address a lot of these outages throughout the evening.
And you mentioned the wind, obviously a problem for these linemen who are going up the bucket.
Yeah. It's safety first. So you know that we anticipate that they're, you know, again, assessing all these different areas that we had transformer outages. We have trees down. We had a bunch of wires down calls. We did activate our heat team, which is our highway emergency assistance team, high water vehicles on the major highways. This morning at 8 o'clock, it was too dangerous last night for them to be out. But unfortunately, they did help some stranded motorists. Again, stay off the road if you don't need to be on the road. Let the plows do the work.
And real quickly, I want to ask you, you know, your first responders out there, how are they faring this morning?
They're doing okay. Our 911 traffic is about average in my 911 center for the county. We teamed up our EMS with our supervisors and snowplows in different regions so that they can assist them and get into those calls. Again, we're stressing to our residents, along with not going out on the road, please only use 911 for emergencies if you have to go to the hospital, right? That's what we want to focus on.
Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Stay safe, everyone.
Yes, thank you so much for your time, making sure that his officers and everyone across Monmouth County stay safe. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jim.
All right, a lot of people out there in Monmouth County without electricity, 25,000 customers, which means several tens of thousands of people impacted. We'll take a look at this. Several buses impacted by the snow, stuck out there on Staten Island.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the plows were coming through trying to get down to the blacktop, but like we mentioned, the snow just keeps coming down, so it creates an issue with, you know, buses still having to run their routes.
And see, that gives you a really good sense of how plowed that road was, because you saw right there, and still they were stuck.
And we saw in Jim's live shot, there was one car that the bumper was all the way under the snow. So. All right, well, we all know that MTA is the heart of the city and keeps people moving.
Yes, Greg Mocker has been tracking travel throughout the 5 boroughs for us, the buses, trains, and if people are going out in this weather, he's in Central Park right now where he's making friends with tourists and folks who are brave enough to be outside. Greg.
Yeah, well, you get a flavor for the city whenever the snow comes down, because we certainly realize how we depend on the transit system. But then we can kind of also see how beautiful the site can be, hanging out with the pigeons that are here at the corner of Central Park at 59th and 60th, also 5th Avenue, and people are enjoying it. I'm guessing you're off today or something, right? Yes, off for today. Oh, no school. Well, enjoy that. Be careful. Watch for the cars. That's definitely, you know, the plus side. The downside is having to come out in this. I got some of those heat packs that you kind of stick into your gloves, so that maybe is one of the things that you don't see, how we keep ourselves warm, get in and out of our truck as we maintain this position. We have seen more cars on the road here in New York City as that travel ban expired, but it's still a dangerous situation. The mayor kind of updating that it's not a reason to go out if you don't have to. You were talking about buses, and that's a serious concern. Staten Island, I was in contact with some of the union folks over there, and they were concerned about even taking the buses out. And that's kind of a route by route case that they make depending on how those roads are, because they get cleared. And then it just keeps coming down. We did get some video. My photojournalist here working with Megan Ferrara captured us moving around. And of course, you know, we did find that one person who decided to try some skiing on the streets of New York, because, you know, I guess why not? It was earlier today, but we have noticed it definitely busier as things kind of opened up. The trains are still running with delays, but they have been continuing to maintain the routes. NJ Transit still suspended. LIRR suspended, and that's going to be the case until they can see exactly the impact on the rails. They don't want the crews or the trains or the passengers moving around in unsafe conditions. So they monitor that. I think we'll be hearing more about that as the afternoon goes on. Central Park, what a great view. We can kind of just see it. We saw some people sledding going by. This is the time people are just venturing out to take a walk around if they feel so inclined. Property owners are probably out clearing this stuff, since that has to be done. The mayor has said that more emergency snow removers are going to be out now, unlike the last storm where it took a while to get those rolling. They've already been hired and brought on. Sanitation crews doing their thing. We'll keep watching how things go out at Central Park as we are joined by some more people now, which we kind of figure would happen. But I don't know. I'd recommend some soup and staying inside, lunch or something. I'm thinking about lunch.
We'll send a no, we can't do a DoorDash delivery to you.
Not yet, until 2 o'clock.
Well, we'll send you some warm thoughts. Greg, thank you very much. Mayor Mandani, moments away from a blizzard update. Stay with us for full coverage of this blizzard impacting the tri-state area.
And our Chris Amito will have an update on the hour-by-hour forecast and snow totals and how this storm compares to previous ones. Stay with us.
Ah. See, here goes your child labor
Yes,
case.
I'm all for it. Put the kiddos to work.
So
some young men, I guess they're high schoolers from MMA, Max and Max. They started their own business.
Yep.
They're out there doing the people's work, you know. Clearing up your driveways, clearing up your sidewalks. They got a little side hustle that's not too bad.
They do.
Chris.
They even have a detailing business.
Yeah, I like that. Maybe
Chris is like,
and a marketing firm, apparently.
They can-
PIX11.
I'm just wondering, could they get to Yonkers before
I know,
May?
exactly. That's what I thought.
Well, meantime, yeah, we're still digging out, and there's going to be a lot of digging out going on later today when the snow finally decides it's going to quit, and will gradually from west to east in the next, let's say, several hours, probably by 3, 5 o'clock. Peak winds, though, look at this, 84 miles per hour, 10 over hurricane force. Newark had a gust of 54 miles per hour, Central Park 43, JFK a gust of 62, White Plains 45, and Stony Brook 74 mile per hour winds. Coast really got pounded, even down the Jersey Shore, a lot of wind gusts exceeded 55 and 65 miles per hour. Snow totals across the area, Jackson Heights so far 17, almost 19 in Washington Heights, Bethpage 21, Central Islip 27, over 20 in Sheepshead Bay. Probably over that 9.6 now all the way up at Warwick. But again, these numbers a little bit old, so they're probably going to add on at least another inch or two for a lot of them. And when you take another inch or two on top of what the 24.3 in Moonachie is, you're not really going to notice it. Up in Connecticut, New Fairfield 18, 24 in Orange, 21 in Belmore, even North Patchogue 27.2 and Ossining at 20.5. Snow continues to fall, storms continues to spin, but look how slowly it's drifting off towards the north and east. But on this northwestern side of it, we tend to call this the deformation zone, and this is where there's a little extra lift, so you tend to squeeze out what's left of the moisture circulating around the storm. We're certainly doing that. You're seeing some of the holes poking in here. That's an indication there's some drier air finally beginning to get into the circulation, but it's taking its time. Look at live radar. Still over Brooklyn, lower Manhattan, down along the Jersey Shore, you're seeing that darker blue. You're seeing less of it, and you're also seeing this, the erosion here on the northwest side in northern New Jersey. Things are fine. Snow is quit. But again, over Brooklyn in particular, lower Manhattan, still some very steady snow down along the Jersey Shore, the same scenario. So another inch or two, then we clear it on up. What's to follow? We're going to talk more about that, maybe some milder days. That's coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. I'm going to take this live picture right now that we're looking at here in the city. Mayor Mandani is getting ready to brief us. Do we have that shot? Can we pop it up? There it is. Let's listen in to the mayor as he
near blizzard conditions.
Talks.
So far, the storm has dropped 16 to 19 inches on most parts of our city, with parts of eastern Staten Island reporting over 24 inches of snow. It has also brought extreme winds, with gusts reaching up to 60 miles per hour. Judging from current forecasts, the worst has passed. Conditions have begun to moderate, but there is still more to come. Snow is projected to linger through the afternoon, with another 1.5 to 2.5 inches expected by 8 p.m. Wind gusts are expected to remain as high as 40 miles per hour into the evening. New York remains in a state of emergency. The travel ban has ended today at noon, but a hazardous travel advisory remains in place through midnight tonight. I continue to encourage all non-emergency traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, to remain off the roads. We are plowing streets and doing everything we can to keep our roadways clear so that emergency vehicles can get through. Every vehicle that stays off the road makes that work that little bit easier. These are dangerous conditions. Not only is snow continuing to fall, accumulated snowfall and refreezing have made it hazardous to travel. If you can, remain indoors. If you must leave your home, please rely on public transit. I am grateful for our tireless agency teams who have been working nonstop to prepare our city for this blizzard and to keep New York running. This has been a full-force winter weather response operation, with 2,600 sanitation workers deployed on every 12-hour shift and over 2,300 plows, including 700 salt spreaders mobilized citywide. In addition, DSNY has employed 575 emergency snow shovelers across our city last night, with more than 800 shovelers on the morning shift today. Despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift. Due to the historic nature of this blizzard, we've increased pay to $30 per hour. You can walk into any DSNY garage until 8 p.m. this evening and then starting again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All you need to bring is 2 forms of ID to ensure you get paid. In addition to DSNY, the DOT has also cleared over 1,300 sheltered bus stops so far. All of this is managed through DSNY's Blade Runner 2.0 system, which monitors plowing and salting in real time. You too can track their live progress via our plow tracker at nyc.gov/plownyc. As of 12:30 p.m., DSNY has distributed over 50 million pounds of salt and plowed over 99.5% of city streets at least once. As heavy snow continues to fall, every single street in every single borough will be plowed as many times as necessary to make it safe for emergency travel. As I mentioned earlier, parts of Staten Island are being hit hardest by this winter storm. In addition to existing efforts, DSNY is deploying 65 further pieces of equipment to Staten Island, and the NYPD Tow Truck Task Force is now operating especially heavily in the borough to free stuck vehicles, which include MTA buses. Our teams will continue to salt again and again throughout the day. This work has been a testament to the whole of government coming together to tackle a shared challenge. The NYPD Highway Patrol will continue escorting DSNY to facilitate the salting and plowing of our streets. And the Down Trees Task Force has been coordinating across the 5 boroughs. Again, I'm imploring New Yorkers to stay off the roads. The fewer passenger and commercial vehicles need to be assisted, the quicker we can respond to plows and emergency vehicles. And if you can cook at home, please do so instead of ordering food to be delivered, given the conditions. I hope our students enjoy their snow day today and stay warm and safe throughout, but I do have some tough news to share. School will be in person tomorrow. You can still pelt me with snowballs when you see me. Alternate side parking will be suspended through the week. NYC Ferry remains suspended for the rest of today, while the Staten Island Ferry is running half-hour service through the day. A decision will be made on tomorrow's service for both the Staten Island and NYC ferries later today. All public libraries across the city remain closed today. An update on reopening tomorrow will be made and shared later this afternoon. City buildings will be back open to the public tomorrow for in-person city services. Code Blue remains in effect, and an enhanced Code Blue has been extended through Wednesday morning. Throughout this storm, our outreach workers have continually canvassed all 5 boroughs, helping homeless New Yorkers find shelter. Last night, outreach workers made 79 placements. I want to be very clear. If you need warmth and shelter, it is available to you. This morning, our Department of Social Services accelerated the opening of another 100 low-barrier stabilization beds in Upper Manhattan, building on the additional capacity we added during the historic cold snap a few weeks ago. Across our city, we have had 22 warming buses, 11 health and hospitals warming spaces, and 13 school warming centers open. Our health and hospitals mobile warming units have been redeployed to provide clinical assistance, warm food, and clothing. By this afternoon, we will have 15 mobile warming units citywide. Our on-point overdose prevention centers were also open all of last night and will remain open today and overnight tonight as well. I continue to ask New Yorkers to check in on those who may be struggling. If you see someone in need of warmth or shelter, please call 311 immediately so outreach workers can assist. In a Code Blue, these 311 calls will be rerouted to 911. You can also call 311 directly from our Link NYC kiosks or use them to find the locations of warming centers across the city. We are aware that there were power outages across the city, including over 11,000 New Yorkers in the Rockaways who were without power this morning. NYSEM dispatched field personnel to check conditions and make repairs. Power has already been restored to more than 8,000 of those New Yorkers. As a contingency, NYSEM has opened warming centers at Far Rockaway High School, Beach Channel High School, and PS 43. For New Yorkers dealing with heat or hot water issues, call your landlord immediately. If you do not hear back promptly, please call 311. HPD staff is working overtime and is on call to help. NYCHA has deployed additional staff this weekend, including technical teams, to respond to elevator, heat, and any other repair issues that may arise. If you are a NYCHA resident dealing with a non-emergency issue, please call 718-707-7771 or submit a work ticket through the My NYCHA application. Lyft began clearing operations at City Bike stations this morning and have cleared 20 stations as of 11:30 a.m. With additional vendors starting at different points throughout the day, we expect their progress to rapidly accelerate as the afternoon continues. And operational agencies have been working to clear fire hydrants, crosswalks, and bus stops around their property as well. While DSNY continues to prioritize snow response, there will be delays in collection. There will be no collection of any material today, February 23rd, or tomorrow, February 24th. We will provide an updated plan on trash collection by end of day tomorrow on what collection will look like for the rest of the week. When we share that plan, we will be prioritizing trash and compost. Recycling will continue to be delayed into the following week. Please hold your recycling and wait to put it out until next week, as you would after certain holidays. Our mandate for property owners to clear 4-foot wide paths across all sidewalks remains in effect. We issued more than 4,000 violations after the last storm. We do not want to issue as many citations again. So please, if you are a property owner, do your part, clear the snow, and help make our city passable for our neighbors, especially those with disabilities. For those shoveling, take it slow. This snow is exceptionally wet and heavy. Your health comes first. Please protect your back and your heart by working slowly, and make sure that you're taking frequent breaks. Older adults should stay indoors and should avoid shoveling. The coastal flood warning for low-lying coastal parts of our city ended at 5 a.m. this morning. There are no current warnings issued for our coast flood zones. For those in flood zones or basement apartments, Notify NYC has a special category to alert you in the event that flooding happens. You can sign up at nyc.gov/notify. I urge all New Yorkers to sign up for Notify NYC by texting Notify NYC to 692-692 to receive immediate updates on forecasts and conditions. You can also visit nyc.gov/beready for more information. I know that this is a city full of people who do not like to sit still. And yet, as the snow continues to fall and conditions remain dangerous, I am asking you to do just that. Turn on that crackling fireplace YouTube video. Call that relative whose WhatsApp you haven't responded to. Make an enormous pot of soup and bring some to your neighbors upstairs. And above all, stay warm, stay inside, stay prepared, and stay safe. Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from our NYSEM Commissioner, Christina Farrell.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been working around the clock with all of city government to respond to this blizzard. We are coordinating any resources and support needed to get the city running and keep New Yorkers safe. We've been here at the Emergency Operations Center since 6 a.m. yesterday morning, and we continue to work 24/7 on storm response. We have 50 different partners with us here, city agencies like police, fire, parks, transportation, also the MTA, Port Authority, Con Ed, PSEG, and nonprofit partners. We have also activated the citywide continuity of operations plan to ensure essential city services are continuing throughout the storm. We are coordinating with Con Ed on real-time power conditions. Roughly 3,000 Con Ed customers are currently without power across the city. Con Ed crews are working on restoring service. As the mayor noticed, as he mentioned, the largest outage was in PSEG, Long Island, in the Rockaways. Much of that has been restored, and we do have the 3 warming centers open as long as they are needed. The tow truck task force is activated and has already cleared many disabled vehicles from city streets, including 10 ambulances and at least 1 MTA bus. As noted, the Down Tree Task Force is hard at work with the Parks Department and emergency crews responding to reports of downed trees and hazardous conditions. We've received more than 300 reports of downed trees so far. We expect more as people start to head out of their homes and report conditions around their neighbors. If there are trees out around the city, you can call 311 and report those downed trees. Our neighborhood partners that are part of our Strengthening Communities program activated ahead of this storm, as they did with the other storms last month, and we have 29 neighborhood networks who are out supporting local response operations. Our New York City Community Emergency Response Team volunteers are activated. They're assisting throughout the city to safely clear hydrants to support potential fire department operations. Thank you once again to all our CERT members hard at work across the city. Our emergency management field responders have been all over the city 24/7, responding to incidents and weather conditions, power outages, and coastal flooding concerns. We are coordinating with the Port Authority on airport status. Flights were suspended overnight, and travelers should confirm directly with their airline for updates. We are keeping thousands of city, state, and regional partners informed through nonstop interagency calls with public and private sector partners and businesses, utility providers, transportation agencies, nonprofit and faith-based institutions, and elected officials. Today is a good day to stay inside or walk within your neighborhood so sanitation and other agencies can keep working on the roads and on other passageways. Please check in on your neighbors. This has been a brutal winter and it continues to be tough. It's always nice to stop by or call someone to see how they're doing if they need anything, especially seniors, people with disability and medical needs, and family members. We're all New Yorkers and we'll continue to take care of each other. As has been noted, everyone should be signed up for Notify NYC. Over the last couple days of this storm, more than 45,000 New Yorkers have joined the more than 1.4 million New Yorkers who are already signed up. You can also stay in the know and receive messages in 14 languages, including American Sign Language. We continue to be focused on this storm, but sad to say, there could be additional precipitation as early as Wednesday. So we are also preparing for potential smaller amounts of additional snow later this week. We'll be here working hard for all New Yorkers as this snow-heavy winter continues.
Good afternoon. As the mayor said, we have 2,600 sanitation workers out there on every shift, working 12-hour shifts, day and night, night and day, for as long as necessary to get our city moving safely. They are operating 700 salt spreaders and more than 2,200 snowplows, working to clear streets, highways, and protected bike lanes from snow and ice so that they are passable as soon as possible. These men and women are assisted by more than 1,400 emergency snow shovelers, again, working on both night and day shifts. Emergency snow shovelers began clearing pedestrian infrastructure last night, far sooner than in previous storms, and they are continuing this work today and in the coming days. Additionally, our partners in city government, DEP, DOT, Parks, and NYPD are also assisting with snow clearing efforts, and hundreds of pieces of outside equipment from these agencies are out there now alongside the SNY. We are actively employing new tracking mechanisms to oversee the clearing of unsheltered bus stops, crosswalks, and fire hydrants. While these areas are the responsibility of the property owner, we know that the safety of all who use our sidewalks is paramount, and we are stepping in immediately to clear more of the city than ever before. But remember, it is snowing now, and the snow will continue to accumulate on those areas. Fortunately, temperatures are forecasted to be much warmer than they were in the days following Winter Storm Fern, and that will help in snow clearing in the coming days. It also makes our salting operations more effective, but make no mistake, I have been with this department since 1999, and this is one of the biggest snow events I've ever seen. These massive snow totals are coupled with strong winds, meaning massive snow drifts across the city as we plow streets across 5 boroughs. Many of them are covered in snow almost immediately. When the snow does stop falling this evening, property owners will be required to clear a 4-foot path along sidewalks wide enough for pedestrians, wheelchairs, and strollers to pass. If a property sidewalk includes an unsheltered bus stop or curb ramp, property owners are required to clear this as well. Again, while we are stepping in to assist in this work, we will be issuing summonses after the storm for property owners who do not meet this responsibility to keep their neighbors safe. And as snow gives us a beautiful white blanket across our city, please know that this is not an excuse to litter or to not clean up after your dog. We all deserve a clean city. Finally, New Yorkers should know, the SNY is working to ensure your safety. While the travel ban is no longer in effect, please do your part for yourself and for the strongest by staying off the roads while we continue our operations. If you absolutely must drive, please drive slowly, safely, and carefully. Conditions today may continue to be dangerous. Stay inside, stay safe, and follow for updates on social media or via Notify NYC. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone's staying indoors, staying safe, staying cozy. I'd like to once again thank our school communities, students, families, and staff for their flexibility and understanding as the city responded to this blizzard. I'm pleased to announce that based on clear guidance and clear assessment of conditions, all schools will be fully open and operational tomorrow. I want to recognize facilities, custodial, and school teams who've been working around the clock to remove snow and ice, clear paths, and prepare classrooms for students' return. The team efforts have been nothing short of extraordinary. Normal programming and extracurricular activities will resume. The safety and well-being of our students and staff is our top priority, and we will continue to monitor conditions closely. I hope everyone had a good extended holiday break and look forward to resuming my school visits and hearing about everyone's snow day tomorrow. Now, it's okay for you to pelt me as well, but I thank you all for your cooperation.
All right, I'm from the MTA, so I don't have to ask to get pelted. Listen, Mayor Mamdani, I got to thank you for all the city's doing to collaborate with the MTA, in particular the commitment, as evidenced by your words and the Sanitation Commissioners, with the commitment that you and the emphasis you've given to making sure that the bus stops are clear. Really a big step. Listen, just like last time, the one constant in this episode has been amazing, which is the MTA workforce. And I got to thank everyone who's been out front on the front lines for the MTA throughout the blizzard. The preparations that all of you contributed to really have made a difference. We do it because New York City is the city that never stops. And we all heard the governor and the mayor rightfully urging to folks to stay inside. But there are essential workers, there are nurses, there are people of all kinds who have to show up to support the response to this weather event. In other places, you can shut down mass transit and it may not make a difference. But here, there are a lot of people who depend on it come hell or high water. I was talking to Governor Hochul this morning, and she wanted to make sure that everybody, as I said, essential workers in particular, could move around if they needed to and if they were supposed to be able to do that. And I'm glad to say that the MTA has been able to rise to the occasion on a day when most New Yorkers rightfully stayed off the streets, observing the mayor's travel ban and the travel bans in adjacent counties. Transit picks up the slack. There were people on the subway at 3, 4, 5 a.m., and they had trains waiting for them. The subway, the whole system, in fact, has been operating, albeit with delays and adjustments to service. I came over here on the subway from Lower Manhattan, and the system, as I said, was operating. We had a frozen switch here and there. There was a power outage that impacted the Rockaways. But given the magnitude of this storm, the subway's team has done an incredible job, especially with those outdoor parts of the system. Now, the buses have been running as well, with delays and some detours as the plowing makes progress. There have been isolated problem areas where buses have gotten stuck, but we are working with the team that the mayor has assembled to address those particular areas, and as I said, buses are rolling. As predicted, Long Island was hit really hard, which is why early this morning we did make the responsible decision to suspend Long Island Railroad service so we could focus on clearing the snow. The last thing we want to do is have anybody stranded en route anywhere. And we've been clearing the snow with the work trains and running trains on the tracks at Long Island just to keep the tracks clear of ice. I'm glad there weren't hundreds of Long Islanders who were on board those trains at risk of getting stuck. So we need to wait for things to slow down in Long Island, where the winds have continued and the accumulations have continued, before we can safely set a time for the resumption of service. We are planning to run some service on Long Island Railroad tomorrow, but exactly how much is still a work in progress. Meantime, the Metro North operation is continuing, albeit with reduced service. Tomorrow we're planning to run what we call an enhanced Saturday program, which is about 2/3 of normal weekday service. As always, we say to our customers, please stay tuned to all of our customer service channels and the latest information on the MTA app, the Train Time app, social media, and especially the MTA service alerts system. So thank you again to the mayor and to the governor, who's been watching it very closely and has been in touch with the MTA throughout.
Go ahead, Kirsten.
On topic, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask you a little bit about the travel ban, which anecdotally at least kept a lot of privately owned vehicles off of the public roadways, making those roadways a lot safer and a lot easier for the rest of the people to do their job for the city. So two quick questions on that. One, why not extend it as Westchester did? And two, have you ever thought about maybe extending that kind of thing to other emergency situations like where public safety is paramount, like New Year's Eve, Halloween, other big World Cup coming?
I can tell you that for right now, my focus is on this blizzard and this storm. However, following the conclusion of it, it is always an opportunity to reflect on longer-standing city policy. On the first part of your question, we have seen that the worst of the impacts of this blizzard have, especially relating to our ability to manage vehicular traffic, have passed. However, these continue to be hazardous, which is why we still have a hazardous travel advisory in place. Now, we also know that this storm has hit different parts of the city in different ways. We're looking at average totals in most neighborhoods of 16 to 19 inches, and then we're looking at parts of eastern Staten Island, and we see 24 inches. So in terms of a citywide approach, it is still one where we have the travel advisory. The ban has come to an end. However, we are also looking to redeploy our resources to make sure that every neighborhood can recover as quickly.
Yeah, two quick questions. On the travel ban, was anyone actually issued a misdemeanor for violating it last night? And then secondly, I think you mentioned 79 homeless shelter placements. Do you have any info on how many people didn't accept shelter, and were there any fatalities?
So I will start on your second question and then go into your first. So as of now, we are not aware of any deaths related to this blizzard on our city streets or in public areas. And overnight, as you had mentioned, DHS made close to 80 placements. These were placements that was done as a result of their outreach across all 5 boroughs, and there were placements into low barrier shelters as well as warming centers. These are in addition to the 85 or so placements that were made the night before that I had referred to in yesterday's press conference. In terms of your first question, we can get back to you on the question of violations. Thank you.
Just a quick addition to that, have there been any involuntary removals done so far during this storm?
Not during this blizzard.
Joe.
Mr. Mayor.
Hey, how's it going, Joe?
Good. I had a question about the school cancellation. Can you explain a little bit more the thought process behind this? Like, are students, do they normally take their electronic devices with them when they go for a vacation? Did the city remind them to do so before this one, in case something like this would happen? And I guess I'm asking because before the last storm, you talked about how tight the schedule is and how there's really not a lot of room for a margin of error.
It is exactly as you say in terms of the tightness we have with the schedule we're operating under. This is a schedule that is a reflection of state law that mandates 180 days of instruction. And the confluence of circumstances we were facing would create what you might call the perfect storm between a historic blizzard, the first that we've seen in 10 years, coupled with the fact that students and teachers had been away for a break, which both meant that there were a number of students and teachers who would potentially be stranded in trying to come back into the city for Monday schooling, but also that unlike in the prior winter storm where we could take the steps in advance on Friday or Thursday to ensure that we were sending students home with their devices, this was all being done in response to a previously scheduled break. All those things together brought us to the conclusion that we should apply for a waiver from the state, and we are incredibly grateful to the State Commissioner of Education for having granted that waiver.
And then Dan. Are you concerned about people being able to get into school buildings tomorrow, teachers and staff, some teachers who live in the surrounding area? Are there concerns about the roadways tomorrow morning?
So I will pass it over to Kevin in a moment to speak a little bit more specifically to that. But what I will tell you is I'm incredibly appreciative of the fact that we've had more than 8,000 DOE workers who have been doing the preparation work for exactly this purpose. Yesterday, today, cleaning out and making sure that our schools are ready for our students and they're also ready to serve them with a warm meal.
Appreciate the thoughtful question. Yesterday, we staffed our Emergency Operations Center for 24/7 in person, and we made sure we deployed all 8,000 employees to make sure that we're clearing every bit of our school property across our 1,400 physical properties. We definitely know that mass transit tomorrow and our school buses will be up and running, so we anticipate all our students and staff make every effort to get to school tomorrow, but we will make sure we're down to asphalt and concrete sidewalks at every school, and our monitoring keeps going through the Emergency Operations Center tonight. So we're staffed and ready for tomorrow.
Thank you. Dan, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I heard you and what your other agency heads say that even though the responsibility for sidewalks and bus stops would be a vendor or a private landlord, city workers are doing the job of keeping them clear. Was that a lesson learned from last time when a lot of New Yorkers, I'll say including myself, complaining, couldn't cross the street, bus stops blocked, corners blocked? Is this the lesson learned that just get it done and then fight with the private landlord or the vendor later?
I think part of this is a reflection of the fact that we have to ensure that each and every New Yorker is able to navigate their own city no matter what their mode of transit is. And that means if they're a pedestrian, if they're a cyclist, if they're riding the bus, taking the train, or if they're driving their car. And like you said, Dan, last time around, we saw around 4,000 citations being issued to property owners for the violation of this requirement. However, we know the importance of ensuring that these crosswalks, these sidewalks are not just passable in a technical sense, but also passable with a 4 feet so that New Yorkers who are using wheelchairs or with a stroller, that they can actually get around. And so I'm incredibly thankful, frankly, to the hardworking men and women of DSNY, because what they've been doing alongside with staffing up and running these 2,600 person 12-hour shifts is also expanding their supervision capacity for the emergency snow shoveler program, because that's a program that is focusing predominantly on crosswalks, sidewalks, unsheltered bus stops. And thanks to their work, we've already been able to more than double the number of New Yorkers who are doing that, and we are looking to see that number continue to increase given their newfound capacity of 1,800 per shift.
I got time for a few more. Hannah, go ahead. We'll go to Jared.
Hi, Hannah. How's it going?
Good. How are you? I'm just wondering, they're on homeless encampments. Do you have any plans to suspend the 7-day window between when you're notified and then when they're taken off the street? And do you have any regrets about how you handled the homeless situation last time?
So there are no cleanups that will take place over the course of the blizzard. The blizzard is a time when our focus should be not on physical infrastructure, but on people and on getting them indoors. And I'm incredibly thankful, frankly, to the more than 500 outreach workers who have been traversing our city to look to connect homeless New Yorkers with their services and the support that they need. And I can tell you that the last storm was one of the first storms that our city had seen in quite some time, and we took a hard look at everything that worked and started it from the first day of this blizzard response, and then took a sense of what can we enhance across the board, because we're always looking to hold ourselves to a standard of excellence. And so that is also why we have started the work of geotagging every single bus shelter and crosswalk. That's also why we have looked to do sustained outreach of expanding the emergency snow shoveler program to supplement the city's work. And it's also why, frankly, that we made the decision to bring in additional equipment in advance of this storm, because what we're looking at, the last time we thought we were going to get a blizzard was 2017, and it didn't come to materialize. The year before that, we actually had one. This is of that nature. This has parts of our city in 24 inches of snow. It requires us doing everything we can to respond.
I also have a follow-up on the removals. You mentioned the DHS was in charge of the 79 got replaced. Were there any placements made by the NYPD? I know you said there were no involuntary removals, but can you just clarify that?
We can get back to you on that. I can tell you that the NYPD has made a number of placements in response to the prior storm and has been a critical part of the first responders that we have.
Jared, last question.
Hey, how's it going?
So you mentioned there's been no fatalities in this storm. Do you attribute that to a different approach, or because the cold wasn't as much of a factor?
I think when we're talking about the previous storm, we're talking about a level of Arctic conditions that the city had not seen for many, many years. And unlike in prior storms, after the snowfall, there wasn't an increase in temperature. Even this time around, though it is a blizzard, one of the few pieces of good news is that we will see 40-degree weather sometime in this week. The previous time we were seeing sub-freezing weather for day after day after day. There was a period where it was colder in New York City than it was in Antarctica. And that is the chief reason that the city was facing an extended period of hazardous conditions. And this time around, we're seeing it'll be a much shorter runway. And also, we're always looking to enhance the work that we're doing to ensure that New Yorkers are getting exactly the kind of service and response they deserve.
Thank you all
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you so much.
All right, there you have it. The mayor speaking for roughly about 40 minutes or so, debriefing us on the situation here in the New York City area, saying that the worst is over, but that this state of emergency does remain in place.
Yeah, as we are still dealing with accumulation on the side of the streets, as well as kiddos, get it all out today because school will resume tomorrow. But he is also asking people who don't have to travel, non-emergency travel people, to stay indoors as they continue to clear the streets and the roads and the buses.
Yeah, and which kind of made me wonder, because a lot of these sidewalks are not cleared as yet, but the kids are going to be back in schools tomorrow. Some other things he mentioned: the Code Blue declaration remains in place. Schools, as you mentioned, are opening. Alternate side parking suspended throughout the week.
All the trash pickup, recycling will be on pause today as well as tomorrow. And if you have any issues at your home, you're unable to reach your landlords, you're encouraged to call 311. And if you see anyone of need out on the street, you know, with that Code Blue still in effect, feel free to call 311 and get them some assistance. Or you can use those Link NYC kiosks to get them some information.
They're not just for charging your phone. No, they're for more.
Or for advertising.
And Chris, he also mentioned some of the totals, some impressive totals in our area, and you're looking at those as well.
Yeah, I just looked at some new information from Long Island that keeps coming on in. That's really the super hardest hit area. But Staten Island, over 2 feet. Down the Jersey Shore, some locations close to that. Still snowing itself out. This storm is, again, additional 1 to 2 inches possible in the areas where there are those snow bands. And I'll show you that on the radar in just a second. It will stop later today and then clear out, as my throat is, later on tonight. Cold break for Tuesday, but at least a sunny one. So there may be marginal melting on the sunny side of the street, then we're going to refreeze it again. Weak system coming along Wednesday morning, so there could be a little bit of light snow or a mix of snow, sleet, and light rain. Not a big deal. It's in and out very quickly on Wednesday morning, just kind of more of a nuisance on top of all of this. But these are the numbers I was talking about. Babylon out in Long Island. 29.5. I'm waiting for that first 30, and I know it's out there. 26 inches, Shirley. Shinnecock, 24.8. Islip Airport, 22.5. And 21.5. Plainview, Bethpage, 21 inches. The beat goes on out there as well. We're still waiting in Central Park for the update, but it's probably going to be in the high teens. 18.1 or higher would put this in one of the top 10 snowstorms in the history of the city. But again, for the most part, what we're dealing with, the amounts out across New Jersey and the rest of the city, 24 in Orange, 24.3 in Moonachie, 18 in Fairfield, Belmore, Long Island, 21 inches, North Patchogue, 27.2, Ossining, 20.5. There's the storm. You can still clearly see it gradually pulling out to the east now in these last few frames. And on the back side of that, still some areas of snow. And you can see things are drying out gradually. It's going to be a bit of a process. Northern New Jersey dried out, a good portion of the Catskills, western end of the Hudson Valley. But here's that last band sitting near the city, but really across Brooklyn, parts of Queens, and draped down along the Jersey shoreline. You can see that dark shading of blue. Here you still will get some additional accumulation. Same thing right along the shoreline. But finally, it looks like that's about ready to pivot on out. But notice the visibility, still quarter of a mile. When that starts to come up to this, 10, we're done. And it's heading our way shortly. So give it another 2 to 3 hours, and I think things will start to improve pretty nicely from west to east, guys.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Chris. In the meantime, let's head to downtown Brooklyn.
Our Henry Rossoff is there checking on the conditions in that area. Henry, how's it looking?
Yeah, Yeah, still pretty blustery out here and quite messy for people who have to come to work. We're right by the J Street Metro Tech subway stop, and you can see people kind of trudging through doing what they have to do. While the mayor was speaking, I made a snowman just because I figured why not, right? But the bigger issue, let me show you. I got the official PIX11 shovel here. You see people kind of slogging through here, trying to do the best they can to get where they need to go. So I figured I'd take the shovel, and by way of showing you, by helping neighbors here and showing you the heavy task that people have, we'll kind of scoop some of this out of the, this is very, very heavy, wet, ugly stuff. But I'm frankly tired of my fellow Brooklyn neighbors having to navigate through it, so I figured I'd shovel it. But this gives you a sense, really, really heavy, of what the mayor was talking about. Take it slow. Definitely got to be using more legs, I think, Candace and Ernie. More legs. Try to get this mess out of here and help people get through. But this is not easy stuff. I promise I will finish the job once we kick it back to you guys. But this is not easy. Thank you for your patience, sir. I appreciate it. Hope it's a little easier for you. Not easy the next couple of days, and we know that going into it. So.
Henry, Ernie was criticizing your form.
No, I was trying to make sure that you were using your legs more than your back, Henry.
Yeah, no, you're right. I wasn't. I was bending over too much. I needed more you're right. You're totally right. I should have more legs. I'm going to feel that one. I'm going to feel those first few scoops tonight. That was
no doubt, indeed.
Form. You're right. Fair enough.
All right, Henry, we'll check back with you very shortly. See your progress later.
All right, in the meantime, we're not out of the storm just yet. We're still tracking minute by minute. Stay with us.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, the tri-state is digging out from blizzard while snow continues in many of our area.
Yeah, Mayor Mandani just moments ago delivered a message to New Yorkers about the status of the storm and cleanup operations.
Judging from current forecasts, the worst has passed. Conditions have begun to moderate, but there is still more to come.
Still more to come. Despite the storm letting up, the state of New York remains in a state of emergency. Elected officials across the area advising people to stay off the roads.
Yeah, the mayor also praised the teams of plow operators and those shovelers out there. By the way, if you volunteer, it's up to $30 an hour now.
Yeah, look at that.
Yes, you know, side hustle.
Adjusting for inflation.
You have been working, they have been working around the clock for us.
despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift.
Well, look at that. Well, due to the historic nature of the blizzard, they have increased pay, as we mentioned, for those shovelers. $30 an hour. It was previously $19.
Can't say it enough, you know. Just some extra pocket change, you know, in your pockets during this snowstorm. Since you're already encouraged to stay indoors, you know, you might as well, if you have to get out, go
Might
to
as well
work.
go make some money.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're trying to put everybody to work. In the warm confines of the studio, you know.
Listen.
You have a newborn baby, have that baby work. What's your dog? What's your dog doing today?
Tula has to start digging up some snow in my driveway, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I guess it went that way because maybe they're weighing that snow by the pound, because really, that you saw from Henry's shot, there's a lot of water already at the base of all of that snow in some spots. In addition to this, and the reason why we had the blizzard warnings in effect, and still do actually in parts of the area, is because the wind combined with the heavy snow. And look at this peak wind gust. Overnight, 84 miles per hour out at the point, Montauk Point, 54 mile an hour gust at Newark. In the park, 43 miles per hour. JFK, you were over 60 with 62, and even at Stony Brook, 74 miles per hour. White Plains, not too shabby either, with a gust of 45 miles per hour. In terms of snow amounts, they were very impressive, especially out across Long Island. We're talking about 29.5 in Babylon, Shirley 26, over 2 feet in Shinnecock, just shy of 2 feet in Islip, Plainview 21.5, Bethpage 21. And these numbers may even get tweaked a little bit more as we go on through the next few hours. There's still some additional snow reports coming in. But there is something finally promising that is taking shape. You can still see the circulation of the storm, but notice in the last few frames making a little jog right there more towards the north and east. Drier air is starting to wrap around it. And look what's going on in the snow shield and the cloud shield around the area. The snow is pretty much gone here in northern New Jersey. We're eroding it here in Suffolk County, Nassau County. That's a good sign. So where it is still snowing very steadily, actually, this little narrow band right in here, and that does include Brooklyn and parts of Queens. Looks like it's shifted a little bit east of Manhattan right now, and down along the Jersey Shore, still some heavier snow showers and some heavier snowfall rates here that could put down another inch or so. Finally, I think these are both going to pivot on out in the next couple of hours, and things will start to improve west to east. Temp-wise, hey, it's above freezing. Rutherford 35, Linden 34, 31 here in Inwood, Teterboro 33. So there is going to be a little bit of melting mid to late afternoon, and then there's going to be a refreeze tonight as temperatures slip back into the 20s. Meantime, wind gusts, notice the sustained winds. They're coming down. 12 miles an hour Sussex, 15 LaGuardia, 22 Brookhaven. Still a gust of 44, though, out in West Hampton, so do be aware of that. Meantime, precipitation-wise, futurecast showing, again, the snow done. 3 o'clock, pretty much out of here with the exception that band along the Jersey Shore may take a little longer, and a couple of flurries eastern Long Island. But then as we go through tonight, skies start to clear, temps will settle down to the 20s, everything refreezes. Tomorrow, fair amount of sunshine throughout the day, so a little more melting, but it will be a chilly day. We struggle to get to freezing. Here's that next week system I was telling you about for Wednesday in the morning hours. Maybe a little wet snow, a little mixed precipitation as well. It may be warmer with that warm front approaching us and the winds kicking into the south. But it's out of here by midday, Wednesday the latest, and then we're back to a little bit of sunshine. It stays calm until probably Thursday when another system heads our way. So for tonight, some clearing. 23 should do it in the city, about 18 to 22 as you head into the suburbs. So a solid refreeze. Bright sunshine tomorrow, but it's going to be a struggle to get above that 30-degree mark. Basically low 30s. The only hope I see in the 7-day forecast, at least as we get towards the weekend, maybe some upper 40s for a change. That's going to feel pretty good. So we don't go into like a 2-week deep freeze this time.
And that Thursday system will be in the form of rain.
Could be a little mixed on Thursday.
Oh.
We'll take a closer look. That's kind of... You know, when there are weather people, G's like looking at the things before computer models. What about next Monday? I'm like, can we just take a breather? It's a week away. Let's enjoy
this. Live in the moment. Yes.
Yeah, that's what we're looking forward to. There you go.
Thank you, Chris. All right, to Long Island, where a travel ban remains in effect because of whiteout conditions there.
Yeah, snowfall totals have peaked near 2 inches an hour. Nicole Johnson joining us live right now from somewhere on Long Island, because she be on the move, so I don't know where. She's in Comac.
I'm in Comac, Candace. I'm glad you guys are having a good old time in the studio. I'm in Comac. How would
And
you
I
like
heard
this?
Chris, I can't even
How are you enjoying your
process
warm
everything
beverage,
he
Aaron?
said. I don't know. Look.
Stan,
look,
can I get
look, things are getting
shot of
much
vodka in
better
here?
out here. We saw the snow holding up now a little bit. It actually tapered off. The wind has calmed down, so that is the good news. I'll take it. You know, being that you guys are having so much fun in the studio. Take a look behind me again. We are in Comac, on Comac Road. You can see blacktop out there. That's excellent. That means that plow trucks came through here several times to get to that blacktop. And we're in this parking lot of the 7-Eleven right off of Comac Road. It's been a busy place, a jumping place. Drivers are coming through here just as a pit stop to gas up and to get essentials from that 7-Eleven. And, you know, we had to hit the road because that's what we do. We wanted to check on things to see how people are faring out there. Take a look at some video that our Keith Lopez shot earlier. We were in Huntington Station and we saw a plow truck stuck on Round Swamp Road. I guess the driver was going too fast and got stuck in the road there. And on the LIE, we saw blacktop. We saw all clear on the LIE going eastbound. That is excellent news as well. It wasn't always excellent, though. As we said, some drivers had a hard way to go. They did not heed the warning. They did not stay off the road. So you saw a guy there. He got stuck trying to move his car. That's what plow truck drivers were warning about, just telling people to stay off the roads. We spoke with some drivers here at the 7-Eleven, and here's what they had to say.
The roads are getting better. I was on the road at 6:15 this morning from a power plant down the road. I'm an essential worker. The storm was pretty bad for Long Island.
So far, they look pretty clean, but it's like a ghost town right now. There's still a lot of sections that they haven't even touched, and I hear that we're getting more on Wednesday, so.
Wait, don't say Wednesday, it's Monday. Let's just stay with Monday.
Well, hopefully all this is cleared out by tomorrow, because these kids already came out from a week vacation. Now we got an extra 2 to 3 days. It's insane.
Yeah, I had to get that guy in check to get him to understand that we're still dealing with Monday. We're not talking about Wednesday. We're not in the clear. Things are not back to normal because all this snow has to go somewhere. And we're hearing that more snow is still on the horizon. So that's the latest out here in Comac. I'm Nicole Johnson. Back to you guys in the studio.
Shauna,
let me hear you, Candace. Let me hear you. What do you got to say? What do you got to say?
Listen. I'm just looking at your husband's Instagram page right now, and he's out just enjoying the snowstorm with a tank top. Look at him with a tank top. Out in the snow.
You asked for some fun. You asked for some fun, so that's the fun part of the family. You know, they love it. I'm sure he's geared up in the back of the house. They're sledding, they're doing foolishness, and I'm out here working.
Yeah.
You know, that's the difference. You know, that's the scale unbalanced.
The yin and the yang of the family.
He's having fun. I'm out here working. That's what we do.
Well, we appreciate you. Strictly business.
Absolutely.
Nicole Johnson.
Every day we're hustling. All right, Nicole, thank you.
All right, well, the treacherous whiteout conditions also gripping New Jersey.
Yeah, let's go live to Jim Vassell, who's in Long Branch, New Jersey. And it seems as if it has been nonstop out there, Jim, for you.
Candace, I was just about to tell you, for the past 3 hours we've been in Long Branch, the snow has not let up one bit. Not the snow, not the wind, not the cold, you name it. It has just constantly been like this. See this? This is what it's been all day. And it hurts my face and anyone else who's outside, including the contractors who are cleaning up the snow here in Pier Village. Behind me, we got rough seas and a snow-covered beach. I did see 2 people walking on the beach. You can check that out on my Instagram at Jim Vassell News. One of them was even carrying a beach chair. So I know I love the beach too. I don't know if I want to do all that, but I do want to show you some video from earlier today. We saw some highway division crews from the city of Long Branch taking care of some of the plowing that was happening, and we also caught up with some neighbors who are digging out. Now, some of them told us that they lost power, guys, around 10 or 11 o'clock last night. So going on 12 plus hours without power, that's on top of having to dig out. Some of them were telling us they were going to nearby Eatontown and other towns just so they could go someplace with power. Take a listen to what they had to say.
It's heart-wrenching because you go food shopping, you get ready for the storm, and then power goes out, and now everything you spent now is down the drain.
I turn the oven on. Well, good thing we have gas. So I turn the oven on and drink a lot of tea and hot chocolate, and I come out, so, to keep from being, bored or keep my sanity, come outside a little bit, while it's daylight, and then go back in. Just everybody has to work together in the community.
Yeah, I mean, she said it, as well as I could possibly put it. I mean, going outside just for your sanity, just to change it up a little bit. And, our thoughts are with everyone who's dealing without power right now. We spoke with Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden, who said, as of last check, around 25,000 customers are without power in Monmouth County from JCP&L customers. You go down to Ocean County, that number goes up to around 33,000 customers without power. So crews, linemen, all those utility workers working hard today into tonight to try to restore power for these people here.
Yeah, I mean, we know at this point people just have to pack their patience, because we do know that crews are aware of these outages. They want to, go ahead and, get the outages fixed, but they have to consider their safety at this point when those winds are still whipping as they are.
Jim, can we pan around at the conditions there? Chris Amino was just saying that while it has been nonstop for you for the last few hours, this is going to continue at this pace for several hours into the evening hours for where you are.
Yeah, and take a live look out into the Atlantic Ocean. I don't know how well you guys can see that. Take a look at that surf. Wow. I mean, we have some diehard surfers here in Monmouth County, but I don't see a soul out there. And it's plain to see why. Those winds churning the snow. I told you in previous hours here live on air that the wind just kind of whips and churns and whips the snow right in your face, and it hurts really bad. And that really is what the conditions currently are, and they haven't let up much. This storm, from people that I've spoken to, whether people who live in Pennsylvania, they say this storm is angry. And I think that's a really good adjective to use here, guys.
All right. Well, people taking heed to the warning and staying indoors.
All right. Jim, thank you. Really appreciate it right there. So this just in, due to the aftermath of the blizzard and local travel restrictions are still in place, Broadway theater owners and producers deciding to cancel performances for this evening. For questions about exchanges or refunds, theatergoers should contact their point of purchase directly. But no Broadway tonight for a second evening in a row.
All right, the light's going down. All right, more Blizzard team coverage straight ahead.
Yeah, coming up, a fresh look at weather conditions in other parts of our area, plus the latest forecast. We're back now with our blizzard of 2026 coverage. Let's head over to Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Yeah, Joe Masseri is there right now. And Joe, what are things looking like? Oh, it looks pretty nice to the eye.
You're just talking about Joe.
We got a winter wonderland out here right now. This is fantastic. Look at this. I got a whole snow family. This is Mama Snowman. We got Dada and Baby back here. Victor and Irina with their child were building this. It only took about a half hour. How cool is that? A half hour to do this. Now that the conditions have improved a little bit, we got everybody coming out, enjoying a true snow day. We had these when I was a kid. No remote learning. You get to come out, throw your friends in the snow like that. That was not planned, by the way. This is unscripted over here. You got people building snowmen. You got the sleds coming out at Owl's Head Park trying to go down the best hill in Bay Ridge. But take a look at some video from just a few hours ago, guys. The visibility was almost nothing. The streets were not plowed yet. It was really tough to get around. And I'm talking about some of the main streets, 3rd Avenue over here, as you tried to go down those secondary and tertiary blocks. It was really a mess getting around. We saw a couple people who were out early trying to get a jump on digging their cars out. But if you were around driving, you couldn't even see the traffic lights. They were completely covered in snow by the drifts. It was a little scary under some of the trees, which had been weighted down from all the snow that was on there. We saw a couple down limbs, no major trees down, though, in the area. And, of course, because I'm the sports guy, you know I had to catch up with the person who was out doing some cross-country skiing. They weren't the best conditions, though. Take a listen to what she had to say earlier on today.
They're actually the worst I've seen in a very long time, and I waited as long as I could because I figured it's gonna get tougher as it freezes tonight. So I figured now's a good time to actually clear everything out.
How's this compared to what we had just like a couple weeks ago for you?
You know what? More intense. Yeah, we woke up and we couldn't believe how much there was, and also you have the drifts. So you have intense drifts up against like the doors, and it's very sticky.
Okay, so that was actually some sound from Howard Beach. It was very interesting to see. His kids were in the backyard. They were enjoying the snow, but they didn't want to come out and help plow. Really cool moment, though. He said as soon as he was done with his snowblower, he was going to go and help his neighbors out. And as bad as he said the conditions were in Howard Beach, as we were driving around here, Bay Ridge looked like it got hit a lot harder than Howard Beach did earlier today. But now that, again, it's not so windy. The winds were howling overnight here. You heard two sounds, the howling of the wind and the plows that were out trying to get some of the snow off those main roads over here. But now that things have calmed down a little bit, as we said, people are out trying to go sledding. And here's the thing. We give a lot of credit to the people who go out there and shovel early and clear the sidewalks. This snow is so deep that if it wasn't for the people who were out here sledding first, then you wouldn't be able to come out a little bit later on and enjoy the sledding. Just to show you right here before we go out. This is the snow that I'm standing on, right? Just to give you an idea of how deep it is, guys, and how soft it is. Check out this fresh snow. I'm going to jump in over here. Yeah, you're not going anywhere if you're sledding in that. So thank you to everybody who came out early and made the most of the snow day. My photographer right now, Paul, is sinking into some of the snow. So I'll toss it back to you before he falls down on the snowman family.
Did you get the...
I was holding my breath, making sure that you cleared the snow, that there wasn't something hidden, because it's blanketed out there.
I mean, come on. Look, I could do this here. I'm going to do this for you. I'll keep the mic up so you guys can see it.
Oh.
You disappear. It's pretty comfy, though. If you fall, it's not going to hurt in the snow. That's the good thing. Now the trick is getting up without ruining the microphone here. You guys know electronics and snow don't mix too well.
Thank you, Joe.
All right.
It looks like a lot of fun.
Talk to you in a little bit, guys.
All right, see you in a little bit. Let's head over to Chris Amito right now. Where are we with the storm?
Well, it depends on where you are still, as you can see from the different shots. Look at that. In Brooklyn, most of it is quit, but yet we saw that shot from Long Branch, and it's still snowing at a very good clip. And it's down there, still an additional inch or so is possible. Elsewhere, most of this is winding on down, and we'll get a little late clearing, especially first west of the city, and then towards the city as we go towards probably around sunset time. A cold break for Tuesday. So there'll be a little bit of melting again. We get sunshine tomorrow, and then that refreezing, which is going to happen again tonight as temperatures slip back into the 20s. For Wednesday, don't worry, you're going to hear, oh, there's going to be more snow coming. There's going to be a little light mixture of snow or snow, sleet, and rain. It's with a warm front, not a big deal. Just a few hours in the early morning hours. Shouldn't amount to much of anything. Meantime, this did amount to plenty. I just took a look at Carlstadt, New Jersey. They're up to 27.9. Bogota 27.4, Newark 27.1, Islip 22.5, and the list goes on and on of 2 feet or more, especially out across a good portion of Suffolk County and locations in New Jersey closer to the coast. The storm itself continues to meander slowly northeast, still a very intense storm system, but gradually what starts to happen is it starts to bring in and entrain some of dry air, and you're starting to see the erosion of the snow now out across portions of Long Island, Connecticut, and just to the west of the city in particular. The last stubborn band really seems to be down here along the Jersey shoreline, but even in Brooklyn and south shore of Brooklyn and south shore of Queens, it should start to erode and dry out as it is in the city as we speak. And look at this out across Long Island. When you got hit very hard, you're catching an ice break pretty much over with. This is going to pivot on through. It's not now heading back towards us. It's actually finally making that pivot slowly away from us. But you go down along the shoreline, and again, that's what we've been looking at in terms of the heavier stuff. You still see some darker shadings of blue, so I wouldn't be surprised Coney Island, those areas, south shore of Queens, around JFK, still snowing a bit heavier. But Long Branch, again, where Jim has been, you could see still a lot of blue showing up, although it's getting a little bit lighter, and that's a sign maybe they'll catch a break, but he's got to get through this part first, and finally when that pivots through, it should end. So maybe as we head towards the late afternoon or evening hours. Still have mild visibility in the city, quarter-mile White Plains, so this is showing you where the heavier snow is, because look at this. Visibility is 10 miles. There's nothing. No more snow at Caldwell, Somerville, Montgomery, and even out across the island, your visibility, that's just a light snow or some flurries left in spots between 2 and 5 miles, so that's pretty good. Temps doing a little melting. Rutherford, Teterboro, 33, Sheepshead Bay, 31, Jamaica, Queens, same thing. So to the west, where it has stopped snowing, the temps have been allowed to come up a little bit above freezing. That's why you're seeing more melting there. And where it is still snowing steadily, in some spots still hovering around the freezing mark. Wind getting better, but I'm still seeing gusts of 44 in White Plains, 44 in Bridgeport. So as you get out there now, as the snow stops, and start that shoveling process, be aware it's still going to be very windy, and your wind chills are still going to be in the teens. So we start to see the snow dissipate, but notice 3 o'clock, it's still lingering across coastal areas of New Jersey, finally out of here overnight, and the skies are going to clear out nicely. Like I said, that'll set the stage for sunshine tomorrow. Temperatures back into the 30s. Here's our next round, but it's in and it's out very quickly, so we don't have to worry about any big storms, at least for the next 3 to 5 days. Maybe milder by the weekend, too.
Good.
You got a little golf clap.
Exactly. Thank you, Chris.
Yay.
Appreciate it. So New York City lifting the citywide travel ban, but the roads remain pretty bad.
Yeah, conditions are also making it tougher for people to walk around. Our transit reporter Greg Mocker joins us live from Central Park, where we've been seeing the people slowly but surely come out.
And even jogging.
I admire that, I guess, yes. Let's do the good news first, because it is a beautiful sight to see. Parks Department has been through here a couple of times to clear one of the roadways through here, or the roadway access points for them. We'll see a lot of people kind of over this way to the left, Megan Manninark. On the camera there, seeing some snow, people gliding down the hill, just enjoying the day, making the most of that, sledding, taking a walk around. Travel carefully, especially if you're out walking around. I'm guessing a lot of them don't have to go to work. Could be tourists. We are here down around 59th Street. Wanted to set up here to get the vantage point of what is a beautiful day in the city, and but that also means to be careful. So we'll go on over here to the more slushy side of things. Always that juxtaposition, always this and that over there as we talk about the hazardous conditions that are still out there. And you probably can look out your window and wonder about the snowplow. How many times have they gone by? The mayor just wrapped up a press conference and said all the streets had been passed at least once. They'll still be out there, the plows will, and the crews, because things are still coming down. We've been watching the property owner here clearing the crosswalk and the intersections. The mayor says they've also supplemented the emergency snow workers. His update from a little while ago that you saw here on PIX11, he said that there were 1,800 per shift were already out. They had cleared something like 1,300 bus stops, 800 unsheltered bus stops, something like nearly 2,000 crosswalks. But remember, we're a city of about 6,000 miles of streets, 40,000 intersections. The city does want to learn from the last time, to get the crews out there and to have them kind of attacking it as it's coming down to clear things out of the way. I'm going to step back over to this side. MTA also looking to service. The LIRR suspended right now. They got to make sure that nobody gets stranded on the track. So they're out there cleaning those. And there you go. How you doing today? Good walk?
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, what do you think of the snow?
I love it, but I'm not from here, so.
Well, we can understand that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, see, you just. Well, we get aggravated by it, but we can appreciate it as well. But thanks for coming in. Yeah, back to transit. LIRR probably will have some kind of service back tomorrow. The Metro North has been running. They'll have some kind of service again tomorrow. And subways have been the workhorse, and some buses have reported some issues. Again, because of the snow. So the plowing continues. Watch where you step. Live in Central Park, Greg Mocker, PIX11 News.
All right. Thank you, Greg.
Appreciate
See them
it.
climbing over the mounds.
Exactly. And I love how the tourists are really, really embracing this.
Not just the tourists. I think
The kids.
when the weather gives you snow, sometimes you just got to enjoy it.
Okay. From the warm confines of the studio.
Until I head back out.
Well, our coverage does continue right now, so things are winding down in some parts, but the storm is still an hours-long storm ahead for many, many places, including Long Island and parts of New Jersey. We expect some more accumulations as well.
Now we'll be back with more coverage of Blizzard 2026 after the break. All right, welcome back. Our coverage of Blizzard 2026 is the tri-state battling through what could be the worst blizzard in a decade. Parts of our area buried under more than a feet of snow and counting.
Yeah, more than a foot of snow. A travel ban lifted for New York and New Jersey, but visibility remains limited because of some whiteout conditions that we had. And thank you for staying with us. Look at the George Washington Bridge. Beautiful. When's the last time you saw the GW so empty? Even at Times Square, the subway today, empty.
I saw a few people on the subway.
Okay. Well, cool.
But, I mean, for a city that's always on the move, you know.
Yeah, not a lot of people are moving. A lot of people are heeding the warnings, Chris.
Think about it. We're seeing pavement. There was 20 inches of snow. I mean, that's, you know, these people are working pretty hard out there. And, you know, when there's especially secondary roads, tertiary roads, an event of almost 2 feet, it's going to take a little while longer. Storm is winding down. We saw now from the live shot in the city. No snow of consequence really falling, just a light snow. Looks like it's pretty much shut down for the most part. Just a few flurries left to the west of town. It's down the Jersey Shore right now. Will be the problem child for the next couple of hours with maybe an additional inch or so. Then we're going to clear it out as we head on into tonight. So anything that's melting out there is going to refreeze, though, and that's going to be an issue. Cold day tomorrow, sunshine, meaning more melting, and then refreezing tomorrow night. Weak system will arrive here on Wednesday. Meantime, they updated. 19.7. This is a top 10 storm. We're going to check the records to see exactly where we sit in the top 10 now. But again, probably in, I'm going to guesstimate 4 or 5 spot. But we'll update that for you. 19.7 in the park. Rest of the area, 19.7. Oh, Carlstead, take your 19.7 and 27.9 it. Again, 27.4 in Bogota, 27 in Newark, 22.5 at Islip. A lot of 20 to 24 to 28 inch snowfalls across a good portion of the eastern half of Long Island and even portions of New Jersey here, especially Monmouth and Ocean counties near and getting nearer to the coast. The drier air is finally winning out at last. Storms like this, they take a long time to sort of peter on out, and it is eventually happening. But you still see that one solid area of snow draped right in here. That's along the Jersey coastline. That's where Jim Vassell has been. And he's down a Long Branch saying, Sabino, I don't think this is ever going to end. It will eventually. It's going to take a little while longer, though. But this back edge still has to pivot on through. In and around the city, we'll start to see things improve. Right now, South Shores, Brooklyn and Queens, probably still some snow falling and accumulating at that, maybe another half inch or so in some spots in Nassau County as well, out across Hempstead towards Lawrence, Five Towns area. And then you see Long Branch again. And the brighter banding is offshore now, at least. So there is a sign that this will gradually pivot through in the next 2 to 3 hours, and they're done. Low 30s city, mid 30s where it stops snowing, so some melting here. And those are the areas you really want to be careful because there will be a quick refreeze once it gets dark tonight. Winds, White Plains howling at 44 right now. LaGuardia not too bad, a gust of 30. We're still seeing gust of 40 out in West Hampton, and down along the shore a little bit better. The wind not quite as big a story the further west you go, certainly getting better. Futurecast also, there's that area of snow that I was talking about lingering along the New Jersey shoreline, but it eventually is going to kick on out as we go through the late evening hours. And notice the sky's finally clear. As we head on into tomorrow, I think a good deal of sunshine. There'll be a few fair weather clouds in the mix at times in the afternoon. Not too strong in the wind department. There's your next weak system coming on through, but notice it's got a little mixture attached to it. It's a warm front, weak front coming on through. Notice the wind direction kicking to the south, so a little bit of a milder trend as we go into Wednesday night. And then a cold front slides through. On Thursday, there could be a little bit of light snow or a mix of light snow and rain. 23, the eventual low tonight after the clearing sky. So again, anything that's water and slushy, if you don't want to have a sheet of ice in that spot tomorrow, make sure to get rid of it and maybe throw a little salt down. 18 to 22 in the suburbs. Tomorrow, 31 should do it. A bright, sunny day, still quite cold. A little bit of a breeze, but no way near compared to what we've endured, but still could see some gusts approach 25 miles per hour at times. And the 7-day forecast, yeah, there's that chance of a little bit of light snow or mix Wednesday up around 40, and then maybe a mix returning sometime later Thursday. Should be out of here by Friday, but look, at least we get a string of days in the 40s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So far, so good on the weekend. Imagine that, a Sunday without a snowstorm. But temperature should be between 45 and 50 by then. Looking pretty good.
All right, looking forward to the weekend.
Yes, we are.
It's only Monday.
Exactly. Thank you, Chris. We'll take a look at this video. In the meantime, a tree falling over a fence and onto a car. This is in the Highbridge section of the Bronx. The car is covered in snow. Oh, that's why we can't even see the car.
Well, it fell from the other side of the fence.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
How are you going to explain this to an insurance adjuster? You see the car there? How damaged is the car? We're watching it in real time. Wow. Okay. So we couldn't have planned that. Like, of all the places for the tree to fall.
And then there's the issue of whose property was the tree on, so who's liable for falling?
Exactly, for that fallen tree.
No.
Then we talked to the insurance company.
Because it looks like it's just like a forest or something on the other side where the trees were. It doesn't look like homes or anything.
All right, let's move on.
All right, now let's check in on the conditions in Brooklyn, where our Henry Rossoff has been shoveling the sidewalks, making sure people have a safe passageway to make it across the street.
Yeah,
Henry.
every day shuffling.
I'm going to leave that one alone, Candace. I know you've been on air a long time now. You can tell. Look at all the beautiful work that I'm doing. Clear sidewalks here in downtown Brooklyn. I kid. It's these guys, the Downtown Brooklyn Association, working hard. They're literally wheeling a barrel of salt right now to try and make things a little bit more passable. And they're doing a nice job. I can tell you, we've been out here all day, and it has steadily improved. The snow's really pulled back, making this work a bit easier. Take a look, listen to an interview we did with Lisa, a city worker, a short time ago. She was really having a rough go of it.
I don't have any power at home. There was an explosion on my block last night about 9:30, so Con Ed is now working on it, and I'm hoping when I get home I'll have power. So this morning when I woke up, I'm walking around in the dark It took an hour and 15 minutes, normally for a 30-minute commute, then to get through the streets that wasn't shoveled and get upstairs. So an hour and 30 minutes for a normal 30-minute commute. So MTA is backed up as well, and it's just bad out here. So I feel sorry for the people that's cleaning, and I hope I have electricity when I get home.
So a slice in the life of someone who has to be out and about working today in downtown Brooklyn. Now, the mayor mentioned that schools will be open tomorrow. We're actually outside Brooklyn Friends School. It's an independent school, but they tend to follow the lead of the public school system. They've already cleared their sidewalk here, and look at these massive mounds they had to just move over to get ready for school. So when the mayor talks about the yeoman's work that's being done at school buildings all around the city, this is what he's talking about. I mean, moving tons and tons of snow. Something else I want to point out to you, look at this sign here. It's covered in snow, as you can see, and as we experience this meltdown, there's going to be falling snow and ice. I've got a snowball here, and you kind of see what I'm talking about. Look at all that snow tumbling down. I bet I can even shake it a little bit more. So this is something for New Yorkers, particularly if you're in high-rise areas like Manhattan, downtown Brooklyn, and the like, to be wary of over the next few hours and days, really, as the snow melts down. There is going to be a lot of that falling snow and ice, and just be careful and mindful out there as you navigate the city. But for now, live in downtown Brooklyn, Henry Rossoff, PIX11 News.
Yeah, thank you for that reminder, Henry, because we do see the snow kind of accumulating on the ledges and things like that, but we don't think to watch our heads as we're walking by.
Absolutely. All right, Henry, thank you.
All right, well, Mayor Mamdani addressing the efforts underway to help New York's most vulnerable. We all remember the focus on homeless outreach after we saw numerous deaths, possibly tied to that cold weather a few weeks ago.
Yeah, so that outreach is underway to get the unhoused off the streets with the storm as well. And joining us right now is Nini Dong, who is the Deputy Director of Emergency Services for the Salvation Army of Greater New York.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me.
We know that the mayor was adamant about making this a real focus this time around, getting those who need help to be housed, to get them indoors, get them somewhere safe. Tell us how the outreach is going.
Yeah, so we closely monitored the forecast and worked hand in hand with city agencies and also community partners to deploy outreaches where the needs are great. So we shared all of the information on the warming centers, shelters, essential resources before the conditions became dangerous. We also reached out to all of our unhoused neighbors that we regularly work with to let them know that the storm is coming and to make sure that they have what they need before the storm. Following this storm, we will remain in the field, checking on individuals impacted by prolonged cold, snow accumulations, and power or heat disruptions. So throughout the whole time, before, during, and after the storm, our focus is the same, which is meeting people at where they are and ensure that no one is left to face life-threatening conditions.
And what are your teams experiencing in the field out there?
Right now, most of our unhoused neighbors are in transit hubs or subway stations. So we've been doing more outreaches at Port Authority, Penn Station, big train stations where people might be staying indoor to stay warm. Outdoor, there are still community outreach events going on. For example, mobile lunch kitchen at Chelsea Park on Wednesdays, outreach in Harlem on Fridays that people are still going to receive a bowl of hot soup and some breads. So we've been doing more outreaches around the hours of the lunch as well, just to make sure, when people wait in line, that's a good opportunity for us to distribute hand warmers, jackets, coats, stuff like that.
I do like the idea of you guys also feeding them, because some people may be more inclined to come in and get help if they know that there's a meal. But if there is someone that refuses help, how do you go about navigating that?
Yeah, so We not only offer hot meals, we also have food bags that we give to people, because hot meal is just one meal, and throughout the winter hazard, they might not be able to go to the grocery store or get food. So we give them shelf-stable food as well before the storm. For people who, are a little hesitant to reach out for help, that this is why we are more proactive with our outreach, and we meet people at where they are. We tend to build the trust with them first, and then introduce them to all the services we have. And we practice active listening when we first initiate the conversation, to let them tell us what they need. And then we come up with solutions to help them. So instead of, forcing any services on them, we really understand what they need, and then we can work together with them to identify resources that they might need.
Nina, give me a sense of how bad this season has been so far. When you think about the cold weather conditions that we've had, plus the numerous fires that have taken place during the last couple of months, how much of a need has it been this year for your services compared to previous years?
Yeah, I would say this year the need is huge. People just did not get a break. It was storms after storms and fires in apartment buildings in the Bronx. People are in need. So we've seen an increased amount of needs for clothing vouchers to our thrift stores, because folks lost everything during the fire incident, and people are just one step away from being unhoused. So we've been working with a lot of city agencies and also partner organizations to really up our capacity on how we can help people. We've also been doing more outreaches in response to the storm. We're doing them every week. We closely monitor all the forecasts to make sure that we can keep up with the proactive approach to address people's needs.
All right, well, Nini Dong with the Salvation Army of Greater New York, thank you so much for all the work that you guys are doing.
Of course, thank you.
All right, well, our Blizzard of 2026 coverage continues after the break. As we mentioned, there are some parts where it is not over yet. We're going to continue to monitor all of this. You can see the radar right there on the right. And Long Island is still in the thick of it. Long Beach and surrounding areas will be in the thick of it straight through until about 10 o'clock this evening. Stay with us.
All right, welcome back of our coverage of Blizzard 2026. We're checking back in weather conditions in New Jersey.
Our Jay Dow is live in Wyckoff right now. Jay, how's it looking?
Well, it's still snowing out here, Candace and Arity. I don't know when it's going to ease up. We are now in Wyckoff, which is about 15 minutes away from Mahwah and Upper Saddle River, where we last saw you. And we pulled over because we wanted to show you and talk about the next big challenge. You know, you've got this big plow truck here and this mound of snow, which is probably, 15, 20 feet high. You know, we already had a couple of feet of plowed snow because of the last storm that were, in pockets all around our area. And now the big challenge is, where do you put this new stuff? So we've seen plow trucks trying to creatively find new spaces and areas to push all of this snow, and the storm isn't even over yet. Side roads are still a little dicey. The main roads, we've got blacktop. We also saw a lot of people that were now out with their snowblowers, again, trying to keep up with this storm. The flurries are pretty light now. It's not as heavy as it was, obviously, overnight. But, I think everyone is waiting to see when it's all going to be said and done so that they can finally get out to laying down some salt to prevent anyone from slipping and falling if and when the temperature does drop. Candace and Arity?
Snow mound behind you, almost as high or over the light post, just over your right shoulder.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is just one parking lot. I mean, you can drive anywhere along, the main roads here in Bergen County, and the shopping areas especially. Those are the depositing areas for all of this snow. But for people who have limited driveway space, maybe there are no sidewalks in front of your home, trying to figure out how to clear a path to get out when it's time to do that is definitely going to be a challenge.
All right, Jay, thank you very much. Yep, a lot of work still ahead. And this just in, due to the aftermath of the blizzard and local travel restrictions that are still in place, Broadway theater owners and producers deciding to cancel performances for this evening. For questions about refunds and such, theater goers are encouraged to contact the folks that they bought the tickets from. Let's check back in with meteorologist Chris Mino, who has the very latest on the forecast. Chris.
All right, guys, kind of in the cleanup mode, winding it down now, but looking back at it, it is incredibly impressive, actually. The area in red, which we were talking about 12 to 20 inches, solidly everybody was 15. 20, and that even went further north and west of the city than anticipated. A lot of isolated 25 inches or more, especially Suffolk County, even portions of southeast Nassau County, into portions of Monmouth, Ocean County, and even nearby sections of New Jersey, even Staten Island, eastern end, over 2 feet of snow. Further north and west, dropped to about 10 to 15, but that line even pushed much further north. So as this storm intensified rapidly last night, it really exploded and sent a plume of moisture to the north and west of the center of the storm, and those bands of heavy snows, some even caused a little bit of thunder snow across the area. Central Park, so now we're in the top 10. Number 9, 19.7 inches, the total on this storm. That puts us in 9th place overall. Total snowfall, I mean, we're talking about 100 and something, 50 years plus record keeping. Winds, boy, it was rough. Montauk Point, 84 miles per hour. It's 10 over your hurricane force in a gust. 54 at Newark, 43 in Central Park. Max wind at JFK was 62, and even Stony Brook, 74 miles per hour. That's why there were various power outages spread out across the area. I'm surprised we haven't even heard more reports of tree limbs down. We've seen plenty of it, though. 29.5, almost 30 in Babylon. Shirley, Long Island, 26, just shy of 25 in Shinnecock, 22.5 at Islip. Plainview, Bethpage, both at 21 inches plus. And there's not much more to come, and the area that's really being reluctant is right along the Jersey Shore. Poor Jim Vassell, I've got to buy him breakfast, lunch, and dinner for being out there all day long. And the skies are starting to even brighten over the city. You can see the drier air pushing in across portions of Long Island, north and west of town especially. So the accumulating snow is pretty much done there, and you can see it's getting kind of squeezed out here by drier air. But right down along the shore, there's still some snow. I think the intensity should start to show getting a little bit lighter. You still see that enhanced blue out here right up against the coastline of Monmouth and Ocean County, so there still could be some accumulating snow for a little while longer. This batch in here, I noticed there's still some moderate snow across portions of Nassau County and even Queens, so you could still pick up another ½ inch to an inch. Eventually, this whole thing's going to pivot east, though, and kick on out of here. So you can see by the visibilities, again, this is going to come up quickly in New York, now a 1 1/4 in the city, a 1/4 mile in White Plains, but notice 4 miles, 3 miles, and notice to the west, 10-mile visibility. It's done. That's the good news. And there it is on Futurecast. The last of it lingers along the Jersey shoreline. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon, and then you go into the evening hours. It's quickly on out of here. Then back to drier air. Good shape tomorrow in terms of sunshine, just kind of cold, only in the low 30s. Quick hit of a little mixed precipitation, some wet snow, a little rain, early morning of Wednesday. By Wednesday afternoon, notice it's long gone, so don't get caught up in worrying about there's another one coming. Just a little light mixed precipitation event on Wednesday. Thursday, there could be another round of mixed precipitation as well. So clearing cold tonight, 23 refreeze, and then tomorrow, low 30 should do it with bright sunshine. 7-day forecast. We'll get a little bit of a break, climbing into the low 40s Friday, maybe mid to upper 40s Saturday, Sunday, and then another change in the pattern next week. Guess what? Trending colder, and we'll keep a careful eye on any storms along with that. But for the time being, at least, nothing like this for a while.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
You got it.
And we'll continue more of our coverage of Blizzard 2026 after the break. But first, a look at some of your pictures.
Yeah, over in Hoboken, Pat, Jacob, Michaela, and Lindsay went all out to build a snowman. He even has a sash that says Team Groom. Next up, here's Winston, a 3-month-old golden retriever having the time of his life on the Upper West Side. This came to us from Radimus Caraballo.
All right, and remember to send us your photos, your videos. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen and go directly to us, or you can head to our website, PIX11.com/photos.
Well, Mayor Mondani praising the city agencies that have been working around the clock to clear the roads and sidewalks.
Yeah, 2,600 sanitation workers have been deployed on 12-hour shifts, hitting roads across the 5 boroughs.
As of 12:30 p.m., DSNY has distributed over 50 million pounds of salt and plowed over 99.5% of city streets at least once. As heavy snow continues to fall, every single street in every single borough will be plowed as many times as necessary to make it safe for emergency travel.
So the plow fleet now has geo-trackers, so you can track the progress of street snow removal online in real time at Plow NYC.
All right, and while many adults were not thrilled about trudging through the heavy snow, kids across the 5 boroughs were celebrating this blizzard.
Yeah, so it was the first snow day with no remote learning since 2019. Many families wondering whether the fun would continue.
I hope our students enjoy their snow day today and stay warm and safe throughout, but I do have some tough news to share. School will be in person tomorrow. You can still pelt me with snowballs when you see me.
Yep, it's back to classes.
Don't do that.
For school kids tomorrow, but judging by all the snowmen on the sidewalks and parks, it looks like they've made the most of today.
Yeah, they had plenty of fun today. Let's send things over to Chris Cimino with a look at your weather.
It was good packing snow. I better be warned. In the meantime, yeah, the wet snow and the snow showers that are left over will be ending, if they have it in your neighborhood, through the evening hours. Then it clears up overnight. But that means the slush is going to refreeze. Sunshine tomorrow, still cold. Wednesday, we get a little light mix of snow, maybe a little rain mixed in as well, especially near the coast. But you can see on the satellite and radar, things continue to dry on out. We're poking holes in the snow shield. There's very little to the north and west of the city going on, even out across Long Island now. That dry air is also winning out. Last lingering area, right down along that Jersey shoreline. It'll take a little while longer there, but I think things will start to improve over the next couple of hours, getting lighter and then ending once we get past the sunset hour down there. So 7-day forecast does show a little promise for us. We're in the 30s tomorrow after a refreeze overnight. That little light mix Wednesday, about 40. Still on the chilly side Thursday, could be another round of light mixed precipitation, but it looks like a good run Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All 3 quiet days. Chance to get into the 40s before maybe more cold weather sets up next week. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay.
All right.
One day at a time.
Exactly. Thank you, Chris. One more blizzard coverage straight ahead at the top of the hour.
Yeah, coming up, the latest travel updates and another check on the conditions across the tri-state.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News. This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, as we approach 3 o'clock, it is winding down at this hour, but the damage is done. The blizzard of 2026, one for the record books. Thank you so much for joining us for this special edition of the PIX11 News. I'm Shirley Chan.
I'm Corey Chambers. Tri-State is digging out and will be for at least a few days. We actually heard from Mayor Mamdani earlier delivering a message to New Yorkers about the status of this storm and the cleanup operations.
Judging from current forecasts, the worst has passed. Conditions have begun to moderate, but there is still more to come.
State of New York remains in a state of emergency. Elected officials across the area advising people to stay off the roads.
Yeah, the mayor also praising the teams of plow operators and shovelers who have been working around the clock.
Despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift.
And some good news for those shovelers. The mayor announcing today that they're actually increasing the pay for the city shovelers to $30 an hour just because of how historic this blizzard has been. We have team coverage for you throughout the afternoon and all around the area, but let's get right to meteorologist Chris Amino with the latest. Chris.
Yeah, I want to put this thing to bed. Almost on that in many locations west of the city. It's pretty much done, but there's still a couple of little pockets of snow that could leave a little additional light accumulation. But most of the snow is done through the evening. Then we get clearing overnight tonight, which means with this being a heavy snow, we've seen from several of our live shots, especially in Midtown, where it's very slushy, you're going to get a refreeze overnight tonight as temperatures head back into the 20s. So that could make for a slippery go tomorrow morning. Sunshine is back tomorrow. It's a quiet day, but it's a cold one. It's struggled to get above freezing. And then a weak system arrives on Wednesday. Nothing to panic about. Could be a little light mixed precipitation, a little wintry mix of some snow and rain. But in terms of Central Park, 19.7. Couldn't make 20? Well, we'll see. 19.7 is the latest level of accumulation they had, which makes it the 9th biggest storm in Central Park's and New York City's history recording snowfall in the park. Now, LaGuardia was over 22 inches, so we'll see where that ranks in their all-time list. But look at some of these other locations. 27.9 in Carlstadt, over 27 in Bogota, 27 in Newark, 22 in Islip, and the list goes on and on. All across Long Island, many locations, 20 to 25 inches. Into New Jersey, many locations, especially from Southeast Middlesex County into Monmouth and Ocean County, in excess of 20 inches. Right now at the freezing mark in the city, that's the warmest it's been, but look at the jump here in Caldwell, Newark, Somerville, Sussex, indication, no more snow. Temps jumped up to 36 degrees, so you're getting some melting there as well. Even the wind, you notice, west of the city, not quite as strong. Still coming out of the northwest, still seeing 39-mile-an-hour gust at White Plains, close to 30 in the city in Belmar, and 36-mile-an-hour gust out in West Hampton. But again, even that's coming down quite a bit. What's coming up is the visibility. That's always a good sign. That means the snow is getting lighter and lighter. Still see a band of lighter snow from Danbury towards White Plains, even into the city and some of the, let's say, Brooklyn and Queens, especially the south-facing shorelines there. But notice Long Island, 5-7 mile visibility. This is why you can see that little wedge of drier air out across Suffolk County in particular coming out of Connecticut. Look at all the drying that's happening now on the northwest side of it. Storm continues to move slowly away from us. And again, we still see some lingering stuff right along the South Shore of Brooklyn, Queens. That's going to die out, I think, in the next half hour or less. And then down the Jersey shoreline, that's where it's been lingering a little bit longer. Been a little stubborn down here, especially the Long Branch area. We've been seeing Jim Vassell showing shots from there all day. Out across Nassau County, still some light snow, so maybe a light additional accumulation. But all of this finally, instead of pivoting back on land, it's pivoting away from us as the storm lifts to the north and east. You can see that on Futurecast as we go through the evening hours. There is a little left over here, and then it's gone out of here. And then by tonight, we're looking at clearing skies. Quiet tomorrow, quiet into Wednesday morning, and then a little bit of light snow, a little mix comes into the picture. After that, though, it looks like we could see some 40s as we head towards the weekend. So unlike the last storm, guys, where we went through a deep freeze and everything became a brick out there, I think we're going to see melting of this a little bit faster, hopefully.
Yeah, 40 never sounds so good. Okay, thank you, Chris.
All right. Well, look, some folks are seeing the snow slow down, but whiteout conditions still being seen by some folks in New Jersey.
Yeah, let's get right out to our Jim Vassell. He's in Long Branch, which Chris just mentioned. And Jim, it seems like you really haven't had much of a lull out there all afternoon.
Well, you know, guys, just to update you, we have now moved to Eatontown since then, just a stone's throw away from Long Branch. And I got to tell you, I'm thinking of a quote from one of my favorite movies, Christopher Nolan's The Dark Knight, when Harvey Dent says, "The night is darkest just before the dawn." Well, if this is any indication, I think we're starting to see some signs of the dawn. Take a look here. Look at this blacktop that is not you don't need to alter your TV in any way. You're looking at actual blacktop here on a major road in New Jersey. This is Route 35 in Eatontown, obviously a major artery going through Monmouth County. And finally, we're seeing the fruits of the labors of all those plow drivers that have been working so hard last night into today. Obviously, locally, there are some back roads that still need more attention, but very, very encouraging to see this right now. Also, speaking of the dawn, we're starting to finally see that snow lighten up just a little bit. Last hour, we were live right from the ocean, right from the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, and we felt the winds whipping and the snow coming down. But here at this hour, you can see those snowflakes get smaller and smaller and get lighter and airier, if you will. Now, a little bit a while ago, we spoke with Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden, who was detailing the efforts of all those workers and first responders last night into today. Take a listen.
It's safety first, so we anticipate that they're again assessing all these different areas that we had transformer outages, we have trees down, we had a bunch of wires down calls. We did activate our heat team, which is our highway emergency assistance team, high water vehicles on the major highways. This morning at 8 o'clock, it was too dangerous last night for them to be out, but unfortunately they did help some stranded motorists. Again, stay off the road if you don't need to be on the road. Let the plows do the work.
And you heard Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden talking there. The context of that was power outages. As of last hour, Monmouth County saw about 24,000 to 25,000 JCP&L customers without power. Last hour, that was up to 33,000 down in Ocean County. So if you're still without power, make sure that you have reported it to JCP&L if you haven't already done so. But guys, very encouraging signs as we see a couple of plow drivers go past us right here on Route 35, where again, we're seeing blacktop for the first time today. Guys?
What a beautiful sight. Blacktop, right? Yeah. All right, Jim Vassell, live for us. Thank you so much for that.
All right, a lot of New Yorkers are taking this snow day in stride. Let's head over to the neighborhood I grew up in, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Yeah, Joe Messeri's been out there with the kids, with the grown-ups, with the snowman. What you got for us now, Joe?
Yeah, Corey, Shirley, everybody now coming outside as the temperatures are pretty mild out here. Just a few flurries, it seems like, still falling in Bay Ridge. It's become kind of a communal event, and Jim has some blacktop over there in Jersey. Well, we've got some blacktop here in Brooklyn. The plows seemingly redoubling their efforts in the neighborhood since the snow has subsided. And the cool thing is right now, we've got people from the neighborhood coming and shoveling their cars out. Everybody's talking, I think, strategizing on how they're going to get their cars out after the last snowstorm. I want to show you a couple things, though, that I think are a little bit unique in what you're going to have to deal with at this point. First of all, if you're out on the roads, it is tough to navigate these intersections. A lot of these stoplights still covered completely in snow. Can't tell who's got the green light out there, so definitely be careful. If you'd swing around here this way, Paul, for me, the thing that we always deal with after the plows come through, right? The streets are clear, but now you got to watch getting through the crosswalks as they are packed in a lot of places. We just heard Mayor Mamdani say 1,800 people, I believe it is now, with the shovel patrol for New York City will be out and about. And if you're looking to take a city bike, it's going to be a little while over here. We do have some cars that are out and ready to go if they need to get to work tomorrow. As Mayor Mamdani said, school will be in session for New York City public schools. But this is a drastic change from what we saw just a few hours ago when we were driving around Bay Ridge. The visibility was terrible throughout the neighborhood. The wind was whipping. We saw people wrestling with their umbrellas. You could see the trees being weighed down by that heavy snow. And it was really kind of an apocalyptic scene. But even in that scenario, we saw some people who were making the best of it. I'm the sports guy. I said it a little bit earlier. I had to catch up with a cross-country skier who was out here making the most of the snow conditions. Here's what she had to say.
So I think I might be one of the few people doing this right now around here. So the snow is unpacked, and it's a little challenging to go on unpacked snow without tracks in place. And so I've been going a little slow because of that, but I'm still enjoying it so much. The snow is deep. I've been falling falling down, but not down, but through the snow, and then coming back up all the time. And also, I've skied a lot along had to ski down the road because there's still snow there, but not as much as on the sidewalks or down in the park.
Yeah, and we're hearing a little bit of the same thing from the sledders who are out here in the early going. The snow is so light and fluffy, it's not packed down. This is what they call tough sledding here in New York. But people getting creative. We saw some people bringing out some trash can lids, bringing out some laundry baskets, and then, of course, some traditional sleds as well. And let's not forget, this snow is a money-making opportunity for some hard-working young adults out there. A little while ago, we spoke with one troop that is going out and about in the neighborhood, trying to help out seniors and people, and of course, making a few bucks in the meantime. When you pair it with social media right now, they can increase their profits in a way that I wasn't able to do when I was a kid out here breaking my back shoveling. But, you know, that's what we do when we're young, right, guys? That's the latest from Bay Bridge. I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, I love it, Joe. That's how our fellow Brooklynites do a snowstorm. Thank you.
All right, well, check out this video just in from Staten Island. Mayor Mamdani saying the city will be focusing a lot of attention on the borough after it took a major hit from this storm. In fact, you can see people in the video here trying to dig out, and some power lines down right there as well. That power issue expected to be an issue across the region with this wet, heavy snow. We're going to have live reports from Staten Island coming up in just about an hour.
And getting around New Jersey is still a major challenge. NJ Transit, rail, bus, light rail, they all remain suspended at this hour. The agency says conditions do not permit the resumption of service. Now, there is no set timetable for bus and rail to return. Commuters have been advised to check NJ Transit's apps and also the websites for important updates.
The only path train lines that are operating are Grove Street to 33rd via Hoboken and Hoboken to 33rd, Grove Street to World Trade Center, Journal Square to Grove Street, Newark to Grove Street, and Hoboken to World Trade Center lines all suspended right now. The Grove Street to World Trade Center path trains, again, suspended right now.
All right, and check out this video from the Port Richmond section of Staten Island. Staten Island, parts of it getting walloped by this storm. A number of MTA buses stuck in the snow.
Yeah, this video coming to us from the Citizen app, and it shows sanitation crews and others trying to help get the buses rolling again. A scene that's certainly being repeated across the city today.
And New York City's travel ban has been lifted, but road conditions, they certainly remain dicey at this hour.
Yeah, we're going to have what you need to know to get from point A to point B safely when we come back.
Due to the aftermath of the blizzard and local travel restrictions still in place, Broadway theater owners and producers, they've decided to cancel performances for tonight. Now, for questions about exchanges or refunds, theatergoers should contact their point of purchase directly.
And New York City has lifted its citywide travel ban, but the roads remain icy tonight.
Yeah, conditions are also making it tougher for people to just get around. So let's talk to the man of the moment, transit reporter Greg Mocker, who joins us now live from Central Park with more on that part of the coverage. Hi, Greg.
Hi, Shirley and Corey. Yeah, we're always headed somewhere, and now that the snow has really kind of let up, we've seen the worst of it. Now we got that messy part that's coming in the cleaning. So the extra snow shovelers are out. The people, the business owners, the property owners are going to be out and also working, their crosswalks and their sidewalks. There are 40,000 intersections in the city of New York, 6,000 miles of roads. This time around, there's going to be something different with the emergency snow shovelers already out. They'll be supplementing a lot of what we saw the last snowstorm in January, where it took a little extra time. The other focus is going to be on bus stops in the city. The city also changing how they're doing that. They've already brought on more snow workers to go out and to shovel those, and they're also geotagging them. So this way, a supervisor is going to log if the bus stop with a shelter or the unsheltered bus stop has been shoveled. The problem previously was they almost didn't know where they had been or where they needed to get to, so they're promising a better version of that, and they had already done 1,000 or so bus stops. Certainly, as the day went on, we saw more people progress through here on the roads as the travel ban was lifted, and we're making friends wherever we go. So we have to end on a high note, right? Everybody's a good enough day out here. It's a nice day. It's a beautiful day. And Central Park is a beautiful walk to take it all in. Of course, watch where you're going, because now's the part when many homeowners as well might be getting out and property owners to clean their sidewalks. I know I appreciated that this morning as I made the way to the subway, that some of it had already been cleared because it was coming down. If you waited to clear it, that certainly would have been something. Subway's success story during all this, as there were delays, but they kept going. That was the kind of the directive from the MTA. People had to be able to use the transit system for the essential operations that still happen on this Monday. Live in Central Park, Greg Mocker, PIX11 News.
All right, Greg Mocker, my friend, you are a people magnet.
Yeah. And it's fun to see all the people smiling and enjoying what we're living through right now. In fact, we have a look at a Central Park snowball fight, which is kind of awesome.
Oh. Cool. I guess that's one way to pass the time. Is that Central Park or is that Union Square Park?
I'm not sure.
Washington Square Park.
Washington Square Park.
Washington Square Park.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the arch. The arch right by NYU, of course. And look at how these people are just passing the time. I mean, how many people are out there? Hundreds.
I mean, absolutely.
Not 1,000.
I guarantee you something went out to people to come join this, and we're going to make it a TikTok event or something.
And you know what? It's like, what else to do, right?
Why not?
Yeah.
You know, we walk around the city and we see the snow, and it's a heavy-duty snowfall. It's still kind of sloppy in Midtown, but you go to the parks. That's when you realize how beautiful it is and how impactful it still is. Unfortunately, a big dig is coming, and it looks like it's winding down, so that's the good news.
But it feels like it has not stopped snowing in 24 hours at least.
Yeah, because it hasn't really. You think about yesterday, it started early in the morning, and this storm was like really hard to start accumulating.
It started slow, too.
Yeah, it's a slow starter, and everybody went, hey, blew another one. What do these guys know? And then we said last night overnight, and we talked about it. Thank God it happened. Yes, it did intensify rapidly. The accumulation rates were on the order of 3, and I saw a couple of locations may have been 4 inches per hour. There was even reports of some thunder snows in parts of the area, too. So, again, this was a very dynamic storm, and it did ultimately deliver, but it was a slow one in getting here. Most snow is done now, and we head on to the evening hours. We're going to gradually see even a clearing of the sky. So any slush that's out there is going to refreeze tonight. Our temperatures are going to tumble back into the low 20s in the city, maybe even teens some suburbs. Sunshine is back tomorrow, so that means there'll be a little more melting. Remember, the sun angle is getting higher in the sky now. We're almost at March. Still quite cold, though. Even with the higher sun angle, all of that snow cover, when you have that white coloring covering a large area, a lot of the heat reflects back out into space very quickly. So it'll be a struggle to get above freezing. I think we get there, though. Wednesday, maybe a little light wintry mix early in the morning, and then I think we're back into a little bit of sunshine. Not something that we have to worry about, certainly. But in the meantime, as we head into the next few hours, the anticipation is that things are going to start to get a little bit better. Look at the wind gust, though, from last night. 84 miles per hour at a Montauk Point, well above hurricane force. 54-mile-per-hour wind gust at Newark, 62 JFK, the city, and other locations generally 40 to 50 miles per hour, but also in Stony Brook, a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. Snowfall amounts, very impressive. These are just a handful of the impressive ones. If I didn't list your town, I apologize, but we'll try to get as many different ones up there. 27.9 Carlstadt, 27 Newark, 22.5 Islip, Plainview, Bethpage, all around 20. Right at the freezing mark now in the city, but notice north and west. A lot of 36s. In fact, we've got 5 of a kind. Nope, make it 6. Montgomery's 36 degrees. And you can see that's where the snow has quit. Out across Long Island, just creeping above the freezing mark. Wind arrows, now more northwest, not northeast, indicative of the storm pulling away. So we're getting that northwesterly flow. Still a gust in Bridgeport to 40, 36 miles an hour in West Hampton, but no way near what we were looking at. Things drying out little by little now. You can see the snow shield has eroded quite a bit. What's left of it is kind of draped to the south of us, and just offshore now. Look at most of the eastern half of Long Island. You've dried out. You're done with the snow. Live radar still shows that one band, but as they were moving onshore earlier today, they're now pushing away from us. So this is not coming back towards the coast. It will continue to move away. And this one here in Nassau County, I think, is going to kind of die on out, as well as the one along the coastal areas of New Jersey. So a futurecast model overnight. We clear it out tomorrow morning. Sunny start. Just a few clouds get in the mix in the afternoon. And then that little period of light snow very early Wednesday morning. We're talking between about 4 and 7. And then after that, we'll start to clear things out, and we should be in pretty good shape. Thursday, maybe another system passing, just glancing us to the south. Then look at Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Low 40s Friday, mid, maybe a few upper 40s Saturday and Sunday with some sunshine. So again, we're going to do more melting as we get towards the end of the week. It's just we've got a lot to melt, guys. That's the problem.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
And we are tracking this storm minute by minute. As Chris just mentioned, the snow, it is tapering off.
Yeah, stay with us. We're back right after this. All right, Long Island Railroad service fully suspended until further notice. The MTA saying that they will only resume service when it is safe to do so. Long Islanders should check the train time app for any updates. And we're staying in Long Island, where a travel ban remains in effect because of, gosh, whiteout conditions, as you can see.
Yeah, snowfall totals have peaked near 2 inches an hour, and some of the piles that we have seen from Long Island are pretty stunning. Nicole Johnson has been live from Huntington in Suffolk County. Nicole, what you got for us?
Well, Corey, now I'm in Comac, and you weren't with us earlier today to see that conditions have changed just a bit. It's getting a little better. The snow is slowing down, the wind dying down just a bit, and people are feeling a little better, and they're getting out. We are in Comac along Comac Road at a 7-Eleven. Folks are making that ice cream run. They're coming here for essentials. That's the good news out here. Take a look. You can see behind me, we have blacktop on Comac Road. That means that the plow trucks are doing an excellent job clearing the streets. Earlier today, our Keith Lopez, he was out braving all of this on the road. Take a look at some video he shot in Huntington. We found plow trucks out there hitting the streets. The roads were looking pretty good, really making a difference, trying to stay ahead of this storm. We also found cars that were stuck, drivers that had to learn a valuable lesson being out in all of this. But for the most part, eastbound on the LIE, we saw the roads were good there. The LIE was pretty clear. We were eastbound near exit 51, and that was a good look. We also saw a plow truck. Plow truck was also stuck because it wasn't an easy task just moving all of this snow, moving the snow out of the way. They made huge snow mounds along the way. Take a listen to what some drivers had to say about the conditions. Describe it, 1 to 10, 10 being the worst.
I've lived on Long Island all my life. I would say this is an 8. I mean, more common in the 80s, I would say.
Yeah, but you remember, you mean in the 80s? Remember back in the 80s, we went to school in this. The snow went up to your knee, and we didn't have snow days.
I joke with my kids all the time. I'm like, we'd still be going to school in this weather. But with, all the talk of global warming, and this is a shock to a lot of people, I guess.
So far, they look pretty clean, but it's like a ghost town right now. There's still a lot of sections that they haven't even touched, and I hear that we're getting more on Wednesday, so.
Wait, don't say Wednesday, it's Monday. Let's just stay with Monday.
Well, hopefully all this is cleared out by tomorrow, because these kids already came out from a week vacation. Now we got an extra 2 to 3 days. It's insane.
Well, you heard that guy right there really talking about getting things back to normal, clearing things out. We are definitely not in the clear because the snow is still coming down. It's light as we speak, and who knows what's going to happen as the sun goes down. That's the latest out here live in Comac. Nicole Johnson, back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much of it to get rid of, Nicole. Okay, thank you for that update.
And it's cool to see all this play out sort of in real time as we go hour by hour by hour. Things really have actually improved over the past couple hours. But how long will the improvements stick around?
Yeah, well, meteorologist Chris Amino is back with a minute-by-minute look at your forecast and what you might need to brace for coming up next.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, now 3:32 on what has been an epic weather event from Sunday till today. A live look right now outside as we slowly make our way out of this blizzard that we'll be talking about for some time to come. We thank you so much for staying with us. I'm Shirley Chan.
Yeah, I'm Corey Chambers. I like that word epic because this really has been an epic storm that we have
One
lived
for the
through.
history books, for sure.
Yes, top 10 storm, in fact. Why don't we take a live look outside at conditions right outside the PIX11 studios here at 42nd and 2nd. You can see blacktop. I mean, how fantastic is that? Somebody crossing the street, they're looking pretty good. Midtown, obviously, this is not representative of the entire area, though, as we know and as we've seen. Why don't we check in with Chris Cimino and see what's next?
Yeah, did a good job on the city streets. Again, when you have a wet snow, it's very reactive also to salt and melts quickly, too. So a lot of things working in our favor in that regard. Unlike the last storm, which was that fine powdery snow, and we stayed in the teens most of it, we were right around freezing the entire time. But yet we did get into the top 10. Number 9, biggest snowfall in Central Park's history, 19.7 inches, the official number, in Central Park. In and around the boroughs, I saw LaGuardia over 22, portions of Staten Island, 24-inch snowfall totals. So again, depending upon exactly where the heaviest of those bands set up, and boy, it set up across portions of Long Island. Babylon almost 30 at 29.5, Shirley at 26. 22.5 at Islip, 21 in Plainview, 21 in Bethpage as well. The list continued pushing itself into New Jersey, 24, 2 feet in Orange, New Jersey, Moonachie over 2 feet of snow, Connecticut over 1.5 feet up in Fairfield, Belmore 21, North Patchogue 27 inches. And again, this was a storm that started out a little meek. It was trying to get traction throughout the day Sunday, barely did, and then it really kicked in gear late last night and overnight into the morning hours today. Backing down now, notice the numbers to the west, all in the mid-30s, more melting going on there. City at the freezing mark. We may come up another degree or 2 before dark, and then we'll start to see things refreeze. The northwesterly winds are back in on the backside of this, though, and gusts, while still formidable, nowhere near what we were experiencing. Still a gust of 39 on White Plains at 40 at Bridgeport, but in the city a gust of 28. That's not too bad at all. Storm itself, you can clearly see that counterclockwise spin here off the New England coastline, but notice the dry air coming in, wrapping around the storm, and the areas of snow that were pushing through this afternoon shrinking more and more as the dry air is winning out. So finally, I think we can all exhale. I don't think we have to deal with any additional accumulation of consequence. There'll be some flurries around, some flakes in the air across the island, lingering in spots along the Jersey Shore, but even there, starting to move away. This little batch of lighter snow, eastern Nassau County, western Suffolk County, but again should dissipate. And it looks like finally getting a break in that Long Branch area. Boy, you were pounded quite a bit. So forecast looking ahead, we clear it on out overnight. That's the good news, but we refreeze. Remember that. Sunshine tomorrow, just a few clouds, so it's nice right through tomorrow evening. Then a weak system. When that gentleman in the car said, I hear we're getting more Wednesday. This is in at about 4:30 in the morning, and it's out of here by 10 in the morning, and it's just a little light snow mixed with probably a little rain, very kind of a wet, wintry mix at that. Weak system comes by on Thursday, and then we're back to probably a sunny finish to the work week. So lows tonight will settle back down into the 20s across the boroughs. And again, we're looking at a low of about 23 in town with clearing skies, and the wind will get progressively lighter and lighter. 7-day forecast, 40 on Wednesday, 39 on Thursday. Again, just light mix early, and then another one late Thursday. Weekend picture looking pretty good so far. I think we've got some sunshine heading our way for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Temperatures in the 40s. Next week, there might be another pattern change, not the one we like, but there might be. But we'll talk about that as it gets a little bit closer. But we'll have time to dig out, guys, as we go through the rest of this week.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris.
All right. Well, take a look at this video. A tree falling over a fence. If you look closely, it's right onto a car there. This is the High Bridge section of the Bronx. That car covered in snow. But it's not clear if the snow helped cushion the fall or not. Certainly, I'm sure there's some damage underneath that. We're likely to see quite a few scenes like this one with a lot of wet, heavy snow that came down. Well, New Yorkers finally getting outside now that the snow has mostly stopped.
Yeah, let's check in with our Henry Rossoff. He joins us now live from downtown Brooklyn. And Henry, I hear you've been getting quite the workout, shoveling out some people.
Yeah, just some light flurries here in downtown Brooklyn. And so the area is starting to come back down to life. We're right at the cross section of J Street and Willoughby, not far from J and Fulton, which is the major intersection in this area. I just kind of made a path on this crosswalk. I'll make a path on this one. You can see people really like this person here struggling through. So let me see if I can help you on the back end of your trip. How about that? There we go. We're doing a little bit of this. It is heavy. It is wet. As the mayor said, take your time. It is not easy. And there we go. Can I give you a hand?
Yes.
Yes, please.
I do not want to fall.
No problem. full disclosure, you're on PIX11 right now. So say hi. Yeah, of course. Here you go. There you go. Let me go. Oh, easy, easy, easy. You got it. Have a nice day. Well, I'm just doing what I can here. Yeah. We're just chatting about the weather over here, guys, in downtown Brooklyn. I will say one more thing. I was just talking to folks about. I'll finish that one up after I get off camera, because that one's going to be a little bit more work, and you don't want to hear me making all those noises. Watch as it melts here. There's going to be a lot of falling snow. Just to give you an example of this awning here. Yeah, as I almost get some on myself. So you see as it melts and comes down. I was showing with a street sign about an hour ago. A lot of melting, falling snow. New Yorkers, particularly people navigating downtown Manhattan, parts of Brooklyn, parts of Queens with bigger buildings, even just small awnings like this one. Be mindful, we're going to see a lot of this over the next couple of days, including some ice that could potentially be a little bit dangerous. So just remember to look up, look around, be aware of your surroundings as the meltdown continues.
It's really good to see people kind of coming out again and like the city coming back to life after everything kind of shut down during this storm.
And you know what, Henry, if political reporting is not keeping you busy enough, I've got a great side hustle for you. I'm going to call DSNY. You can get a job there too as well.
$30 an hour now. They actually increased it.
2 forms of ID.
Yeah, that's right.
It's up to $30 an hour.
There you go.
Where's my money, Mr. Mayor? I mean, come on now.
Oh boy, you know what? You're just being a good citizen, Henry. We love it.
Thank you, Henry Rossoff from downtown Brooklyn.
We're trying now.
All right, and the dig out is well underway in the New Jersey suburbs as well.
Yeah, Jay Dow is in Bergen County, and Jay is in Wyckoff right now. Jay. Can you hear us, Jay?
So, Hal, we're back with you. We're now in Wyckoff. We were over at a parking lot showing you how big the snow mounds were and the big construction equipment. We figured, why not show you what everyone else is doing who can afford to be out here having a good time. We're at one of the local elementary schools, a popular spot for sledding, and you can see there's a couple of dozen kids and moms out here having a good time. And now that the snow has stopped for the most part, it's the cleanup and the fun. You can expect the kids to be out here. You can expect the people, the parents, and the people who are trying to make some money cleaning up. And we met a couple of kids, teenagers, high schoolers who have formed their own business. They're organized with a sales team. It's MMA, Max and Associates. We spoke with the company founders this afternoon. Take a listen.
We started at 6 a.m. today and we end at 6 p.m. and then we're going to have more jobs tomorrow as well. And that's how do you
get the word out? Facebook groups, but mostly our door-to-door sales. We have our sales team out there. Shout out to you guys.
You have a sales team?
Yes, we do, and they get commission on every sale that they get. So, you know, they put in good work.
All right. I'm guessing what, business majors when you go to college?
Yes, for
Finance?
Sure. Business majors, but I'm also starting to hopefully be a lawyer soon.
Okay.
Yeah, 100% business. All right.
Not surprising. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All right. $2,000 to $4,000 a day, $2,000 to $4,000 a day on a good day. And you know what? This is a day to make some serious money if you're willing to put in the time. And for everyone else who is willing to just have some fun, this is it. I mean, I'm not a snow person, but this looks great. We're going to send it back to you.
I don't know what I was doing in high school, but I know it was not that. However, Jay, I have a feeling at good old Hackensack High, you probably were a little entrepreneurial.
That's how I made my money, Shirley. I mean, you know, when it was time to buy some Air Jordans or anything else that I wanted, my parents were not trying to take me to the store to buy it. They said, you want that, go out there and earn it. So I was raking leaves and I was knocking on doors and shoveling driveways, and that's how you made your money. These kids, though, have taken it to another level. I mean, they have a sales team. You know, I mean, they're really doing it.
I had a paper route. I don't think, are there paper routes for kids anymore? I mean, they don't do that anymore. So they got to make something up. They got to make it happen. I love that. Max and Associates.
All right. Thank you so much, Jay.
That's right.
All right. Well, this just in, the Wildlife Conservation Society will keep their zoo doors closed through tomorrow.
Yeah, now this includes the Bronx Zoo, Central Park Zoo, Queens Zoo, Prospect Park Zoo, and New York Aquarium. So they are all scheduled now to reopen this coming Wednesday. And our snowstorm coverage continues. Coming up after the break, an update on what's being done to protect vulnerable and unhoused New Yorkers.
Plus, another check on the weather and what is still coming this week with meteorologist Chris Amino. Stay with us.
And I'm incredibly thankful, frankly, to the more than 500 outreach workers who have been traversing our city to look to connect homeless New Yorkers with their services and the support that they need.
All right, Mayor Mamdani addressing the outreach to get the unhoused in and safe from the storm. Now, his comment coming after last month's storm when the frigid weather that followed led to multiple deaths outdoors.
Yeah, the mayor saying the city is doing everything it can to reach vulnerable New Yorkers and get them into safe and warm locations. He also praised the many outreach organizations that are on the ground doing the same thing. We had a chance in the last hour to speak with one representative from the Salvation Army about their efforts.
We offer hot meals. We also have food bags that we give to people because hot meal is just one meal, and throughout the winter hazard, they might not be able to go to the grocery store or get food. So we give them shelf-stable food as well before the storm. For people who, are a little hesitant to reach out for help, that this is why we are more proactive with our outreach, and we meet people at where they are. We tend to build the trust with them first and then introduce them to all the services we have, and we practice active listening when we first initiate the conversation to let them tell us what they need, and then we come up with solutions to help them. So instead of, forcing any services on them, we really understand what they need, and then we can work together with them to identify resources that they might need.
Yeah, next Saturday, the 28th, the Salvation Army has its annual, quote, "Don't Walk By" outreach event. They're looking for volunteers to help connect the unhoused to support systems that they need.
You know, it's interesting during this storm. We have been out for days going all over the tri-state to bring the news to you, but sometimes the news comes to us. This is actually right outside of PIX11 as a tree came down, and so many trees have come down because that snow is so heavy and the wind gusts were so strong.
And walked right by this and just really had to do a double take. And then the NYPD were there, and then they said that they had to call the Parks Department to try to get it cleared. And I think, in fact, it was cleared just a short time ago today.
Yeah, we actually saw some video today of them picking up the pieces of the tree. So there you go. Look, a lot of cleanup going on. Chris Cimino, and of course, people wondering if the weather is going to cooperate with us as we try and clean up.
Yeah, I think we get a little bit of a break here. Certainly the storm is pulling on out, a little bit leftovers, that's about it. But, you know, being a weather, I was looking at that long list. If we just got 1 more tenth of an inch, we'd be in 8th place. If we got 3 more tenths, we'd be in 7th place. We ended up number 9 as the biggest snowstorm in Central Park's history so far, but a lot of areas. Over 2 feet of snow across portions of Long Island, portions of New Jersey as well. So most of the snow is done other than just a few leftover flurries, a little bit of light snow here or there. Then we're going to get some clearing overnight. What that means is, and you can see the roads really down to basically wet pavement. There's some slush in a lot of areas. That will refreeze tonight if it doesn't dry on out. So if you've got slush and standing water somewhere in your home, in front of your home, make sure you can kind of get that out of there because it will freeze solid. Sunshine tomorrow, another cold one though. Temperatures struggling to get back to the freezing mark or just above it, I think, in the afternoon. Then Wednesday, we've got a weak system in the first half of the day. Mainly the morning hours could bring us a little bit of light snow or a wintry mix. So on whole, it was about a solid 15 to 20. The 15 a little further north and west, the 20 certainly close to the city. Some areas in the boroughs did over 20. LaGuardia over 22 inches, parts of Staten Island over 2 feet. And again, 25 inches or more, good portion of Suffolk County, portions of New Jersey into the western sections, especially of Monmouth and southeast Middlesex County, Ocean County as well. And then it was a solid 10 to 15 further north and west. Certainly an achiever, if not an overachiever, ultimately at the end of the day, the storm. 29.5 inches in Babylon, 24.8 Shinnecock, 22.5 Islip. So again, Long Island particularly very hard hit by this heavy wet snow. So right now you can see they've gotten down to the pavement around the GW Bridge. You never see it that empty either. 33 degrees current temperature, a few flurries around. We just made it above the freezing mark. We may see it rise another degree or 2, but then it's going to start to drop as we get into darkness, and later tonight new air mass moves on in. Mid-30s, Caldwell, Newark, Somerville, Sussex, even Montgomery up at 36 degrees. So heavy-duty melting there. Across the island, low 30s, so you're getting a little bit of melting as well. Current wind gusts still up around 40 in Bridgeport, close to that in West Hampton at 36 miles per hour. But notice the further west, no wind gusts of consequence. And this is going to be a good story too, less in the way of wind as we go through the next 24 hours. Things are drying out. You can see that area of snow, no longer a solid wall of white here, just a lot of holes in it and just a few leftovers, and they're meandering their way off the coastline now, not pushing back towards us, so things will continue to improve as we go through this late afternoon and evening. Our live radar, those blue bands, the darker ones, also moving away over the ocean for the most part. There's one left over here, but could be a little light dusting on top of it. You're not going to notice the dusting at this point in Suffolk County. Meantime, futurecast, we can see again, as we head through the overnight hours, we clear it on out, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon, good shape. Then the next system, that's going to arrive as we get towards Wednesday morning, right? Come on, there. You see a little bit of light snow breaking out, and it goes over to just a light mix. But I think we'll be in pretty good shape. It's out of here by the time we get to noon on Wednesday. So not a big storm to worry about by any shape or form. Could be another round of mixed precipitation late Thursday. Another weak system passes south. About 39 should do it. 42 Friday and the weekend so far looking like more sun than anything, and temperatures mid to upper 40s. Next system we have to deal with perhaps as we head into Monday of next week. But I don't want to talk about that. It's a week away at least. Yeah. Don't you think?
Let's get through tonight first. Okay, thank you, Chris.
Yeah, we've heard enough for a while. Folks across New York and New Jersey are making the most of today's snow day.
Yeah, coming up after the break, we'll show you how some of you, our viewers, are spending your blizzard day. The blizzard of 2026. Our coverage continues when we return. It's not just New York and New Jersey dealing with this blizzard. It's been the entire tri-state. As we've been showing you, it spans the entire Northeast. This video just coming into us from our friends in New Haven. You can see their streets. They're covered just as much as ours.
Yeah, and video from our friends in Pennsylvania. Look at this. This is what we're seeing in the Poconos. Look at how big that pile of snow was there. Streets also covered and plows out all day trying to clear things back up and get things back to normal. And thank you so much for sticking with us because, you know, obviously you've seen our reporters all over the tri-state. And you know what? You're kind of one of our reporters as well, sending us some of your photos.
Yeah, we really appreciate this. Take a look at some of the many pictures we've gotten from our faithful viewers. First up, this beautiful shot from Central Park. Slejana sent this to us this morning, and you forget how gorgeous Central Park is, especially when it looks like a winter wonderland.
Yes, majestic. I think that's the key word there. Next up, Diana Queen Boba sent us this photo. She's an MTA driver and said that she took the photo while walking to work.
All right, so let's take a look at our next photo. This comes to us from Mrs. Flip in Howard Beach. The snow looking really nice and pretty, but I have a feeling she's going to be shoveling out for days. She looks a little snowed in.
Yeah, and then take a look at Ariel Amazia in Mila playing in the snow at the Queensbridge houses. The kids are the big winners with school canceled today.
And our next photo coming to us from the Merrill family. They're having fun in Staten Island. Staten Island, the mayor said, really got the jackpot in terms of the 5 boroughs in terms of snowfall totals.
Yeah, then there's Gary. Oh, Gary. Gary in Montville, New Jersey, hitting the grill in his swimsuit in the blizzard. I feel like everyone knows a Gary. So, yeah, Gary, you keep it up.
I don't know, Gary.
We all know a Gary. Come on.
No, not I. All right, let's check in over in Far Rockaway. Maryland sent us this video of some kids playing soccer in the street where there is still a lot of snow. Those kids, to be a kid in the middle of a snowstorm.
Yeah, and it's not a snow day in New York without someone breaking out the skis. Josh McBride sent us this video from Manhattan. And you know what? Keep the photos and the videos coming. You can use this QR code to share them directly with us or go to pix11.com/photos. And check out this video, by the way, from the Port Richmond section of Staten Island. Number of MTA buses stuck in the snow.
Yeah, this video coming from Citizen App where it shows sanitation crews and others trying to help them get rolling again. We love how it's New Yorkers helping other New Yorkers, and of course DSNY just really doing yeoman's work throughout the extent of this storm. No doubt the scene has been repeated well across the city today.
All right, let's check in once more with meteorologist Chris Cimino.
All right, the cleanup underway now because the accumulating snow is just about done everywhere now. The last of the bands of snow moving offshore and away from us just nudged above the freezing mark a little while ago, so there's some melting going on certainly. Wind chill 25, not too bad because notice the wind gusts coming down. They were in the 30s and 40s plus earlier on today and certainly overnight in some locations over 50 and 70 miles per hour. 36 Caldwell and Newark, so even further melting going on here. There's a lot of snow to melt, but it'll pack on down overnight. It will refreeze. The northwest winds will back off a little bit as we go through the overnight hours tonight, so we should be in pretty good shape in that regard. But more importantly, the snow is finally pushing away. The skies will gradually clear. It might be a little bit of a process, but again, notice all that drier air coming on in. So something to look forward to. Just watch for the refreeze a little bit later on tonight. And when I come back in a little while, we're going to talk more about what lies ahead, further melting or more cold weather, or maybe a little bit of both. That's coming up at 4, guys.
All right, Chris.
The blizzard of 2026 has been one for the history books. New York City schools enjoying the first real snow day in 7 years.
And some travel bans have been lifted, others in effect. We have the latest on the roads, the rails, closures, and the forecast when our blizzard coverage continues at 4 o'clock with Aaron and Kendis.
Alert from PIX11 News.
And what? Welcome to our 4 p.m. coverage of the blizzard of 2026. This is what it looked like in many parts of our area throughout the day. As you can see, these scenes coming from Long Island, where it really got the brunt of it. 26.5 inches of snow hitting islip on Long Island, the entire island hitting double digits of snow.
Yeah, most of New Jersey also under a foot of snow. Let's take a look at the conditions here in Saddlebrook.
Yeah, so the travel bans lifted across much of the area, but make no mistake, the roads are not easy to get through. Crews here driving through Mott Haven section of the Bronx. Look at all those cars that are just going to take a lot of work to get out of under. If you can stay home, you should, so crews can clear the roads.
And Mayor Mondani says nearly all of the city's roads have been plowed at least
once.
Yes, once, but we know it's going to be a continuous effort. But snow came down for more than 24 hours, so there is still a lot to clean out there. However, the mayor is confident that conditions will be safer tomorrow.
Our students enjoy their snow day today and stay warm and safe throughout. But I do have some tough news to share. School will be in person tomorrow. You can still pelt me with snowballs when you see me.
As for tomorrow's commute, that's still in question. New Jersey Transit buses and rails remain suspended today, and the LIRR as well. Although the MTA hopes service resumes sometime tomorrow, though it could be limited, and we expect to hear an update on New York ferry service later tonight. Some of the path lines running, and at this hour, Newark light rail is resuming.
As we say, thank you for joining us for the PIX11 News here at 4. I'm Erin LeBeau.
Kendra Skipson, we missed you the last hour. So even though school is back tomorrow, many people got to enjoy a real snow day. Here's a snowball fight in Central Park.
We're missing out.
I know.
And now that the snow is moving out, the question is how cold is it going to be the next few days? Because that will determine how long the snow actually sticks around. Let's head over to meteorologist Chris Cimino with the answers. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. I wish I could say it was a big warm-up, but certainly not the deep freeze like we had with that last big storm. And keep in mind, we're doubling the amount of snow we had the last one just about for a lot of the area. So 15 to 20 plus covered it, all in this red. Isolated 25 to 30 inch amounts, and then you go further north and west, really in the purple 10 to 15, more like 15 in most of those cases too. So for the city, we came in at the 9th snowiest storm we've ever had in Central Park. 19.7 inches fell, just shy of moving into that 8th and 7th place. Meantime, look at these other numbers. Over 2 feet in Moonachie, 2 feet in Orange in New Jersey, 27.2 in North Patchogue. We've seen close to 30 inches in parts of Long Island as well. Outside right now, good job of clearing the roads leading up towards the GW Bridge. 33 degrees current temp, wind chill 25, so that's not too bad. The wind is getting a little bit lighter. There's the storm. You can still see the spin on the edge of your screen. It's gradually moving to the east-northeast. The drier air is wrapping on in. As we zoom on in, notice the area of white really dissipating. That area of white is the snow, and that's why the snow is just about done now. Maybe a few flurries in some spots South Shore, even pushing away from the New Jersey shoreline. So some good news. Heading out the evening hours, temperatures settling back through the 30s, but we'll be in the 20s by tomorrow morning. So that does mean a refreeze is on the way. So get rid of that slush that's out there. We'll talk more about what lies ahead for the rest of the week coming up in just a few minutes.
Okay, Chris, we'll see you very soon. Let's get right out to Long Island and the whole island getting double digits of snow totals.
Yeah, in many areas getting 20 inches or more. Now digging out is going to be tough. Let's head out to Anthony DiLorenzo. He's live in Freeport. Hey, Anthony.
Hey guys, yeah, they wanted to send me to Long Island. They wanted to send me to the jackpot, and we are bringing that to you. Over 2 feet of snow fell in Long Island in some parts, and now that the snow has stopped, I can actually see the sun shining through the clouds right now. Still chilly though, and people are out and about in the neighborhoods, as you can see here behind me, starting to dig out their driveways. This snow is extremely heavy, so be careful when you're coming out here. It's almost like concrete because the air temperature was a little bit warmer this storm, and that made the snow heavier to move in this part of Long Island. About 20 inches, we could say here, give or take, in Freeport. But of course, the jackpot was 29 inches. That is the unofficial total from the National Weather Service in Islip. That sets an all-time record for snowfall here on Long Island, even beating the blizzard of 1978 that, of course, everyone uses that as a benchmark. So as you can see, as the folks are digging out, people are looking ahead as well to the commute tomorrow morning. And there are some questions as to whether the LIRR will actually be up running on time because it has been suspended. We were out and about and saw crews here in Freeport already shoveling off all of the platforms and the stairs, hopefully for commuters to get to work on time tomorrow. So that is still the big question mark as it remains suspended at this hour. We're going to have you listen to some folks here in Freeport talk about how they fared during the storm.
It's about what we expected. If we're going to get a lot of snow, it's going to be like this. They did a pretty decent job plowing because most of the people weren't parked on the road. But yeah, this is what you pretty much expect.
Okay, was there any flooding today?
No.
Where both cars are, there was at least 6 foot of snow drifted. That's how, so me and my daughter, we just knocked things down little by little. But look how it came out.
Yeah, that's a concern, is this wind that continues to blow and drift the snow. We saw many snow piles topping maybe just to my waist, about 4 feet high in some spots here in Freeport today, and that blowing and drifting is expected to continue overnight. Just because the snow has already stopped, that doesn't mean that the effects of the blizzard won't continue for the next several hours. So that is why it is still best to stay off the roads. A lot of people did move their cars off the street, and that helped the plows move through pretty easily overnight, and that is the best way to help your neighbors out so you can get things cleared up and cleaned up before people have to head back to work and school tomorrow. That's the latest live here in Freeport. I'm Anthony DiLorenzo, PIX11 News.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. Well, Mayor Mamdani updating New Yorkers earlier this afternoon. Even though the travel ban is lifted, there is still hazardous travel warning out there. Stay off the road so the plows can do the work that they need to do. Extra sanitation crews are also heading to Staten Island. The borough was hit particularly hard, we're told, by the storm.
Yeah, so students will be expected in the classroom tomorrow. City officials and city schools are back open tomorrow. Alternate side parking suspended through the rest of the week. But a reminder to all New Yorkers to do your part and clean up after yourself and your dogs while the city takes care of the snow.
In the meantime, let's head out to Greg Mocker, who is live on the Upper West Side near Central Park.
Well, that was something while it lasted. New York takes a pause, takes a breather almost sometimes in this snow. Some people getting to stay home. And now comes the dirty part, the dirty work, the dirty job, where the intersections, the bus stops, the crosswalks need to be attended. We've been watching this vantage point here, 5th Avenue at 60th Street, really all day. No cars, and it was all flurries earlier. Now it's already stream of traffic is coming. People have been walking around. They're navigating those snow piles, and that is going to be what we see over the next really few days. The mayor did send out this time about 1,800 emergency snow shovelers per shift. That's different from that January storm. They were trying to get ahead of it. They said they've already done something like 2,500 bus stops. That's going to be the priority of the job now. So that's the messy part. Here's some video of the nicer part, and that would be kids and people sledding in Central Park. You know, people are going to make the most of it in the city to get out and complain, yes, and maybe they have to shovel, and yeah, they had to go to work some, but there is also that moment when we get the storm and the storm is over, where people kind of come out and just look around and take it all in and say, well, it's a day.
I'm just gonna go look at the snow. I think it's a pretty unique opportunity to kind of get these many inches in New York. So I'm gonna try to take advantage before it turns into black mush.
How's it been walking around today?
Well, it's actually quite okay. I mean, it's wet, everything is melting, but other than that, it's beautiful.
Hey, we're just on holiday from Scotland, so we were actually going to run this morning, but that got canned pretty early on, so we're just out walking about.
And that counts as exercise, just getting out and seeing this. The success story has been the subways. They did keep running. That was a priority for the governor and for the MTA. There might have been some delays. I know I watched a couple of trains pass by me as I waited at the station because of the way they had to space things out earlier this morning. That system coming back. Buses getting caught in some things as roads need to be plowed. Transit making plans for tomorrow. We'll keep you updated for sure. Live in Central Park, Greg Mocker, PIX11 News.
All right, Greg, thank you very much. It's a beautiful scene, though. I will say that. Yeah.
I love the trees. They look like the flocked Christmas trees. The white trees.
The flocked Christmas trees?
Yeah, that's what the
Sorry, Greg. We don't mean to keep you in two-box prison. Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll check back with you. This just in, due to the aftermath of the blizzard and local travel restrictions still in place, Broadway theater owners and producers saying they are not going to have any performances this evening. If you had plans to go check out a show today or had already tickets, you're encouraged to contact the person that you bought it from.
All right, let's head to New Jersey, where the Ducks are enjoying some floating time on the Hudson River. They seem unfazed by the storm. They're like, look, we get wet either way.
Exactly.
And check out these cars in Bloomfield, New Jersey, covered in a blanket of snow. Wow, the area got 27 inches.
Wow. Kind of reminiscent of that massive snowfall that Russia...
Buffalo? Oh, wait.
Russia got about a
Without
month
the people
ago.
jumping off the roof?
Yes, exactly, from the second floor. Well, conditions have been rough all day in New Jersey.
Yeah, let's head out to our Jim Bassel, who has been weathering the storm. He's along Eatonton.
Finally!
Oh, no snow, Jim.
We could see, Jim. Your camera is clear. There's nothing coming at your face.
I'm not squinting. It's the easiest live shot I have done all day. Good to see you guys. You know, it feels like we've seen it all today. We've seen whiteout conditions on the Garden State Parkway. We've seen people walking on the beach in the middle of a blizzard in Long Branch. I present to you a dichotomy, a juxtaposition, whatever you want to call it. Look at this. Blacktop, actual blacktop on a major road in New Jersey. This is Route 35 here in Eatontown. Obviously a major artery going through Monmouth County, and this is a testament to the work that these plow drivers have been putting in last night into today. Very, very encouraging to see this as well. Earlier today, we had the chance to speak with Monmouth County Sheriff Sean Golden, who was talking about the workers, the linemen, the first responders who've had to work from last night into today and to working to keep people safe. Take a listen.
It's safety first, so you know that we anticipate that they're again assessing all these different areas that we had transformer outages, we have trees down, we had a bunch of wires down calls. We did activate our heat team, which is our highway emergency assistance team, high water vehicles on the major highways. This morning at 8 o'clock, it was too dangerous last night for them to be out, but unfortunately they did help some stranded motorists. Again, stay off the road if you don't need to be on the road. Let the plows do the work.
Yeah, and some of the context there with that was the sheriff talking about power outages, which was a big problem and still is a persistent problem here in toward the Jersey Shore, Monmouth and Ocean counties. But happy to pass on some numbers from JCP&L as of a few minutes ago. Both Monmouth and Ocean counties are, for the first time since this blizzard, underneath 20,000 customers without power each. So that's down from here in Monmouth County. Earlier today, it was up to 25,000. Now it's just underneath 20. In Ocean County, it was up at 33,000 at the peak. Now that is underneath 20. Still, a lot of people still have left to get their power back, but clearly some progress being made, and we love to see that, especially after this blizzard today.
Thank you, Jim. We do love to see a little bit of progress there. Okay, so the snow has slowed, but the clock is ticking for residents to dig out. We are live in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, with our own Joe Mosseri.
Plus, meteorologist Chris Cimino tells us how much time you have before those temperatures drop and the snow turns to ice. But before we go to break, let's check out some viewer photos. This photo is from Michelle Rodette in Ozone Park, Queens. It's her daughter putting the kids to work. Way to go, Mom.
And here's Lisa Rodriguez on a walk with her dog, BJ, in the East Village.
And don't forget to send us your photos. You can scan that QR code right there on your screen to share them directly with us. Or go to our website, PIX11.com/photos.
Let's check out Staten Island, shall we? And look at this video. Now, Mayor Mandani says that this city and the borough will be focusing a lot of attention on Staten Island after it took the major hit right there from the storm. You can see people trying to dig out, and some power lines were down all around the place. That power line issue expected to be a problem across the region with this wet, heavy snow. We'll have live reports from Staten Island coming up in just about an hour. Let's head over this time, the Verrazano Bridge, from there to Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's where our Joe Masseri is there right now. And Joe, we know quite a few people had come out, and I guess you're helping out the neighborhood, shoveling out some cars.
We know as New Yorkers, if you park on the right side of the street, you're going to have some problems if it's a one-way street. Over on the left side, it's not so bad. But I'll tell you what, DSNY, they've been out here, been doing a good job all throughout the evening and today, and they helped us out a little bit. They didn't put the plow down and plow us back in. They're running over some of the snow that we got in the middle of the street. It's not lost on me, though, that I am taking money out of someone's pockets, because earlier today, we caught up with a group of guys who banded together and formed Bay Ridge Shovelers. They're going around Brooklyn. They're helping people dig their cars out, dig their houses out. We caught up with them, getting some video, doing a house around the corner over here. And I got to tell you, there's really an entrepreneurial spirit that goes to this. And thanks to social media, they're making even more money now than I was making when I was a kid. Listen to their experience and how late they're going to be working into the evening today.
Actually, we're in a shoveling group called Bay Ridge Shoveling. And I forgot her name, but she made a group, and we all literally basically put our name out there, and people contact us. Oh, you know, we need your services. So that's how much we pretty work. And I build a schedule from times, and we go on and we get the job done. It's way easier. You know, it's in the morning. We get in. You know, it's way easier. The snow is soft, and at night, with the freezing weather, it was way harder. So far right now, we have all the way till 1 a.m.
You're booked until 1 a.m. right now.
Yeah, we keep receiving calls. So we tell them, like, listen, we could get the job done, but it has to be late at night. You could pay me tomorrow, you know? They're like, you know what, that's fine. And hopefully we get more, you know? I'm here, man, and there's money to make.
Imagine that, waking up in the morning and your house is shoveled, your car's shoveled out. Not a bad gig if you can get it. So I know they're making a lot of money today as they're going from house to house. It's a good workout, so I don't mind. You know, you check that heart rate, obviously. Now, how about this, guys, though? Mohammed, can you believe this? Your neighbor down the block, I offered to help him. He told me he didn't want the free help. What do you think of somebody passing up free shoveling help in this weather?
I think they were probably skeptical.
Yeah.
Whether you're going to ask them for money at the end.
That's right. New Yorkers are skeptical. It's a good thing. I'm not asking for any money. We're out here helping neighbors because that's how you spread love the Brooklyn way. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio. As you can see, I got a lot of work to do out here to help my buddy Mo.
And there's money out there to be made.
It is impressive how many people are out there doing it.
Well, there's a lot of snow. Candace, were you here today?
Thanks for joining us. Anytime you want to check in with reality.
I slept through it.
But you know that Joe was doing all that shoveling and then not really gasping for air. He's a marathon runner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that endurance.
So's G. G could.
Well, that was a few years ago.
Yeah, that time's passed.
Anyway. So,
anyway,
yes, we are finally getting out of this, but everybody's going to dig out. Yeah. It's going to take a while, certainly. The good news about the post-storm is that we're not getting those, single-digit lows and teens and not getting above freezing all day. We're going to be melting it down. It was a wet snow, and that actually will also melt a little bit faster. But the problem is it's doing that already as temps are climbing late this afternoon, early this evening, and then you're going to get a refreeze. So any flurries going to be ending. The slush will refreeze tonight. Sunshine back tomorrow. It's going to look really pretty, reflecting off all of that white snow, but how long that snow stays white, I don't know. Quite cold, though, tomorrow. Struggle. We get above freezing or near it during the afternoon, so there will be some melting. Then Wednesday, just a light mixture of snow and maybe mixed precipitation, a little rain mixed in as well with a weak system. Nothing to worry about. Some of the big numbers. Babylon, 29.5. Shirley, 28.5. Islip Airport, that's their all-time record at 29.1. And some of these numbers may actually be tweaked again as I look into any further updates. In addition to the heavy snow across the area, we did have a period of very strong winds. In fact, at a Montauk Point, they measured 84 miles per hour. Newark at the airport, 54 miles an hour. In the park, 43. JFK, 62 mile per hour wind. White Plains, 45. And Stony Brook, a 74 mile per hour wind gust. So a couple of spots, hurricane force type wind gusts. 36 in Newark and Caldwell, 33 now in the city. Still holding it freezing across Long Island. Upper 30s, though, north and west. So there's some melting going on here. Meantime, the wind is subsiding some, but still it's a little stronger out east, so it's creating a wind chill like 16 at Islip, 22 over at Kennedy, 27 in the park. That's not too bad. Notice the wind chill's really reasonable to the west because there's not much wind there either. Storm continues to slowly pull away from us, but boy, it took a long time getting going and it's taken a long time to get out of here, but it's getting out of here. You can see the snow dissipating now. Dry air's winning on out. It is all pushing that snow away, and the snow itself is just kind of breaking up and evaporating. Live radar, again, that band that was along the Jersey shore finally catching a break in New Jersey. That's all pulling away. Those areas saw in excess of 2 feet of snow as well. So futurecast overnight, we're clearing it up. Tomorrow, sunshine. We get a few clouds in the mix at times. And then as we head towards Wednesday, early morning, I mean very early, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, a little period of light snow. Could be mixed, especially south and east. Then it's gone very quickly by mid to late morning, and then we're back to some sunshine Wednesday afternoon. Another system will arrive, we think, later on Thursday night. Again, not a big one, but we'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, the good news about the next several days is no big storms, a couple of little nuisance things going on, but temperatures at least get to 40 on Wednesday, close to that Thursday, low 40s Friday. Weekend looking pretty good right now. Sunshine, at least partial sun, both Saturday and Sunday. Temps in the upper 40s. Then we trend colder. We'll keep an eye on another system early next week.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
Well, coming up, we have the very latest on Long Island Railroad suspension.
Yeah, plus New York City Mayor has a message for the emergency workers who've been working around the clock to clear those sidewalks and roads. Let's check out some of the other photos right now from you. So this is a huge snowman. Oh, I see. At Washington Square Park, the photo came to us from Casey Fowler-Steinman. Thank you, Stacy.
And in Yorktown Heights in Westchester County, Marie Jacobs sent us this photo of her dog Harley in the snow.
Make sure that you are sending us your photos. You can use this QR code that is on the screen right there to share them directly with us, or you can go to pix11.com/photos. We'll be right back. We've got these new photos showing the LIRR crews working overtime to get trains back up and running. Services suspended until further notice.
Yeah, officials say trains will resume when conditions improve. They say this will help crews fast-track snow removal efforts and other essential work. Now, for the latest updates, you're urged to check the Train Time app or visit MTA's website.
Our 2026 blizzard coverage is just getting started. Meteorologist Chris Cimino has the snowfall totals and a clear timeline for digging out.
That was me walking to work this morning. Plus, we're live in Huntington, Suffolk County, where Nicole Johnson has the latest on conditions there.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
Whoa, I don't even recognize the city.
Where are we?
Wait, what is this?
Where's
is that
the whiteout conditions?
Is that AI? Needless to say, things have been winding down at this hour, but the damage is already done. The blizzard of 2026 is one for the record books. On this Monday, thank you for joining us for our special edition of PIX11 News at 4 o'clock. I'm Candace Gibson.
And I'm Erin LeBeau. The tri-state is digging out. You couldn't tell from there. We saw like a glimmer of hope. Like it looked like the sun was shining. We didn't even see the sun all day.
We haven't seen it all year.
And we heard from Mayor Mamdani earlier delivering a message to New Yorkers about the status of the storm and the cleanup efforts. Take a listen.
Judging from current forecasts, the worst has passed. Conditions have begun to moderate, but there is still more to come.
Well, the state of New York remains in a state of emergency. Elected officials across the area advising people to still stay off the roads. The mayor also praised the teams of plow operators and shovelers who have been working around the clock.
Despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift.
And it's also a money-making opportunity for you, with the mayor announcing today they're increasing the pay for city shovelers from $19 an hour to $30 an hour. We have team coverage throughout the afternoon, but first, let's get over to meteorologist Chris Semino with the very latest. And, well, talked about it being for the record books, and it is.
Well, in the top 10, certainly. In some parts of the area, Islip, an all-time record for them, so it depends upon exactly where you were. The city, actually, believe it or not, this 19.7 is one of the lower numbers in and around the boroughs. LaGuardia was over 22 inches. So this came in at number 9 in terms of the greatest snowfall in Central Park since they've been keeping records 150-something years. Meantime, other areas did better than that 19.7. Freehold, final number 26. Howell, New Jersey, 24.5. At Newark, 27.1. 2 feet in Colts Neck, 27.5 over in Englewood, New Jersey. At North Vale, coming in at 19 inches. And this is just a few of a very, very long list of areas that saw 20 to 27 inches of snow across New Jersey and Long Island as well. 33 in the park right now. We saw that outside shot. Yeah, you can actually see the base of the clouds, some breaks in between. The drier air is finally moving on in. But again, now we deal with things melting for the next few hours, and then later on tonight, the cold air is going to settle on in, and once the skies clear, the temperatures are going to start to drop. So we're dealing with a refreeze scenario. Wind gusts, still some, 41 mile an hour at White Plains, 39 at Bridgeport, 36 Islip, 44 mile an hour gust in West Hampton. The storm is slowly pulling away, but from this area east, you're closer to the storm, so your winds are stronger. To the west, further away, notice your gusts only 20 to a max 25 miles per hour. That will continue to be the trend. So through the evening hours, still a lot of clouds around. I think we start to see some clearing after 10 o'clock or so. Temps slowly falling back and then into the low to mid-20s by tomorrow morning. But for the most part, it's all about that drier air that's winning on out now. And as we zoom in, not much to worry about. We're done. A couple of flurries, maybe in a few more spots, but even the cloud cover is going to start thinning out. Live radar showing everything moving away. Earlier today, when that storm was off just to the south and east, things were pushing back off the Atlantic. Now finally things are moving away into the Atlantic, away from us, and that's why we continue to see the drying even down along the Jersey Shore, which that Long Branch area got hit, and it got hit very hard. Meantime, European models showing as we go through tonight, everything exits off to the south and east. We get into some sunshine tomorrow, but it's a chilly northwest wind. It'll be a struggle to get to the low 30s in the afternoon. Clouds roll in on Wednesday, and then we're going to watch this next little system. It's not a storm per se. It's actually a weak front with the clipper, bringing a little bit of light snow our way, mixed with a little rain. First part of the day on Wednesday, then it's out of here, and things are going to start to dry out beyond that point. So we should be in pretty good shape. So highs tomorrow, generally 30-ish to the low 30s. Most areas maybe getting above freezing in a few spots with that mix of clouds and sunshine. The 7-day forecast indicates at least no big storms on the horizon. A couple of nuisances. One early Wednesday, just kind of a light mix. 40 should do it. Thursday system is late in the day and toward evening. Again, maybe a light mix, upper 30s. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so far so good. Looking quiet. Temperatures mid to upper 40s. And then then as we head into next week, we'll take a run at another system perhaps Monday with temperatures chilling back into the 30s. But we've got several days. It's going to be a gradual process, but we will continue melting each and every day, beginning on Thursday especially.
All right, well, we have less than 1 month left with winter, so it's okay.
There's going to be a Met game on, I think, Wednesday, right here on PIX at 1 o'clock.
In Florida.
Time. Well, sorry.
All right.
There's that.
Thank you. All right, to Long Island now, though. A travel ban remains in effect because of the whiteout conditions.
Yeah, our Nicole Johnson joins us live from Huntington and Suffolk County. Hey, Nicole.
Hi there, Ernie and Candace. We are at Huntington Station. You're taking a live look at a huge snow mound, and look at me. Please don't try this at home, but I am sitting on a high pile of snow. This is the result when plow trucks are doing their job. They just move the snow and they make these 10 to 12 feet high piles, these mounds, you know, and I'm brave enough to sit on top because Candace asked me for a little bit of fun. This is as fun as it gets. Take a look at some video Keith Lopez shot earlier. We were on the roads. We went to Round Swamp Road and we found a plow truck stuck there. Driving to Comac, we saw a driver stuck there, and that's what people were talking about. That's why we had that travel ban, because we really wanted people to stay off the road. So far, so good. It is clear, the LIE clear. We found blacktop there. But again, the warning was really serious, and we saw blizzard conditions really hitting Long Island hard. For hours, we took a beating, and here's what some drivers had to say. Describe it, 1 to 10, 10 being the worst.
I've lived on Long Island all my life. I would say this is an 8. I mean, more common in the 80s, I would say. You could.
Yeah, but you remember, you mean in the 80s? Remember back in the 80s, we went to school in this. The snow went up to your knee, and we didn't have snow days.
I joke with my kids all the time. I'm like, we'd still be going to school in this weather. But with, all the talk of global warming, and this is a shock to a lot of people, I guess.
So far, they look pretty clean, but it's like a ghost town right now. There's still a lot of sections that they haven't even touched, and I hear that we're getting more on Wednesday, so.
Wait, don't say Wednesday, it's Monday. Let's just stay with Monday.
Well, hopefully all this is cleared out by tomorrow, because these kids already came out from a week vacation. Now we got an extra 2 to 3 days. It's insane.
That man was getting ahead of himself talking about Wednesday, and we're still dealing with Monday. We are not in the clear just yet. The wind is still an issue out here. It died down just a tad bit, but again, we are seeing cold, icy, snowy conditions as we speak. Candace, I'm having a little bit of fun climbing this snow mound, and I want to send a quick cheers back to you as I cross my legs and sit high and pretty. Back to you guys in the studio.
As Martin says, our Nicole Johnson has been to the mountaintop. We didn't get there with you.
Or the snow cap.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on the mountaintop.
With her nice chilled iced tea.
Yes, we're going to watch you come down.
Please don't try this at home. Don't try this at home. Do not try this at home. No. And I can't come down, not on TV. I'll come down later, but not on TV. Because I might have to slide on my rear. We're not doing that on live TV.
We understand by any means.
Yeah, I got to slide. We're not sliding on TV.
What we're not going to do is slide on TV.
Thank
Nicole.
you, our chief fun correspondent, Nicole Johnson.
All right.
All right, now let's check in with the conditions in Brooklyn.
Our chief bagel correspondent, Henry Rossoff, is now doing snow coverage from Brooklyn this time around. Henry, how's it going?
No bagels today, but still having fun. Tell Nicole I'm going to try it at home. I don't care what she says. I'm going to do it right here in downtown Brooklyn. So no more snow falling here. Breeze isn't even that bad. No blustery conditions, and it's before 5 o'clock in New York City, and that means you have 4 hours to make sidewalks like this go away. And at this point, this is pretty beaten down. Not much you can do here. Use the scraper side. Nothing. You're going to need to salt down at this point if you haven't done anything yet and it got walked down upon. This is obviously going to be one of the bigger stories for the next 24, 48 hours, whether or not the sidewalks have been appropriately cleared. We've been out here doing what we can. We've been kind of clearing crosswalks and cutways for people with disabilities who need them to get by. Just doing our little part in our little corner of the world over here by Jay and Willoughby. Take a listen to one lady we spoke with. You saw her last hour. I helped her at the crosswalk. We interviewed her after we left you guys. Take a listen.
It shocked me that you guys are shoveling. I rarely see that as a native New Yorker. Of course I am. But it's appreciated. We're all New Yorkers. We should chip in and show what we do and how we stand. You know, I've been through snow in the 70s. I even shoveled snow when I used to live in Brooklyn. I live in Manhattan now.
And speak of the devil right there behind me, that gentleman is working in downtown Brooklyn. He's with the Doe Fund, the Brooklyn Downtown Association. They've been doing great work around here, just helping out people where they can. The other big story being talked about is schools. Of course, Mayor Mamdani said schools would open per usual tomorrow, and already getting some pushback, particularly from Republican members of the city council, tend to represent more of the far reaches, outer boroughs, the outskirts of Queens, parts of Staten Island, southern Brooklyn. It's not a big delegation, but it's pretty much the far reaches of the outer boroughs. And they have concerns that this won't be cleared quite in time. They want the mayor to either offer some virtual options or maybe take another day off. I was showing a couple of hours ago the nearby independent school, Brooklyn Friends, which does tend to follow city guidance. And for example, Brooklyn Friends is opening mid-morning, a delayed start until the kiddos have to show up in the interest of giving people more time and more time to clear in the morning. So that's something to watch as we move into what is supposed to be a regular school day for the 900,000 New York City public school students and their families tomorrow. But for now, live in downtown Brooklyn, Henry Rossoff, PIX11 News.
All right, our Henry Rossoff with the triple duty. Not only is he doing his live reports, he's shoveling the snow, and he's also assisting people across the street safely.
Wow. He's the type to bring home the grandma, yes. All right, Henry, thank you.
All right, we'll have more blizzard coverage still to come.
Yeah, had a travel update and a live check-in on conditions, this time in New Jersey.
Here we are to New Jersey, where many communities are buried under more than a foot of snow.
Yeah, RJ Dow is live in Wyckoff showing us the very latest conditions there. Jay, how many miles have you covered today?
Yeah, we've been around Bergen County, Candace. We've been around Bergen County and lucky enough to live in Bergen County and grow up here, so I know my way around. And we knew that there would be a lot of kids here in Wyckoff at this elementary school. This hill, legendary for some good sledding. The kids, they build these ramps, these berms, so they go down and then they start flipping and banging their head on the snow. I mean, it looks like a good time. Nothing that I would get involved in, but that's youth for you. And besides the kids that are having fun here, there are a lot of parents that are also enjoying it as well. We spoke with a mom who told us that, half of the household was doing the work. The other half was out having some fun. Take a listen. kind of an experience has this blizzard been for you?
For me, it's been great. For my husband, not so much, because he had to shovel. I stayed inside with the kids all day until it was time to come here and go sledding.
You've had it great.
I've had it great. I really have. Right?
Hi, how are you? Are you having a good time? Yeah. Look at those beautiful eyes. All right, so are you gonna go down one more time?
We are gonna go down one more time.
Okay. All right.
Ready? Want to go with Mama? Yeah. Okay. Ready?
And down the hill they went, and I feel her husband's pain. I was out there this morning at 6:30 trying to get everything cleared, and by the time I finished, it looked like I had not been out there at all. So I am anticipating a lot more work as soon as we wrap up here. The second job awaits me. For now, we're live in Wyckoff. Jay Dow, PIX11 News.
The second job being at home.
Shoveling out.
Shoveling.
That's right.
You ain't going to do it itself.
That's right. I mean, unless you two are volunteering.
Okay, bye, Jay. It's been Chris. Yeah, wow. Would you look at the time?
Unless you want to come to my place. It's probably at least a foot and a half waiting for me in Yonkers, too. But yeah, now the big dig underway. It's already starting. We've seen it late this afternoon. The snow finally shut down for most areas. Any flurries will be ending. Most of them have now. The skies will clear gradually from west to east as we go through the evening, which means any slush we have out there, any standing water, could refreeze as the temperatures take a tumble back through the 20s, especially later tonight and towards tomorrow morning. Sunshine is back in the picture tomorrow, but it's a cold one. May be tough to get above freezing for many areas, again, with that snow cover out there. But the higher sun angle, I think we briefly get into the low to mid 30s. There'll be some melting. Wednesday morning, a weak system, a little mix of some light snow mixed with a little rain or sleet at that. Meantime, overall, this is what we're looking at. The area that was in red came in with 15 to 20 on average. Don't yell at me if you didn't. You had 14.8, or don't yell at me if you had 20.2. But there were isolated spots embedded in here that were 25 to almost 30 inches. Then you went further north and west, at least 10 to 15, and then really you had to go way up here to get under a foot. So this storm really blossomed late last night and early this morning, and especially threw a lot of snow back at us during the first half of the morning hours today, which is typical when you have a storm bombing like that offshore. Danbury, Connecticut, latest we had there is a foot and a half. Close to that, Essex Fells in New Jersey. LaGuardia, 22.2. 24 in Lynbrook, Long Island. 27 in North Patchogue and Osting, 23.2. Almost 2 feet of snow even up there. Snowfall amounts elsewhere. The island really took the cake here. 29.5 in Babylon. Islip a record 29.1, 24.8 in Shinnecock, and 28.5 in Shirley, Long Island. Low 30s city, mid 30s across New Jersey. You've been in the drying out area and even some breaks of sun a little bit sooner, so your temperatures are actually above freezing. Winds are still gusting out there, though, primarily city on east. Still seeing a gust of White Plains, a little bit over 40. Same thing on the east end of West Hampton, 44. It'll stay gusty through the first part of tonight, and then those gusts will settle down probably more like 20, 25 miles per hour. That'll be about it. But when it does kick in, temperatures are still in the low 30s across the island. Even White Plains, it feels like 18, 16 in Islip. So I want you to keep that in mind if you're going to head out late this afternoon and this evening to begin to remove some of that snow. It's going to be rather cold. Meantime, finally, look at the dry air winning out here, but still a lot of cloud cover. It's going to take a while to get rid of that, but the system itself continues to move away. And notice now all that's left is this little patch of snow east of New Jersey and south of Long Island. And again, it rapidly is drying out. Live radar shows that last blue band. That was the steadiest snow you could find. That is pushing away from us now. So we're sitting pretty good shape in that regard after all of this. Meantime, skies are going to clear overnight. Tomorrow, sun to start. Just a few fair weather clouds get in the mix. Nice looking day. There's that push of light snow, we think, early Wednesday morning, maybe mixed in some spots, and then we're back to some sunshine by Wednesday afternoon. Thursday, we're going to watch another system potentially at night with light precipitation. Hopefully, we get a little bit milder just in time for the weekend. So here you go in the 7-day forecast. No big storms, at least for the next 6, maybe 7 days. 34 Tuesday, 40 Wednesday, close to that Thursday, and then into the 40s we go Saturday and Sunday. Weekend looking pretty good, actually, more melting, and then we'll watch the system early Monday as it turns a little bit colder into next week.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
More of our snow coverage coming up after the break. How will we rebuild from these 19 inches that we got in Central Park? A lot of people are digging out right now, but as you can see from the radar, there are parts of Long Island that are still being hit by some bit of precipitation. Okay, so the snow is done falling in most parts of New Jersey, but the dig out is only beginning.
Yeah, Grace Gomez joins us live from Hudson County. Hey, Grace.
Hi guys, I am by the Path train station in Hoboken, and it's pretty quiet now. I mean, it's close to 5 o'clock around this time on a Monday. It would be very, very busy, but as you know, the state was closed. Transportation was non-existent for hours for a lot of people, and this is what it looks like right now. Now, earlier today, we did see a lot more people, so I'm assuming they're coming in by groups, depending on who's trying to get out of the city, who is trying to get into the city. We did see a couple of tourists with their bags coming into Hoboken, trying to find a place and transportation to get around. And, you know, you see the sidewalk very clean out here. Well, it didn't get clean by itself. I actually caught up with a group of workers who were hard at work all day and night. Take a listen.
We did start yesterday, like 6 p.m. and we work all night to clean everything. It doesn't stop.
Did you guys take breaks? How many people do you have helping you?
3, 4, 5 guys. 5 guys. Yeah, we stop a little bit because we're so tired. Yeah, it's a lot of snow. I never saw snow like this.
It's been quite some time since we had a major snowstorm, a blizzard. How was it working with the wind and the snow in the middle of the night?
It's terrible. It's too hard.
I mean, yeah, it was very difficult. We were up late yesterday, up until 11 o'clock in snow coverage. So I firsthand, I experienced that. So we feel for those workers and for everybody that has been out there working under these conditions. Now, not everybody was happy about the fact that the transportation was non-existent, that transportation was stopped by Governor Mikey Sherrill. We'll have that interview of a gentleman I spoke to who had to head into work despite the conditions. He had to make it in somehow. I'll have that interview for you in the next hour. For now, though, reporting live in Hoboken, Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
It is pretty impressive, though, Grace, how they've cleared out all of those sidewalks and that parking area out there. Just in time for you to run to catch that train. All right, Grace, thank you so much. We look forward to seeing that interview in the next hour. Some major travel bans across the tri-state largely lifted, but some do remain in effect.
Yeah, the city of Mount Vernon's travel ban has been extended until 6 tonight. Only authorized vehicles, including emergency responders and essential workers, are permitted on the roads.
And a reminder, the travel ban in Suffolk County now extended until 3 p.m. tomorrow. The travel ban has been lifted for New York City and New Jersey. Okay, take a look at this video. A tree falling over a fence and onto a car in the High Bridge section of the Bronx. The car is covered in snow, but it's not clear if that helped cushion the fall. We are going to get another look at the forecast in a little bit. But yeah, you can see this is a lot of these scenes we're getting from all over the place because the snow is just such a heavy, wet snow that has come down, and the ground is saturated in many places. So a lot of people have been dealing with that as we head out there. And you need to look up. Pay attention as well. Yeah, because there is a lot of snow that has accumulated on, ledges, on tops of buildings, that ultimately, as it starts to, if it doesn't freeze over, but starts to melt, will come tumbling down. But in the meantime, let's send things over to Chris with a look at our snowfall forecast. Chris.
Yeah, the final numbers are really impressive, actually. This storm achieved and even overachieved in a lot of spots. There was some concern as it took a little while to get itself going, but it did, especially overnight last night into the morning hours today. 15 to 20 inches, very common in this area, all shaded in the dark red, but also fairly common was a lot of numbers between 20 and 25 and 26 and 27 inches of snow, especially out across portions of Suffolk County into portions of New Jersey as well. 2 feet of snow on the east side of Staten Island. Island. And then as you gradually went to the north and west, it was 15 to 18, and then eventually 10 to 15 up in here, and then finally under a foot. But you had to go way to the north and west, away from the center of the storm to get into those kind of numbers. But really, a quick look one more time at those big numbers. We're talking about, it looks like 27.2 in North Patchogue was close to the highest. We did see a 29.5 inch across portions of Long Island. But the 7-day forecast shows some promise. No big storms, couple little nuisance events Wednesday and Thursday, and back to sunshine and more melting on Saturday and Sunday with temperatures in the mid and upper 40s, guys.
All right, we will enjoy it. We won't think about next week.
No. All right, please don't.
One day at a time.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have more live team weather coverage coming up at 5.
Yeah, ahead at the top of the hour, the latest forecasts and conditions in our area as we approach the end of this historic blizzard. A lot more ahead coming up.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
And that weather alert, the blizzard of 2026 finally starting to make its way out of our area, but not before dumping, in some cases, record levels of snow across the tri-state. A whopping 26.5 inches of snow hitting Islip, Long Island. The entire island hitting double digits of snow as well.
And most of New Jersey also under of at least a foot of snow. Take a look at conditions here in Saddlebrook.
Travel bans lifted across the area, but make no mistake, the roads are still difficult to navigate. Our crews here driving through Mott Haven section of the Bronx. If you can stay home, you should, so crews can continue to clear those roadways.
And Mayor Mamdani says nearly all of the city's roads have been plowed at least once, but snow came down for more than 24 hours. So there's a lot of snow still out there. However, Mayor Mamdani is confident that conditions will be safer for kids to return to school tomorrow.
Hope our students enjoy their snow day today and stay warm and safe throughout. But I do have some tough news to share. School will be in person tomorrow. You can still pelt me with snowballs when you see me.
Well, as for tomorrow's commute, that's still in question. New Jersey Transit buses and rails remain suspended, as does the LIRR. Although the MTA is hoping service resumes tomorrow sometime, though could be limited service, I should tell you. And we expect to hear an update on New York ferry service later tonight. PATH trains running very limited and only from 33rd to Grove Street by way of Hoboken at this hour, while Newark light rail is resuming.
As we say, thank you for joining us. The PIX11 News here at 5. I'm Erin LeBeau.
I'm Candace Gibson. Okay, so school is back on tomorrow for many kids locally. But many people got to enjoy a real snow day, Washington Square Park right there, with a massive, massive snowball fight.
I thought that was Central Park. We said,
No.
Okay, maybe we got a different vantage point. And now that the snow is moving out, the question is how cold is it going to be over the next couple of days? Because that will determine if the snow sticks around. Let's head over to meteorologist Chris Cimino with the latest.
Because it's a wet snow, certainly, but over the next few days, anytime you get sunshine now, late February going to early March, the sun angle's a little bit higher, and you can melt that snow even when the temperature's still fairly cold. So I think we're going to see this one melt faster. It's just that we had so much more snow compared to the last one. 34 degrees, up another in the last hour. We may rise one more, probably level off in the mid-30s for a time above freezing. So there's going to be a little more melting, even though there's no sunshine out there right now. Wind chill at 27, but the problem is these temperatures will start to fall later tonight back into the 20s. 34 City, a lot of 36s west of town, right at the freezing mark, most of eastern Long Island. The snow is gone. It's dissipating, pretty much drying out south of Long Island, east of New Jersey, and it's all pulling away a little bit in eastern Connecticut, maybe a few more flurries over the Twin Forks. That would be about it. But notice in and around the city and close by, we're done in pretty good shape. So the bottom line here is over the next 12 hours or so, we'll see the temperatures take a tumble and then drop to the low 20s by morning. So becoming clear, just watch out for the refreeze. And then tomorrow, at least it's a sunny day, another good chance to continue digging out with a high temperature of about 34. We've got some 40s in the 7-day forecast and then a little speed bump here or there. We'll talk more about that with the 7-day just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Let's head out to Long Island right now. The whole island getting double digits of snow.
Yeah, in many areas getting 20 inches or more, and people are digging out as we speak. Let's head to our Anthony DiLorenzo live in Freeport. Hey, Anthony.
Hey guys, we moved here to the Nautical Mile. We wanted to bring a little bit of warmth your way and think to spring and summer and picture this. People here enjoying a drink, enjoying some seafood in 80-degree temperatures. Well, right now that's not the case. We've got 20 inches of snow plus, but sooner than later that'll be what we see. And fortunately, despite all of this weather that moved through in the overnight hours and today, this area, which is low-lying, did not see any flooding during the high tide hours. So that is good news in this part of Long Island. However, if you do live further out east, Islip say, well, you got about 29 inches of snow, according to the National Weather Service. That is the most our area saw for this blizzard, the most they have seen in many decades, since 1978, we are told. And of course, Long Islanders are now out digging out. We have seen lots of people in the neighborhood out trying to dig out their cars, dig out ways and their sidewalks, because there is so much of it and it's so heavy as well. So it is important that you really just take it easy, because the snow is wet and heavy. As Chris mentioned, the warmer atmosphere has made the snow much more dense and hard to move around. We drove here from the city, and the good news is the main highways are pretty much clear of snow. It's just these side roads and the roads in the neighborhoods that still need to be treated. So here in Freeport, they are determining whether or not there is still going to be school tomorrow. That is still a question mark, according to some students we talked to. One question mark that is also up in the air right now is whether the Long Island Railroad will be back up and running for the morning commute. It is under a full suspension at this time. As crews, we saw them digging out platforms and stations and stairs, trying to get it ready for commuters tomorrow, but it's really unclear as folks contend with yet another winter blast.
It's about what we expected. If we're going to get a lot of snow, it's going to be like this. They did a pretty decent job plowing because most of the people weren't parked on the road. But yeah, this is what you pretty much expect.
Okay, was there any flooding today?
No.
Where both cars are, there was at least 6 foot of snow drifted. That's how, so me and my daughter, we just knocked things down little by little. But look how it came out.
So the issue is this wind that might still be gusting up to 20, 30, 40 miles per hour as the storm pushes offshore. That could create lots of snow drifts, and any of the roads that had already been cleared might see some more snow being pushed across in the overnight hours. So that is something to be careful of and be looking out for if you're heading out tonight, because the travel ban, as you can see, has been lifted here on the island. That is the latest live in Freeport. I'm Anthony DiLorenzo, PIX11 News.
Yeah, and it's still slightly windy out there in Freeport as well. Dilo, thank you.
All right, well, Mayor Mamdani updating New Yorkers earlier this afternoon. Even though the travel ban is lifted, there's still some hazards out there, so there is a travel warning initiated to stay off the roads so that they can plow and do the work that they need. Now, extra sanitation crews are heading to Staten Island. The borough was hit particularly hard by the storm.
Yeah, students will be expected in the classroom tomorrow. City schools are back open tomorrow for the 900,000 plus students locally. And alternate side parking suspended through the rest of the week. But a reminder, all New Yorkers, do your part, clean up after yourself and your dogs while the city takes care of the snow.
All right, in the meantime, let's head out to Greg Mocker. He's live on the Upper West Side near Central Park. Hey, Greg.
We're enjoying this view because we're certainly comparing it to what it looked like 24 hours ago. The weather can definitely slow down the fast pace of the city. You have people taking in the beautiful sights of Central Park. The sidewalks have been taken care of here, but everybody still has that kind of walk as they move around. And as we look over here to the intersections over by the road, everybody's going carefully because that's the part where it really starts to get messy. And we expect that is going to be the focus now. Something like 14,000 signaled intersections, so that's even more crosswalks that need to be addressed. The mayor says bus stops are going to be an even bigger priority. People know how to get around New York, and some of our video that we captured earlier showed, of course, the person on some cross-country skis here in the park, making the most of kind of this day. And isn't that what you'd expect here in New York? Somebody's got somewhere to be. Other people got to stay inside today. Other people had to work. But now everybody's focused on moving.
It is magical. I mean, it reminds me of my childhood. I grew up in a teeny tiny little French village in the forest, and I get a little bit of that feeling when I ride through the park.
Yeah, it makes it different from what we're used to around here.
Very different. Fantastic.
And now we couldn't not do this report and show some sledding there in Central Park. Everybody makes the most of that too with a garbage can lid or maybe an actual sled. Back here live, let's refocus on the bus stops because that's going to be something. Tomorrow everybody's got somewhere to be. And the bus stops will be in focus this time around versus in January. Supervisors with sanitation are going to be GPS kind of geo-logging which ones have been cleaned, which ones they need to get to. So the administration promising that bus stops are going to be cleaner faster. They say they've already gotten to about 2,000 of them. Live in Central Park, Greg Mocker, PIX11 News.
Okay, Greg, thank you. It's been fun to watch that road, how it has cleared up. Yeah, over the course of the afternoon. Broadway will be dark tonight yet again. All Monday performances canceled.
Yep, but in the meantime, let's head to New Jersey where these ducks said a little bit of snow, no problem. Floating on the Hudson River, just unfazed by the storm. And check out these cars in Bloomfield, New Jersey, covered in a blanket of snow. The area got 27 inches of it.
If those MMA boys want to make some money,
Bloomfield, head to Bloomfield.
head over to Bloomfield. Conditions have been rough all day in parts of New Jersey.
Yeah, let's head out to our Jim Vassell, who is live along Eatonton, New Jersey, near Route 45. And we're happy to say we can finally see you clearly, Jim.
That's right. Good evening to you both. As the sun sets on this blizzard of 2026, some positive signs. Not only has the snow come to a complete halt, but as you can see behind me, we see blacktop. This is Route 35 in the Eatontown, a major artery going through Monmouth County. As you can see, it's a testament to the work the plow drivers have been doing last night into today. But I want to show you some video from earlier today. This was just a few hours ago in Long Branch, just a stone's throw away from where we're standing now. now, and conditions couldn't have been more different. We had snow, we had wind, we had cold, and mounds of snow that you see these plow drivers contending with. And people were shoveling, as they were shoveling out their homes as the blizzard was going on. A lot of these folks have lost their power for 12 hours at that point. Here's what some of them had to say.
It's heart-wrenching because you go food shopping, you get ready for the storm, and then power goes out, and now everything you spent now is down the drain.
I turn the oven on. Well, good thing we can have gas. So I turn the oven on and drink a lot of tea and hot chocolate, and I come out, so, to keep from being, bored or keep my sanity, come outside a little bit, while it's daylight, and then go back in. Just everybody has to work together in the community.
Now, according to some of the latest numbers from JCP&L, some customers have had their power restored here from the afternoon into the start of the evening hours. Now, obviously, thousands of customers still without power, but some positive signs going into nightfall. Guys.
Some good signs indeed. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. So the snow has slowed, but the clock is ticking for residents to dig out. Up next, we're live in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, with our own Joe Mosseri, who has been helping the neighborhood dig out.
Plus, you can see the camera shaking there because the winds are still whipping. Our meteorologist, Chris Samito, tells us how much time will have before the temperatures actually drop, and the snow turns to ice.
But first, let's check out some of our viewer photos. Ebony from the Bronx sending us this photo. Well, that's her husband carrying laundry in the blizzard.
Oh, I was like, what is that?
And I love that Ebony was like, I'm just going to take a photo of him.
And a big birthday shout out to Marjorie Fernandez. Today is her 61st birthday.
Happy birthday. Do send us your photos. You can use this QR code right there on the screen to share them directly with us. Or go to PIX11.com/photos. All right, check out this video from Staten Island. Mayor Mamdani saying the city will be focusing a lot of attention on this borough after it took a major hit from the storm. You can see people trying to dig out, some power lines that are down. That power line issue, though, expected to be a problem across the area with this wet, heavy snow. We're going to have live reports from Staten Island coming up in just about an hour. And should we head across the bridge?
We should.
Pay the toll? What's the toll? $14? 20? 15. Let's pay the $15 to cross the Verrazano and go to Bay Ridge, Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's where Joe Masseri joins us. And Joe, oh, okay, you're getting some of the cars out, looks like.
Made some progress.
Yeah. Oh, not me. I'm but a small part of this major dig out here. I'm actually just across from Staten Island, which I can see now. This morning it was completely cloudy. We could not see across the water here on the bay, the Staten Island Ferry running at this hour. But yeah, I'm in the crosswalk here along Shore Road in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, where my buddy Ralph got his car dug out. He said it was a lot easier than last time when he was out here. And fortunately for him, he's parked on the left side. New Yorkers know there's a difference between the left side of the street and the right side of the street when you're on a one-way street, and those plows come up and down and plow you back in after you do the hard work of digging out your car. And as you look down this block here, on our last hit, the block was pretty much blacktop. But with people coming out now, digging out their cars, they're throwing it all back in the middle of the street. And at this point, some people are just running out of room with places to put it. And that's when you call in the guys that we spoke to earlier, a group of friends who were out here shoveling. They started a group called Bay Ridge Shovelers, and they're going around, they're taking requests. They said they're going to be out here till 1 o'clock in the morning. We caught them down the block here, shoveling out one of the people who live in the neighborhood. But everybody wants to talk about the shoveling work that exists. Nobody wants to talk about the sledding work that goes on. Over at the parks today, this snow was so loosely packed that the early sledders weren't going anywhere. And we spoke to a kid who was the first one on the hill at Owl's Head Park. That is one of the most popular sledding destinations here in Bay Ridge. Listen to what he had to say out there.
Good. We slid down. We definitely fell 8 times.
You guys paved the way for the other sledders, though, today. That's hard work. You know, some people are out here shoveling, but people don't get enough credit for being the first ones out on the mountain. Did anybody pat you on the back and say thank you for paving the way?
No.
Now, how do you feel that you don't have school today?
Wonderful.
This is old-fashioned. When I was a kid, we didn't have school, and we didn't have to do remote learning either.
Yeah, today wasn't remote learning because it was a big snow day, and that's why they said go sledding, go make an igloo. We also made like a little igloo, but our heads couldn't fit through.
I love it. So you're following directions.
Yes.
Good job. Enjoy the day. I think hot cocoa is probably also something you need to do today.
Thank you.
Yeah, some unfortunate news for that 4th grader and the rest of the New York City public school children. Mayor Mamdani said schools are back in session in person tomorrow. The first full snow day since 2019. I hope the kids got out and enjoyed it. Still a little bit of daylight here if you want to take one last run down those sledding hills in your community. In the meantime, the adults, I suggest digging out now because the snow on the bottom, it's pretty heavy right now. On top, though, you can get it out pretty easily, and I don't think it's going to get easier overnight. As Chris Camino keeps saying, it's going to be very cold. We could see a little bit of a freeze. So get it while you can. I'll be out in the neighborhood if you need a hand. I'm surprised at how many people are turning down my offer for free shoveling help here. I think they're all a little skeptical that I'm going to ask for a couple bucks at the end, but I promise I'm out here just doing good deeds. That's the latest from Bay Ridge, guys.
It's like those people that come out just washing your windshield and
when you don't need it.
For it.
Exactly, Joe. Like, stay.
No, they want money. They do want money.
It's true. You are doing it for free. Good point.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Good to see you.
All right, Joe said it there. I guess the fluffy, nice snow we love is
It's kind of gotten soggy, and that's the thing. And it gets dense at the bottom, and that's going to freeze. And you look at the top to go to shovel it, you hit a brick at the bottom. Yeah. It's going to be tough because things will refreeze.
There goes your rotator cuff.
Yeah, there you go. Look at her.
There goes your torn triceps. Like,
can't pitch for the whole season. I'm on the injured reserve list or whatever you call it these days. Wet roads outside our building. So actually, Not bad on the main roads. I'm sure the secondary roads, back roads still are snow covered and slushy, and the slushier ones may refreeze. 34, that's where we are now. That's the high for the day. Hey, normal high should be 44. Get a long look at this one, 72 degrees back in 1874. That can happen, but not even close, and we're not even going to get close to that, at least for the next several days around here. In terms of the snow and the record books for Central Park, this is a pretty good one. Number 9 in the list, 19.7. Didn't quite make it to 20, but again, in the top 10, that's always important, and I don't know what you can do with it, but you can say I lived through it. 18 in Danbury, 18.6 in Essex Falls, 22.2 at LaGuardia. Out of all the local airports in New York, that one took the cake there, but Lynbrook 24, North Patchogue 27.2. Friend from Nanuet just called in with 16.5. Further north and west, you went a little bit less. Not that 16.5 is something to sneeze at. 34 in the city, 36 in Newark, 36 Montgomery, now to the east. Still a little below freezing in West Hampton at 31. We've got gusty winds, just nowhere near as gusty as they were. Still gusting to 44 in Bridgeport and 38 in Brookhaven. So occasionally they're ramping up, but these gusts are also less frequent, and the sustained winds now are only averaging about 10 to 15 from the city on west. Wind chills still feels like 19 at Islip and West Hampton, 18 in Bridgeport with that stronger wind. Upper 20s the wind chill in the city, so that's not too bad if you're trying to head on out during the evening hours to get rid of that snow. But again, notice how the snow has dissipated nicely. We're clearing it out. Pretty good shape. The clouds will linger for a time, but the bigger picture doesn't reveal anything big upstream. But you can see that pinwheel of a storm still spinning up the southeast coast. By the way, in a town called Warwick, Rhode Island, 36.5 inches of snow and still counting. So it could have been worse, right? Here's your 7-day forecast. 34 tomorrow. Again, we look for some light snow on Wednesday morning, maybe a little mix in spots, and then another little round Thursday night. Weekend in the 40s, not bad with some sunshine, and then we may have to contend with another system early next week with temperatures chilling back to the 30s.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
Still to come right here, how you can make a couple extra bucks this snowstorm if you are brave and strong enough to venture outside. We're back now, As you can see with these live pictures, you're not drunk, and it's not your vision. The camera is really, really shaky right now, and from the wind that is still gusting at this hour, as you can tell right there. Well, new photos in the meantime showing Long Island LIRR crews working overtime to get trains back up and running. Service remains suspended until further notice.
Yeah, officials say trains will resume when those conditions improve. They say this will also help crews fast-track snow removal efforts, other essential work. For the latest updates, you're urged to check the Train Time app or visit the MTA's website.
Well, hundreds of civilians, New Yorkers, are helping city workers clear sidewalks and bus stops across all 5 boroughs, and now they're getting a pay raise.
Yeah, Mayor Mondani announced emergency shovelers will now be able to make $30 an hour. That's up from the initial offer of $19. The mayor is saying the sanitation department is expanding the program due to the severity of this storm and can now deploy 1,800 shovelers per shift. You can sign up at DSNY Garage in the city until 8 p.m. tonight and starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay, so for most of us, the snow is gone. Long Island, it is tapering off.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll check in with Chris Cimino on the snow totals and what we can expect later on this week.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
Okay, it is winding down, but the damage is done. The blizzard of 2026, one per the history books. Good afternoon. On this Monday, and this special edition of PIX11 News, I'm Candace Gibson.
And I'm Erin E. LeBeau. The Tri-State is digging out and will be for at least a few days now. We heard from the mayor earlier, delivering a message to New Yorkers about the status of the storm and the cleanup operations. Take a listen.
Judging from current forecasts, the worst has passed. Conditions have begun to moderate, but there is still more to come.
Well, the state of New York remains in a state of emergency. Elected officials across the area advising people to stay off the roads. The mayor also praising the teams of plow operators and shovelers who have been working nonstop.
Despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift.
Yeah, we have team coverage throughout the evening. Let's get to meteorologist Chris Amino, who has the very latest. Chris, so it would appear we're in the...
Yeah, things are done in terms of accumulating snow. That's the good news. But the damage, as you pointed out before, is really done across the area. These are the numbers out of New York. Babylon, Long Island, 29.5. Shirley, 28.5. 24.8. Shinnecock. Islip Airport, 29.1. 22.2 in Massapequa, East Massapequa with that. And Belmore, 21. That's Long Island. However, New Jersey, you were in the game too, big time as well. 26 inches in Freehold, 24.5 in Howell, 27.1 Newark, Colts Neck, 2 feet of snow, over 2 feet in Englewood at 27.5 in North Vale, close to 20 at 19 inches. The city, the 9th biggest storm in our history with 19.7 inches, just so close to being a little bit higher. All we needed was about another 3/10. We've been at number 6. Meantime, 34 in the city, 32 in White Plains, 34 Asbury Park, lower 30s to mid 30s, city on east, and it's still well above freezing. Places like Newark, Caldwell, and Sussex holding at 36 degrees. Wind chills, not terrible, especially from the city on west in the 20s, but the wind is still pretty strong out east, and that continues to create wind chills that feel like the upper teens, so be aware of that. Notice the snow has been scoured out, the air is drying out, still some clouds around. Could there be a flurry in a few spots, especially across the east end of Long Island? That's a slight possibility, but the bigger picture reveals no big storms following this one anytime soon. We've got a couple of weak disturbances that will come out of the north and one out of the south come Wednesday, Thursday, but small and quick and brief. Nothing too big to worry about. Live radar continues to show that last accumulating snow band just clipping the South Fork a little bit, but that will continue to move away, and we're done. Just it's all about cleaning up. So temperature-wise tomorrow, 30s, low 30s at that, so not a big melting, but with the sun angle so high this time of the year, we will do some melting. But the problem is with temps so close to the freezing mark, as soon as that sun goes down, there's going to be another refreeze. So a refreeze tonight and a refreeze again tomorrow. We'll talk about maybe a couple of weak systems Wednesday and Thursday. I'll have more details on that coming up when I join you in just a few more minutes.
All right, Chris, we'll see you very soon. To Long Island, where whiteout conditions earlier caused an hours-long travel ban that has now been lifted.
Here, Nicole Johnson is live in Huntington Station in Suffolk County, and we're glad to see that you made it down from the mountain.
I'm down from that snow mountain. Conditions are definitely much better out here. You can see very different compared to when we were talking last time. But take a look behind me. We are still in that same parking lot. You have blacktop there. That's what plow trucks were doing, clearing the parking lot. And they did a pretty good job. But what they did was build these high 10 feet, 12 feet snow mounds. That's going to be an issue. Try getting rid of all of that snow. That's what folks are wondering. And we're just mid-Monday. Who knows when they'll be able to get rid of those snow mounds. The travel ban has been lifted, so we're seeing some people come through this parking lot, to pick up some essential items. We spoke with some drivers earlier just describing the road. Take a listen to what they had to say. Describe it, 1 to 10, 10 being the worst.
I've lived on Long Island all my life. I would say this is an 8. I mean, more common in the 80s, I would say.
Yeah, but you mean in the 80s? Remember back in the 80s, we went to school in this. The snow went up to your knee, and we didn't have snow days.
I joke with my kids all the time. I'm like, we'd still be going to school in this weather. But with, all the talk of global warming, and this is a shock to a lot of people, I guess.
So far, they look pretty clean, but it's like a ghost town right now. There's still a lot of sections that they haven't even touched, and I hear that we're getting more on Wednesday, so.
Wait, don't say Wednesday, it's Monday. Let's just stay with Monday.
Well, hopefully all this is cleared out by tomorrow, because these kids already came out from a week vacation. Now we got an extra 2 to 3 days. It's insane.
It's definitely insane. Main roads looking pretty good. Those side streets, some of them still have not been plowed, so that's a concern. And again, these snow mounds, these huge snow mounds, the million-dollar question is, what will they do with all of this snow? That's the latest live here in Huntington Station. Nicole Johnson, PIX11 News. Back to you guys.
All right, Nicole, it's been great having you all afternoon. Thank you very much. And take a look at this video right here. A tree falling over a fence and onto a car. This is a hybrid section of the Bronx. The car covered in snow, but it's not clear if that helped to cushion the fall itself.
Yeah, in the meantime, let's check back in Brooklyn at the conditions there.
Henry Rossoff joining us live from downtown Brooklyn, where he's been making sure the corners are clear of snow. Been doing yeoman's work out there. Henry.
Yeah, my work in downtown Brooklyn is done. It actually was looking pretty clear there. The streets were getting clearer, the sidewalks were getting clearer. So we thought we'd get further into some of the neighborhoods, and we drove to Carroll Gardens and came across pretty immediately this tree that just succumbed to the weight of the snow. If you look over, you see it crashed onto the cars there, but if you look over on this side, you can see the tan coloring. You see just the sheer amount of snow snapped this fairly large branch and then put the lighter parts of the branch, fortunately for these car owners, you know, the damage may be somewhat limited because you got the smaller branches over here. There's a car back there, bigger branches hit that one, so not a good situation. But just to take the tape measure out and give you a sense of the sheer volume of snow that pulled this tree down, let me measure against this car here in Carroll Gardens. 13 inches fell locally, so this kind of thick, heavy packing snow onto the tree, fell onto the car. It is going to be quite the work to dig these cars out. And let me show you what I'm talking about, because the plow, not only did a tree fall on this side and hit these cars, the plow tucked these cars in. I'm going to try to get over the bank here safely and carefully. So the cars on this side of the street, the owners have to dig out a bank that is, I won't even try to push through it, but is roughly 3.5 feet tall. So in addition to the cars getting trees falling on them, it is going to be quite a bit of work to dig these cars out. I'm going to move forward a little bit just in case some traffic comes through to stay safe. It'll also give you a sense of just how deep this snow is here as people dig out. I mean, this is a lot of snow over here in Carroll Gardens. This is what people, particularly in the outer boroughs, particularly in the neighborhood areas, not necessarily the downtown areas, are going to be contending with. Falling heavy trees, cars buried by more than a foot of snow. It's going to be a messy couple of days of digging out. Live from Carroll Gardens, Henry Rossoff, PIX11 News.
Indeed it is. Thank you, Henry. Oh, we'll have more blizzard coverage coming. It's still ahead.
Yeah, a travel update and a live check-in on conditions in New Jersey. But before we go...
Yeah, you've been sending in your photos all day long. Let's start with this beauty. He's the Holy Name of Jesus Church on the Upper West Side. That was sent in from Joanna.
And next up, check out this. Father-daughter duo laying down in the snow at Brookville Park in Queens. This was sent to us from Jessica Vega.
And don't forget to send in your photos. You can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen to send them directly to us, or go to our website, pix11.com/photos. All right, school may be out today, but the kids are still working hard this Monday, helping people dig out from more than a foot of snow.
RJ Dow live for us in Wyckoff, showing us the latest on the conditions there. You're in Wyckoff, right?
We're in Wyckoff, Candace and Aaron. It's a beautiful evening. The snow has stopped. There are still a few kids on this hill at this elementary school here in Wyckoff, but as you mentioned, today was not all about play. You know, there were several kids that were out making money in an organized way, not the way that we did it when we were kids, Candace. Well, you know, when you were a kid back in the 30s and you would knock on the door and ask if you could shovel someone's snow. You know, these kids are driving around in an SUV with a snowblower in the back. They have sales people trying to, you know, advertise their business. They're in all of the Facebook groups. They're making a few grand a day. Take a listen.
It's great being out here. It's like what we used to do growing up. We love it. We love watching them off the computers.
I was about to say, better than being in the house playing video games?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Or on their phones?
Yeah.
All right, so who's having the most fun out here?
Me!
I'm too cold for this. Me.
Has anyone flipped over as they've gone down?
Yes!
It doesn't sound like fun.
No, backflip.
So I thought we were tossing to the entrepreneurial teens, but instead we were tossing to the mom and her adorable little girl. You know, there are some mounds that they built on that hill, so as you go down, you catch some air. I'm hoping that none of these kids that were out here with a good time in mind left with some bumps and bruises. I know that there are a lot of parents who are going to be doing a lot of shoveling this evening. The final cleanup, let's hope everyone can get that done in a healthy and safe way. We're live in Wyckoff, Bergen County this evening. Jay Dow, PIX11 News.
I know a lot of parents, including yourself, Jay. You should have called the MMA guys to head over to your house.
Yeah, instead,
If I would have known about the MMA guys, I would have made that call.
Instead, I'm texting with Shamina and telling her that you're going to take care of every sidewalk outside on your block. After that shade, what did I do to Jay Dow?
That's not happening.
Thanks, Jay.
Like, grew up in the 1930s.
You did nothing. You did nothing. I meant the 2030s. You're living in the future, brother.
Good attempt. Good attempt. Shamina. All right, I'll see you, Jay.
Park Ave. Trying to dig himself out in more ways than one there.
Exactly. Yeah. How are we looking, Chris?
And we're looking much better, actually. Things will continue to improve. You know, the main streets that have been treated continuously, and here right around the Midtown area, looking pretty good. Even outside the George Washington Bridge, seeing a lot of pavement in places, so that's good. Any leftover flurries, mainly over the east end, will be dying on out, and then we get some partial clearing overnight. What that does mean, though, the standing water, the slushy stuff out there, that's going to refreeze as temperatures drop back into the 20s. Sunshine's back for tomorrow, but it's going to be a cold one. It's going to be hard-pressed to get above the freezing mark. I think we briefly get there in the afternoon. Sun angle, though, a little higher this time of the year, so there will be some melting of the snow. Wednesday, we get a little mix of light snow and mixed precipitation. Early in the morning, should not amount to much of anything. So some of the snowfall amounts, we continue to check them out. 22.2 at LaGuardia. That was very impressive. 24 in Lynbrook. North Patchogue, 27.2. Up in Danbury, about 18. But that number may get adjusted, actually. I think that's an old number. On top of the snowfall, of course, this was a blizzard we were talking about. So the wind was a big story. 84-mile-an-hour gust at Montauk, 54-mile-an-hour gust at Newark, a 74-mile-per-hour gust at Stony Brook, and even JFK had a 62-mile-per-hour gust. So there's still a little blowing snow going on in parts of the area, but because it was a wet snow and not so powdery, it's a little more difficult to blow around. It's now compressed down. So the area in red basically was a solid 15 to 20, and embedded in here were certainly 24 to close to 30-inch snowfall amounts, especially across Suffolk County and portions of New Jersey. Further north and west, you went to Jersey, 10 to 15, and then beyond that, some areas actually, believe it or not, way to the north and west were under a foot. Meantime, 34 in the park, at the freezing mark in White Plains, 36 in Newark. We'll stay above freezing for a little while longer, which in a certain essence is going to make things worse because that allows for more melting and then more refreezing chances. Winds out of the northwest, they're getting lighter and lighter as we go through the evening. Still a gust at Bridgeport of 44, one at Brookhaven at 38 miles per hour, but that's because they're a little closer still to the center of the storm, which continues to pull away. Still snowing across Rhode Island, New England. I mentioned that town of Warwick where it's still snowing A couple of hours ago, they reported 36 inches of snow on the ground. They could end up close to 40 there. Meantime, the snow is dissipated here. Notice everything's drying on out. We've got some clouds, and even they're going to start to break on up, and then things should gradually dry out. I think the clearing trend in earnest doesn't happen until later tonight. There's that last band of snow clipping the South Fork and the extreme east end of the South Fork right now with some light snow. Other than that, I think we're done. Futurecast, you can see we're fine overnight. During the day tomorrow, plenty of sunshine, and then as we work through the day on Wednesday, early morning quick shot of this. Just what you need, right? But not a big deal. Some snow early. It's out of here very quickly, as you can tell by afternoon. And then another round similar to that, we think, taking a southern route on Thursday. And that's reflected here in the 7-day forecast. Partly cloudy by Friday, low 40s. We get into the weekend. Right now, both days look to be dry. Temperature-wise, I may be a little aggressive on Sunday's high, but 47 for Saturday, probably low to mid 40s on Sunday. Then we watch another system perhaps Monday with temperatures backing down into the 30s once again.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
All right, the 19th hour of our snow coverage is just getting underway. More to come. We have a lot more. A whopping 20 inches of snow for Hoboken, New Jersey, the square mile city, under nearly 2 feet of snow.
Yeah, now the real work begins, cleaning up for the commute tomorrow. These firefighters working hard. Let's head out to our Grace Gomez in New Jersey. Hey, Grace.
Hey guys, yeah, and driving in here right after we got off of Route 3 and we took Washington Street all the way down. Let me tell you, there were people still trying to dig out their cars. Some cars had several inches of snow, so it's going to take a few days to dig out Hoboken. Nonetheless, a lot of people, even if you go down River Street, River Street, you're going to see people starting to clean the businesses. The businesses right here lined up right in front of the PATH station, which is Hudson Street. Some of them are closed. There's only a Dunkin' Donuts that's open. Every other bar, if you're from Hoboken or if you've been to Hoboken, you know this area is very active. That is not the case today. And take a look right behind me. This is the PATH train station. Yes, it's open. Yes, it's running. There's still some people coming in from the city, some people trying to get to the city. Not as many as we would hope, though, on a Monday at rush hour, which is right about this time. Definitely a lot more slower, but we have seen people coming in from the city, getting back from work. And we actually got to speak to a gentleman who was quite upset at the fact that public transportation was shut down for the day.
Complete disgrace that the governor of New Jersey decides to shut down the transit system. It's, I mean, ridiculous that this happens every time they get a few inches of snow. This is the Northeast. They should expect cold and bad weather. They should be prepared for it. It's ridiculous that they shut down the complete system.
Yeah, and you know, he wasn't the only one that was saying that. We spoke to other people as well. There was a woman that actually took an Uber into work earlier yesterday around 3 or 4 a.m. She had to be at work, and she was just getting back. So a lot of people couldn't take the day off. You know, we couldn't take the day off. We're working, and so just like us, there's many people that had to get into work any way they could. Candice, Ernie?
Well, Grace, I was at the Times Square subway station, 42nd Street, and coming into work, I've never seen it like that. Not a single person at that hour at 11 o'clock this morning. Have you noticed that people are kind of heeding that warning to stay home if they can as well and not hit the Metro or the PATH or NJ Transit?
I mean, for the most part, people have stayed home, but there are those that need to get out. We really haven't seen too many people trying to head into the city other than people coming back. So it seems as though people are trying to stay home. Yeah. We see a lot more people coming back from the city. Many of the people that we have spoken to on camera and off camera have actually gotten back to New Jersey from work. So they had to go to the city, or they slept in the city and they're getting back here. So yeah, for the most part, people here in Hoboken have stayed at their homes. They're trying to clean out their cars. They're trying to make a way out because tomorrow, we'll see right here in PATH train station, a lot more busier. Yeah, that's for sure.
Tomorrow's a real test.
Thank you, Grace. All right, in the meantime, let's send things over to meteorologist Chris Cimino with your forecast. Hey, Chris.
Yeah, well, tomorrow will be a lot gentler day, that's for sure. Reason the storm continues to move away, and even this evening getting a lot better. You can see the snow kind of drying on out all across the area, a little bit pushing offshore to our south and east. Last of the flurries, extreme eastern Long Island. Still a lot of clouds lingering. Temperatures actually have worked their way up above the freezing mark for the time being. But I think as we go back through the evening, and especially after midnight, you're going to settle back into the 20s, low 20s by morning. That means a refreeze of that slushy stuff that's out there. So be aware of that. Be careful, especially tomorrow morning. As we head into Wednesday, another round of very light snow mixed with a little rain or sleet in spots. Not a big deal. 40 the high, dries out in the afternoon, and then a late mix or rain Thursday before we're back to at least a stretch of fairly sunny days Friday through Sunday, and more melting with temperatures generally in the 40s by then, guys.
All right, Chris, thank you. How many weather hits did you do today?
204.
Okay, that's but I wasn't counting. But it was counting. Thank you.
All right, well, more live team coverage coming up at 6.
Ahead at the top of the hour, the very latest on the conditions out there in our area as we approach the end of this historic blizzard. But before we go...
Yes, let's check in with more of your photos. Here's a beautiful shot of the snow from Marlin in Brooklyn this morning. Oh, I love it when the trees look like that. The branches, it's just so beautiful.
And check out this snowman from Jamie Marshall, Jersey City. Wow, it's all dressed up. It even has the orange feathered boa,
the hat, and the carrot nose. And here's another photo for you. This one comes from the Merrill family having a little fun on Staten Island.
And one more here. Gary in Montville, New Jersey, hitting the grill in just his swimsuit. As you can see, that's a swimsuit?
His swim trunks.
This is his shorts.
And his sandals.
Out there in the blizzard. I could imagine seeing Corey Chambers doing this. You know, he's a grill master himself.
You looking at Gary and him not, you know, in his swim trunks. I'm looking at them burgers. Look like they need some seasoning. They don't look. All Are they thawed?
Let's get the grill master in chief, Corey Chambers, out there.
All right, in the meantime, send us your photos. You can scan the QR code there and share them directly with us, or go to our website, PIX11.com/photos.
Goodbye.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
All right, the blizzard of 2026 finally making it out of our area. Not before dumping record levels of snow through the tri-state. A whopping 26.5 inches of snow hitting Islip on Long Island, the entire island hitting double digits of snowfall.
Yeah, most of New Jersey also under a foot of snow at least. In fact, here are conditions in Saddlebrook.
And the travel bans lifted across the area, but make no mistake, the roads are not easy to pass through. Our crews are driving through Mott Haven. If you can stay home, you should, so crews can continue to clear the roads.
Yeah, Mayor Ramdani saying nearly all of the city's roads have been plowed at least once, but the snow came down for more than 24 hours, so there's still a lot to clean up. The mayor saying he's confident conditions will be safe for tomorrow.
Our students enjoy their snow day today and stay warm and safe throughout, but I do have some tough news to share. School will be in person tomorrow. You can still pelt me with snowballs when you see me.
Yep, one snow day and that is it, school kids. All right, as for tomorrow's commute, that's still in question. New Jersey transit buses and rails remain suspended, as is the LIRR. Although the MTA hopes service will resume sometime tomorrow, although it could be limited. And we are also expecting to hear an update on New York ferry service later this evening. Some of the path lines are running, and at this hour, Newark Light Rail has resumed.
Yeah, a lot to talk about as you join us here on this Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. For PIX11 News at 6, I'm Corey Chambers.
And I'm Shirley Chan. And even though school is back on tomorrow, many people got to enjoy a real snow day. Here's a snowball fight. This happening in, this is Washington Square Park.
Yeah, now that the snow has stopped, the focus turns, though, to how cold it will be for the next few days as we all try and, yeah, we're going to have some fun, but also try and clean up. Let's get to Mr. G with the very latest.
How's this sound? It's over. It's over. No more. No more alerts, no more warnings, no more anything in terms of drama around here. New York City really got popped, though. 19.7 inches in the bucket. And you can see, again, number 9 in terms of snowfall. And that's an official reading. So you can see, again, 18 inches in Danbury, Essex. There is LaGuardia. There is Lynbrook. North Patchogue at 27 inches. Actually, what happened in Long Island, it actually overperformed. We're talking 74 miles per hour, and out on the eastern end, upwards of 30 inches plus. You know you made a good graphic. I just told Chris this. When you don't have to adjust it too much, we don't have to adjust this too much. Watch the refreeze. Everything's calming down, and you don't have to worry about anything for a while. The trend for the weekend, we'll talk about that later on.
All right, sounds good, G. Thank you.
Well, Staten Island was just pummeled with snow. People doing their best to dig out tonight.
Yeah, let's check in right now with our Eileen LaPalmer. And Eileen, the mayor mentioned that extra crews are heading there to help out. Apparently, Staten Island may have gotten the jackpot in terms of the 5 boroughs and snow totals.
Right, according to the National Weather Service, the total here was about 24 inches, and that was as of this morning. You can see here, this is the snow as it fell. This has not been plowed here. It is more than knee high. I'm standing on Forest Avenue here, right off Decker Avenue. That's because this road here is closed. You can see here behind me that there's some wires in the street because a pole actually came completely down, blocking Forest Avenue. The pole came down. It's now leaning on a fence here. People are going around this area, trying to get around. They're cutting through the TD Bank. But again, this Forest Avenue is closed. And now we did speak a short time ago with Borough President Vito Fossella, who said that he feels Staten Island is being treated like a second-class citizen, saying that they have not seen the same kind of response here as in the other boroughs. But as you mentioned, Mayor Mamdani did acknowledge that more help is on the way here.
Parts of Staten Island are being hit hardest by this winter storm. In addition to existing efforts, DSNY is deploying 65 further pieces of equipment to Staten Island, and the NYPD Tow Truck Task Force is now operating especially heavily in the borough to free stuck vehicles, which include MTA buses.
And just while I was going live here, you can see these orange cones were placed here by Con Ed. Another crew just arrived here to kind of try to deal with this issue here. Now, Vito Fossella also saying he's upset that New York City schools, the public schools, are back in person tomorrow. He says Staten Island should be exempt from that because he says it is just not ready for everyone to dig out and get to school physically. We're reaching out to the mayor's office to see if there's a response to that. For now, we are live here in Port Richmond, Staten Island. Eileen LaPalmer, PIX11 News.
Yeah,
back to you.
So much work still to be done there. Eileen, thank you.
All right, well, from Staten Island to Long Island, record snow totals there as well. Half of the island getting 20 inches or more. They got walloped.
Yeah, you can see in the video here just some of what we have seen today. This dig out is going to be a tough one. Let's check in with Anthony Lorenzo, who's live for us in Freeport tonight. Anthony.
We're showing you just how tough this dig out is, not only for people, but also for buses. This is a not so nice situation that the nice bus folks are dealing with right now here at the LIRR station. Service resumed this afternoon, but this bus on the M40 route has been stuck here for some time. You can see they're trying to do whatever they can to get this out. Apparently they didn't put chains on the tires on the nice buses, so this is unfortunately what some folks are dealing with here. This, as the LIRR, right nearby here at the station, is also suspended. So some commuter woes happening at this hour here on Long Island. The MTA tells us they expect the Long Island Railroad to be suspended until further notice. They hope to get it back up and running within the next few hours. Elsewhere around the area, people were digging out all afternoon. The snow stopped around 2 o'clock. And this after just about 2 feet of snow fell here in Nassau and Suffolk counties. The eastern end got the most, about 30 inches in Islip, we are told by the National Weather Service. That is a record. Punishing winds as well, 70-mile-per-hour gusts, blowing snow, power outages, people dealing with that in some areas as well. About 10,000 customers still without power at this hour as PSE&G works to restore anything that has been really cut because of these heavy, wet snow flakes that have weighed down limbs and branches and snapped onto power lines. So that's an issue people are working with as well. But if you are going to be going back to work or school tomorrow, this is something that the area is working to remedy and get these streets completely cleared out, sidewalks, and also the train tracks.
We are planning to run some service on Long Island Railroad tomorrow, but exactly how much is still a work in progress.
It's going to take most of the day, and we won't even get back to nearly normal before Tuesday. This is going to be a major dig out, and just be patient. Give our workers time to do what they have to do.
Now, even the plows, some of them had some issues overnight. A state plow overturned in Bayshore and had to be rescued. So this storm was really nothing to bat an eye at because there were some really dangerous winds, and also the snow totals were impressive here on the island. Again, over 2 feet of snow in some spots. So the dig out does continue tonight, quite literally right here behind us and at folks' homes as well. Take it easy. We're live here in Freeport. I'm Anthony DiLorenzo, PIX11 News.
All right, Anthony, thank you. Why don't we turn to some of the headlines out of New York City tonight? Even though the travel ban is lifted, there is still a hazardous travel warning. So stay off the road so the plows can do their work.
Yes, students will be expected in the classroom tomorrow. City schools are back open. Alternate side parking has been suspended through the rest of this week. But a reminder to all New Yorkers to do your part and clean up after yourself and your dogs while the city takes care of the snow.
All right, let's check out Greg Mocker, who is live on the Upper West Side near Central Park.
Yeah, and Greg, the park always seems to bring out both tourists and New Yorkers alike during a snowstorm.
It's a good vantage point, so that's why I'm happy to share it with you. As the evening falls, the scene takes on kind of a different view, a different approach. You know, we've been navigating around these snow piles, it seems, for weeks. This probably is a new one. Right here at the edge of the park, I made my way to be able to climb up and down there safely. Crews cleaned out, because that's really the thing now. They cleaned it out this morning, but now it's really the shovel out at the crosswalk, at the bus stop, at the intersection level. But while it was sunny and at least bright out earlier today, and here's some video, people made the most of a walk around Central Park, being careful where they step. You could definitely feel a temperature change, though, from earlier in the day. So ice and slush, that's going to be the worry now.
I'm just going to go look at the snow. I think it's a pretty unique opportunity to kind of get these many inches in New York. So I'm going to try to take advantage before it turns into black mush.
How's it been walking around today?
Well, it's actually quite okay. I mean, it's wet, everything is melting, but other than that, it's beautiful.
Hey, we're just on holiday from Scotland, so we were actually going to run this morning, but that got canned pretty early on, so we're just out walking about.
The travel ban was lifted around noon. The roads are still being plowed. They're still out and about. We've been watching the bus stops being cleaned. The mayor promises that this time the emergency snow shovelers, that they're out right now and that they've already cleaned something like 2,000 bus stops. They wanted to get ahead of any pileup, especially as people try to get back to the regular flow of things on Tuesday. Live in Central Park, Greg Mocker, PIX11 News.
All right, sounds like a good plan. Thank you, Greg.
Well, we should mention that Broadway will be dark tonight. All Monday performances have been canceled.
Yeah, now that the snow has stopped, there's not much more daylight left today to get some shoveling done. Up next, we're live in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn with Joe Messeri, who has been lending a hand to dig out some of our neighbors.
Yes. Also ahead, we're going to be checking with meteorologist Chris Cimino. Tell us, I believe Mr. G is actually in the house as well. Tell us how temperatures have fallen and how the snow may turn to ice.
All right, back now with our special coverage of the blizzard of 2026. Take a look here. These are ducks swimming on the New Jersey side of the Hudson River, and they simply seem unfazed by the storm. They're just out there living their best life.
Yeah.
All right, and check out these cars in Bloomfield, New Jersey, covered in a blanket of snow. The area getting 27 inches of snow, more than 2 feet. What a whopper of a storm that has been.
Yeah, we have been all around the tri-state, all over the area, including in New Jersey, and we have seen as the conditions have changed throughout the day and now to tonight.
Yeah, let's get right out to our Jim Vassell. He has been covering New Jersey for us, and now Jim has moved on to Eatontown near Route 45. Jim.
Shirley, Corey, good evening to you. The sun has set on the blizzard of 2026. You can call this the calm after the storm. Not only have we not seen a snowflake fall in several hours, you can see blacktop behind us. This is Route 35 in Eatontown. This is a major artery going through Monmouth County. Great to see blacktop instead of these snow-covered roads. Shout out to all the plow drivers out there, state, county, and local levels. But it's quite a contrast from what we saw earlier today. Take a look at this video that we shot earlier today for you. This was in Long Branch, which is a stone's throw away from where we're standing right now. You can see plow drivers plowing mounds and mounds of snow during really what was still the height of this blizzard. I don't know if you could see in that video, you could see the wind churning and whipping that snow, driving it right into your face, making it for a very unpleasant experience if you were out shoveling. And speaking of shoveling, we caught up with some people on Long Branch Avenue who were out digging out their homes during the blizzard. And what was unfortunate was many of these people had no power. They told us they had no power since late last night. Take a listen to what some of them had to say.
it's heart-wrenching because you go food shopping, you get ready for the storm, and then power goes out, and now everything you spent now is down the drain.
I turn the oven on. Well, good thing we have gas. So I turn the oven on and drink a lot of tea and hot chocolate, and I come out, so, to keep from being, bored or keep my sanity, come outside a little bit, while it's daylight, and then go back in. Just everybody has to work together in the community.
Now, the good news tonight is JCP&L is slowly but surely restoring power for many of these customers. Not out of the woods yet, but certainly some positive signs as we head into Tuesday. I'm reporting live in Eatontown, New Jersey. Jim Vassell, PIX11 News.
Yeah, Jim, great job out there today. We really appreciate your reporting.
Absolutely. Well, take a look at this video from Staten Island. We've been talking a lot about Staten Island. Mayor Mamdani saying the city will be focusing a lot of attention on the borough after it got a major hit from this storm. And you can see people in the video here trying to dig out, some power lines down, as you see in this footage here. The power line issue expected to be a problem across the region as, again, we've dealt with those massive wind gusts and the heavy snow as well.
Yeah, it's been snowing for 24 straight hours, and gee, this storm certainly lived up to both the hype and the science.
Really did. Can I snitch?
On whom?
Okay.
You.
On me?
Yes.
What did I do?
Do you realize I did a couple of hits for News Nation? He comes walking by saying in a loud voice, "You're supposed to be in local."
You're supposed to be on the other set, G. We need you over here.
You lived out to the big times, I guess.
And I handled it very well.
How did you handle it?
They said, "Who's that?" And I said,
like, I don't know.
Yeah. Got us already, huh, G? Got us already.
All right, here we go. We can relax now, everybody. We got a little time to wrap it up. That's why we can smile. It's tough to smile when you're in the middle of, as a forecaster at least, this kind of turbulence, if you will, with wind and snow and whatnot. So we're going to go to work, and Semino did a heck of a job. He really did. Any flurries early, slush will refreeze, sunshine for tomorrow, quite cold, and Wednesday a light snow, but a light snow at that, and a little bit of mix in and around the tri-state area. So in terms of snow amounts, you did a forecast. That's good. When you don't have to change the graphics. That's exactly what I said to Chris. A good forecast means you just don't change it. Now, maybe a little boring to you, but because you saw the same numbers, but we kind of did it, and it came in different ways. What did we do? 26 inches in Freehold. See Newark in. You see Colts Neck. You see Englewood. Some of these places overperform. Now the refreeze, and the refreeze will occur because there's a heck of a lot of snow on the ground, and that's going to once again freeze over. 15 is wind chill factor up to the north. 27 in the city, and tomorrow again it gets better, but much better by Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So the storm is gone. It swung itself out, and once it's gone, things will settle down and have settled down and will continue to settle down. There it is, on its way to who knows what, probably Europe. All right, over the eastern end of Long Island, who knows what Montauk Point will end up with. They probably will be in that 30-inch bullseye, still snowing out there. This is the graph model, and you can see in the future cast, not much going on. And it's the first time we've been able to say that in 30 hours. And the northwesterly winds coming on in very, very nicely. And the future cast shows a little bit of precip. There's a little bit of overriding here, and it looks like a little bit of snow. And I want to accent a little bit of snow, maybe 3 to 6 hours. That's it, and then gone. And then Thursday, again in the morning hours, looks pretty good. And then on Thursday, again, another shot of a little bit of moisture, but then we moderate very nicely. So 34 degrees for tomorrow, and then Wednesday, right around 40 degrees, a little light precip on Thursday as well. Not a big deal. 42, 47, 46, finally a good-looking weekend, and maybe a snow shower around on Monday. Now, you see little precip pops here. Do not be concerned. Do not be worried. The very big story here is it's over. Big time for a long time.
All right, thank you.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
Right now, we're waiting on an update on the Long Island Railroad for service plans for tomorrow. A transit update coming up.
And plus, if you are not going to work tomorrow, you can still make some money. The pay bump New York City shovelers are getting. Okay, 6:23 in the evening. We've been covering this historic blizzard. And time now to check in on the neighborhood I grew up in, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. I hear there are a bunch of kids there, including the biggest kid of all.
Oh, yes, Joe Messeri, but I also hear Messeri doesn't have a real sled to use.
What is that?
Oh, man, Joe, come on.
All work and no play makes Joe a dull boy. We were doing some work earlier helping people dig out, but this is the show. This is the sled I got here. Broken pieces. The kids don't want to part with their sleds. Nobody wants to let me borrow one. I can't say I blame them here at Owl's Head Park, because as you see people going down here, this is a ton of fun. Now you got to watch as you're walking back up, because we did see a few near misses as people are trying to climb the hill. And I got to say, Corey, I know G called you out earlier. I got to call out G. He said it's over. Tell that to these kids it's over, because some of these parents, I think, want to go home. Some of the parents are having as much fun as the kids. It's not over for them yet. They are still enjoying. My buddy right there has been trying to hit this jump that they built earlier. But this right here is a product of a full day of work. We had a lot of kids out here when the snow, was very fluffy, and they weren't going anywhere. Now it's been packed down and people are flying down this hill here. And we did speak with a couple of kids who I asked to let me borrow their sleds. Here's what they had to say about being out here and about the day off from school and what they're looking forward to tomorrow. How upset are you that there was no school today and you have to be out here dealing with the snow and, snow angels and snowball fights?
Happy.
You're not upset? You mean you would rather be here than
school?
Well, not as much as snow anyway, right? Your teacher might be watching.
Oh.
Not as much as snow. I think your teacher would probably agree. Yeah. What's your favorite part of all this snow?
That you can make snow angels.
Yeah. Have you made a bunch of them today?
Barely.
Yeah, all right, so here we are, guys. I'm going to give my broken sled a shot. I don't have high expectations. I hope you don't either. And if I can hit that jump right there, I'm going to go right into Paul and Tom. I got to give them a shout out. They've been doing the hard work all day. So we're going. Let's see. Let's get some momentum here. Giddy up. Giddy up. Oh! No luck. That's what you expect. This sled clearly has seen better times, as we all have on a day like today. So shout out to Paul and Tom, who've been working hard all day to bring us these pictures. Shout out to all the parents who are climbing up the hills right here. And shout out to everybody who's been bringing you this snow coverage throughout the day for PIX11. Get some rest. I know you're going to be tired after this day. There is school tomorrow for New York City Public Schools. Our friend who I was speaking to earlier, private school kid, she's got remote learning tomorrow. So,
Joe, what happened? There's like no aerodynamics. You got practically no air there, no big air.
Giant hole, I guess, is part of the issue.
You know what it is? I'm weighing the sled down a little more than I used to. It's a little bit of that winter weight. I think I got to climb the hill a few more times. Is
that what we're calling it? Winter weight? All right. And let me just say, Joe, in the 13 years from kindergarten to 12th grade that I had in New York City Public Schools, I had just one snow day. Just one. Those kids are already ahead of the game, I think.
I had a few. The blizzard of 96 sticks out to me. There you go.
All right, Joe. All right, kids. Good work out there. And to Tom and the rest of the crew, great work, guys. All right. Well, we are, of course, following this weather alert, keeping updated on blizzard of 2026.
Yeah, we are tracking everything from the snow totals to the cleanup. Stay with us. We are headed to Hudson County next.
This is a weather alert from PIX11 News.
So G says it's over, but the damage is certainly done. The blizzard of 2026, it is one for the record books. Thanks so much for staying with us with PIX7 News at 6. I'm Corey Chambers.
And I'm Shirley Chan, the Tri-State, digging out, and we will be for at least a few more days, if not a few more weeks. We heard from Mayor Mamdani earlier today, delivering a message to New Yorkers that's saying the worst, however, has passed in this epic storm.
Yeah, elected officials across the area are advising folks to stay off the roads, as we've heard plenty of times. The mayor praising teams of plow operators and shovelers who've been out there working around the clock as well.
Despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift.
And this storm is a chance to make money, with the mayor announcing today that they are increasing the pay for city shovelers to $30 an hour. We have team coverage throughout the afternoon. Now let's get right to meteorologist Mr. G with the very latest. And G, where do things stand right now with the storm? Is it finally out of our way?
Yeah, it really is. The only thing to note here is the refreeze, because we have 2 to 3 feet of snow on the ground, depending on where you are. And that's going to be on the ground a long time, everybody. You don't get rid of 2 to 3 feet in 2 or 3 mile days. We need a good rainstorm, not in the hopper. Snowfall 19.7 in the park, number 9 in terms of snowfall amounts, and the amounts they came. You can see Freehold in New Jersey. You can see again portions of Newark and Coles Neck and Englewood and Northvale. This is again New Jersey, and 27.1 in Newark, big number. Then there's the city and the refreeze, 34. We're coming on down. The right now temperature, we'll get into the factor of wind chill. 27 degrees, you can see across White Plains and across Newburgh and across the Hamptons, where there's still snowing over the eastern end. Will end up with an amazing amount of snow, in excess of 30 inches. The storm itself is gone, all right? And when I say improving, that means we're drying out. There's no major things in the hopper. We'll be able to take care of business around here, and the planner looks really, really good. If you're heading out tonight, you get out there and enjoy yourself. 7-day forecast, we'll have that later on.
All right, G, thank you.
Okay, an impressive 20 inches of snow falling for Hoboken, New Jersey, the square mile city, under nearly 2 feet of snow at this hour.
Yeah, now the real work begins, cleaning up all that snow for the commute tomorrow. In fact, you see these firefighters here hard at work. Let's check in with Grace Gomez for an update. Grace.
Hi, guys. Yeah. Well, back behind me, you can see the train station. I'm outside the Hoboken train station, Patch train station. It's very clean, but that didn't get done by itself. We actually caught up with a couple of workers earlier today. They were telling us they were working from 6 p.m. last night all throughout the night, well into the morning, up until like 5 p.m., which is about the time that they left. And one thing we've also noticed is a lot of people coming in from the city through the PATH train. Not too many people going into the city, but rather people coming back from work. We actually caught up with a rider. Take a listen to how she had to get to the city to work because she couldn't take a day off.
I don't use the train from the morning, to be honest.
How did you get to work?
My boss paid for Uber.
Wow, and then now coming back,
Now coming back, I take the train because it was, getting better, the weather.
How was the service?
It's good. It's really good, yeah.
Was it crowded inside?
No, not really.
So it was nice
good.
to have the train all by yourself.
Of course, yeah.
What are you?
It was some people there, but it's not bad.
What are you thinking about this blizzard?
It's not that bad. Like they scared the people, to be honest.
Yeah, oh, you thought it was not?
No, it's not that crazy.
Would you want more? Because we're getting more snow on Wednesday.
Really?
And that's a reaction everybody's getting. Really? We're getting more snow? But yes, we've been hearing all our Mr. G and all of our meteorologists saying that it's not going to be as bad, but people are quite tired of the snow and the cold. And I heard Mr. G saying, if you go out tonight, enjoy yourself. It's getting windy out here in Hoboken, and it's getting cold. So just from being out here, if you could stay home and avoid the cold temperature, please do so. Reporting live in Hoboken, Grace Gomez, PIX11 News.
All right, Grace. And a lot of folks are like, I got to go back to work tomorrow. So we'll obviously be talking about this tomorrow morning as well. Thank you, Grace.
Yeah, let's check in Westchester. Recovery operations now fully underway in Mount Vernon. City officials say that they are committed to restoring normalcy as quickly and safely as possible. Now, right now, crews are conducting citywide assessments, addressing hazardous conditions and searching for areas that require immediate attention.
All right. Well, new at 6, the Long Island Railroad announcing partial service will resume on 6 branches as of 4 a.m. Tuesday. These photos showing LIRR crews working overtime to get these trains back up and running. Officials say the suspension allowed crews to fast-track snow removal efforts and do other essential work. For the latest updates, you're urged to check the Train Time app or visit the MTA's website. Well, hundreds of civilian New Yorkers are helping city workers clear sidewalks and bus stops across the 5 boroughs, and now they're getting a pay raise for their work.
Yeah, well deserved. Mayor Rondani announcing emergency shovelers will now make $30 an hour. Now that's up from the initial offer of $19.14, so more than doubled. The mayor saying a little less than doubled, rather. The mayor saying that the sanitation department is expanding the program due to the severity of the storm and can now deploy 1,800 shovelers per shift. You can sign up at DSNY garages in the city until 8 p.m. tonight, and also starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And you need 2 forms of ID. Yeah, we'll take a look at this video. A tree going over a fence and onto a car in the Highbridge section of the Bronx. In the car, you have to look closely there because it's covered in snow. It's not clear, though, if it was damaged because, again, you can't really see much. But, yeah, there you go. Tree in a car. All right, time now to check in on the conditions in Brooklyn.
Yeah, Henry Rossoff has the very latest for us from downtown.
Over here in Carroll Gardens, this is a really good example of what people across the outer boroughs especially are going to be dealing with over the next couple of days. As you can see behind me, there's a tree that's really the talk of the neighborhood here. The kids are all ducking under it. The neighbors tell me it fell at around noon under the heavy weight of the snow, and you can see it fell the smaller branch side, but still a lot of it onto a combination of 2 cars. And to give you a sense of how thick and heavy this packing consistency snow is that really brought down the tree, we're going to get out the tape measure here and just give you an idea of how deep it goes on this car. About 13.5, 14 inches or so. So that gives you an idea of how much snow fell in this neighborhood alone and the impacts it's going to have. These cars all need to be cleared out. The plows, as I almost fall over the snowbank, but the plows pushed this massive snowbank onto the cars. So not only is there a tree fallen on this side, speaking of falling, but there's also this bank that's maybe 3.5, 4 feet tall that people are going to have to dig out to get their cars. So this really encapsulates the struggles that New Yorkers are going to be dealing with over the next couple of days. In Carroll Gardens, Henry Rossoff, PIX11 News.
Well, we have more coverage of this blizzard of 2026 still to come.
Yeah, coming up ahead, the latest forecasting conditions in our area as we approach the end of this historic blizzard. But before we go, let's check in on more of the snow photos that we have gotten from our viewers. Thank you so much for sending these in. Here's a beautiful shot of the snow from Marlin in Brooklyn.
And check out this snowman from Jamie Marshall in Jersey City. I like the scarf. Even has that, or actually it's a boa, sorry. Orange feathered boa. Stay with us. All right, back to our weather alert. I think what's really interesting is leading up to this storm, G, you really laid it out. I mean, the weather team said we're going to get like 20 plus inches. And a lot of folks were like, that seems like too much.
It's basically north of the city. But it all came. It came late in spots, but it came in a broad swath. If you notice, it was a broad swath. It was really a 16 to 24 inch swath of snow, and officially measured in the park at 19.8 inches.
Wow, it's got to be in the top 10 then of snowstorms?
Well, it's close in terms of the history of it. By the way, I think I mentioned to you, my wife took the measurement of 19.8. I have to mention that because if I don't, I can't go home.
You'll be in trouble.
There's not Central Park reading, there's my wife's reading. All right, everybody, going to walk to the wall. Shirley and the big guy is smiling, and that's good news because we finally can say good news ongoing for the tri-state area for a period of time. But that being said, there will be refreezes. There will be, again, a lot of snow on the ground for a very long period of time. This 24 inches of snow to 30 inches just doesn't disappear. It's going to be here for a while, especially when the cold air returns, and it will. The high 34, the normal is 44 degrees, well above where we're in terms of below normal, well there. I mean, it's well below at over 5.5 degrees below the norm to 6 degrees below the norm, and that's for the month. And in terms of the year, just about the same thing. So in the park, we got to 19.7, number 9. Samino was dancing to get to 20 inches. That would have put him in. He did a snow dance, everything he could, but we stuck at 19.7. I think it would have got us into 8th place, 7th, or 6th place. But that's what happens when you love snow. You just can't stop thinking about it. 29.5 inches, Babylon overperformed, we think. Shirley, 28.5. The Shinnecock area, 24.8. Look at Islip, close to 30 inches. Still waiting for the Hamptons to come in. East Massapequa at 22 inches. And look at the winds. That's an amazing number. When you get a Montauk Point at 84 miles per hour, we mentioned it had characteristics of a hurricane, and the 84 mile per hour winds is devastating. We don't know the damage done to the dunes and also to the homes along the barrier beaches, especially south and north shore. JFK gusted to 62 miles per hour. Right now the temperatures are quiet. The refreeze will occur. We're holding at 34 degrees in the city. The refreeze is starting up to the north with the wind chill factor and the factor all the way into the city of 27 degrees. The storm is offshore. It just really beat itself out in terms of swinging at us until there was nothing left. And now there's not much left on the map. You may see a little shots of a little light snow or a little light snow mixed with rain, but it's not going to accumulate to anything. Swing beam, you can see the radar out in Brookhaven. Look at all the way out to the point where it's still snowing there. And finally, we'll get out of there in the next half hour to an hour or so, and the snow will end. And we'll get some totals out over the eastern end of Long Island, as well as damage reports. Now, Wednesday, we mentioned a little shot of light snow coming through. This is overrunning. It's about 4 hours worth in, out, gone. Nothing to worry about. This is Thursday, clouds, and then another system comes by, fast mover, not to worry about. 34 degrees, then we get to 40, 39 degrees, and again, short pieces of moisture, not much. And then we get into the 40s, good moderation, a nice weekend coming up.
All right.
This PIX11 weather report was presented by Spectrum. It's internet, mobile, and streaming TV all from one place. It's only everything.
An update to snow conditions in Long Island. A travel ban in Suffolk County lifted at the top of this hour, but hazardous road conditions remain.
Yeah. Nicole Johnson has more from Huntington.
Well, conditions out here are definitely much better compared to earlier today. We are in a parking lot in Huntington Station, and plow trucks really made a difference. They moved a lot of snow, but they made these snow mounds. That is going to be a concern, especially with the temperatures dropping. Take a look at some video we shot earlier. The roads were really bad. Keith Lopez was out, and we found plow trucks hitting the main roads, really making a difference, including on the LIE. It was clear, and it was good to to go for the most part. This is eastbound near exit 51. But some drivers had to learn a valuable lesson after being warned to stay off the roads. We found some of them stuck in the snow, even a plow truck stuck on Round Swamp Road. The blizzard conditions really hitting Long Island hard for hours. We took a beating. Take a listen to what some drivers had to say.
Little SUVs, people think that they're safe. They're not, because what's happening is when the big plows come through, they can't get over the wake that they're leaving. I mean, you got sometimes 6-7 feet of snow, and you got to give the professionals a chance to get the loaders out there and move the piles.
So far, they look pretty clean, but it's like a ghost town right now. There's still a lot of sections that they haven't even touched, and I hear that we're getting more on Wednesday, so.
Wait, don't say Wednesday, it's Monday. Let's just stay with Monday.
Well, hopefully all this is cleared out by tomorrow, because these kids already came out from a week vacation. Now we got an extra 2 to 3 days. It's insane.
Definitely a big difference out here. Main roads pretty clear, but there's still some side streets that plow trucks have to still get to. So again, the advisory has been lifted, travel ban lifted, but you should definitely be careful if you have to head out. In Huntington Station, Nicole Johnson, PIX11 News.
All right, stay with us. Our coverage of the blizzard of 2026 continues right after this break.
I'm incredibly thankful, frankly, to the more than 500 outreach workers who have been traversing our city to look to connect homeless New Yorkers with their services and the support that they need.
Mayor Mamdani addressing the outreach to get the unhoused in and safe from the storm and all the elements in the cold. His comment coming after last month's storm when the frigid weather that followed led to multiple deaths indoors.
Yeah, the mayor is saying the city's doing everything it can to reach vulnerable New Yorkers and get them into safe and warm locations. He also praised the many outreach organizations that are on the ground doing the same thing. We had a chance to speak with one representative from the Salvation Army, talk about their efforts.
Not only only offer hot meals, we also have food bags that we give to people, because hot meal is just one meal, and throughout the winter hazard, they might not be able to go to the grocery store or get food, so we give them shelf-stable food as well before the storm. For people who, are a little hesitant to reach out for help, this is why we are more proactive with our outreach, and we meet people at where they are. We tend to build the trust with them first, and then introduce them to all the services we have, and we practice active listening when we first initiate the conversation to let them tell us what they need, and then we come up with solutions to help them. So instead of, forcing any services on them, we really understand what they need, and then we can work together with them to identify resources that they might need.
And next Saturday, on the 28th, the Salvation Army has its annual, quote, Don't Walk By outreach event. They're looking for volunteers to help connect the unhoused with support systems that they need.
All right. We, of course, been talking about these snow totals. A lot of snow hitting the entire area. Why don't we check in on New Jersey? They got more than a foot of snow.
Yeah, our Jay Dow has the latest from Wyckoff.
We're in Wyckoff, Bergen County, New Jersey, where the snow has stopped and now everyone is out having a good time. We're at one of the elementary schools here in Wyckoff. Dozens of kids and parents having a good time. It's not just about the fun, though. There is some work involved for some entrepreneurial teens we met who have formed their own company. They go door to door. They have a sales team. They are making big money, doing big things, and taking care of business. Take a listen.
We start at 6 a.m. today and we end at 6 p.m. and then we're gonna have more jobs tomorrow as well. And
how do you get the word out?
Facebook groups, but mostly our door-to-door sales. We have our sales team out there. Shout out to you guys.
You have a sales team?
Yes, we do, and they get commission on every sale that they get. So they put in good work.
All right. I'm guessing business majors when you go to college?
Yes, for
Finance?
Sure. Business majors, but I'm also starting to hopefully be a lawyer soon.
Okay.
Yeah, 100% business.
All right. Not surprising.
It's great being out here. It's like what we used to do growing up. We love it. We love watching them off the computers.
I was about to say, better than being in the house playing video games?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Or on their phones?
Yep.
All right, so who's having the most fun out here?
Me! I'm too cold for this. Me.
Has anyone flipped over as they've gone down?
Yes!
It doesn't sound like fun.
No, my name is Carly.
So obviously the kids enjoyed a great snow day. The storm has stopped. For a lot of parents, it's going to be a big cleanup ahead. In Wyckoff, Bergen County, New Jersey, Jay Dow, PIX11 News.
All right, let's take a live look outside. This is 42nd and 2nd, PIX11 Plaza. You can see the sign there. And, I don't think we can say enough thanks to the crews that have been out working since yesterday, just out there time and time again, keeping the streets clear and working on the entire tri-state.
Yeah, well, first of all, our reporter crews and our photographer crews, they've been doing just a great job, every one of them. So our hats off to you, because we're inside this nice warm studio, and our reporters and our photographers, they've been just our eyes and ears out there. And also in terms of DSNY, I mean, they've got so much work to do, and already this storm already feels like they're ahead of the game compared to the one just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I concur with everything you said. I think the interesting thing for me about the entrepreneurship of the kids, Jay was talking about, they're making a commission, they have an army, they make a call, they get a commission off those guys, they have a plan, they keep going from state to state.
Jay said they're making a couple $1,000 a day. It's amazing.
You better check in on what Jay's doing now.
Side hustle for Jay Dow.
Side hustle. All right, here we go, everybody. We're going to walk to the wall, and thank you for following us throughout this ordeal. We're smiling because it's over, and it's a good feeling when major storms end and you can smile. It's 6:55 in the greatest city in the world, and you can see it's ending. All right, that's the big deal. It's over. That's the bigger deal, except for the east end of Long Island. Things right now are beginning to break. There's the circulation over the open waters of the ocean. The storm has actually swung itself out. Heck of a storm, right? 23 degrees, some clearing, again cold, and the refreezes in the works here, 18 to 22 in the suburbs. Your forecast again for tomorrow, bright and sunny and quite cold again. Keep that in mind. The snow's not going to go anywhere unless we get a major rainstorm. Not in the hopper, 29 to 34 degrees. All right, so let's go through the forecast. 34 and 22, and then we go to 40 degrees. That could be a rain or snow shower or period of light, but not a big deal. 3 to 6 hours of it gone. No accumulation, okay? A mix of rain and maybe a little bit of snow. No accumulation here either. All right, so take it easy. Don't get excited about it. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday looks really good. And Monday, again, maybe AM rain or snow showers. Temperatures in the upper 30s.
All right, G.
All right, we thank you so much for joining us for the PIX11 News, not only at 6, but all day long.
Yeah.
Last night as well, we've been in extended storm coverage, and, you know, we just wanted to bring you all the very latest. Thank you so much. I'm Shirley Chan.
I'm Corey Chambers. We're back tonight for the news at 10. Have a fantastic evening and stay safe out there.